Hey, good morning, Sean, RJ, everybody.
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
First offering here from Schreiber, hit back up the middle, pass Story into center, a base hit. Simeon around third. He comes in to score. The throw going into third. It hits off of Seager's back. Moving to second is Josh Young. He's got an RBI single, which puts Texas back into the lead 5-4.
There you go, Rook. Good morning, Metroplex. This is the Hump Day edition with Sean, RJ, and everybody. The way it should be, according to Jerry Jones yesterday. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy. We got Peyton and Rai in the back. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube as the Rangers got one they had to have. They need to have all of them. They beat the Boston Red Sox yesterday right here on this station. Josh Young with the go-ahead single in the 7th. Jonah Heim drawing a bases-loaded walk. Bochy gets tossed in this one. Aroldis Chapman with an impressive performance, and the Rangers get the dub.
Yeah, and you know, Boch is he could feel it. He could feel the intensity of the game, and every pitch matters. And you know, in that situation,
let me ask this question.
Yep.
In this point of the season, with the amount of weight on every single situation and sequence, is it reckless to get thrown out there, missing your manager in that moment, in that game, or calculated, and it doesn't really matter that much with a baseball manager making these bullpen moves to finish out?
I mean, the way he's handled the bullpen, it probably helped you. The way he's been handled it of late. Because you could say that Will Smith was going to come in that game at some point. He was going to find a way to shoehorn him in. No, it's yeah. I don't.
You know what I mean though? Like if it was game,
So that's improvement.
If it was game 6 of the NBA Finals and the coach gets tossed down 6, are we killing that coach for being irresponsible? Not that this was the playoffs, but
it's a good question.
We're in a race.
Yeah, it's a good question because you don't see. The coach is probably most important in the NFL, and we don't see them ever get thrown out. They never get tossed. They can argue with the ref all they want, and they don't get tossed. But yeah, baseball, I think it's so. And besides, they can go into the tunnel.
Yeah,
I mean, he may very well have sat a chair up 3 feet into the darkness of the tunnel.
Yeah,
and still manage the team from there.
I wonder how far do they make you go back into the dugout or the clubhouse? We'll have to ask Bassick that. The clubhouse, not the dugout, but it was Eovaldi, Stratton, Heaney. Heaney threw the strike or the pitch that Bochy thought was a strike. Aroldis, and then Leclerc with the save.
Yeah, and this was obviously a huge win. We're not in. It's not must win. Their season's not over. They lose.
Thank you, Brad Sham.
But we're getting there, man. We are getting to the point where and that's why he got so upset. Like every pitch is of critical importance. It just is. And, you needed that was a ball that it clipped the strike zone. In a perfect world, that's a strike. If, you're just looking at it from the naked eye, it's like, all right, I mean, I could definitely see how he called it a ball. I was not like offended by the pitch.
I agree.
There's other pitches that I'm far more worked up over. Most of them are strike calls that are outside the zone. They're not hittable. They're just not hittable. That pitch should have been a strike, but I didn't lose my mind over it.
Nathan Eovaldi at this point is just get me to the 5th inning, and that's what I'm happy with. We give up hopes that he can actually be your playoff ace or your number 2 if it's Jordan Montgomery. 5 innings, 4 hits, 3 earned, 3 walks, 3 strikeouts. Pepe, your thoughts on Eovaldi and the Ranger win?
Yeah, I mean, if it's going to be 5 innings, it's 5 innings. And if you can keep it close, You never want to rely on the bullpen at this point in the season. You don't want to rely on Nate Lowe either, but sometimes you have to.
Well, you're going to have to every day.
Yeah, I know, and then he's going to ground out double plays. But, I mean, look, and then after all this in the last month, it could be 4 o'clock today in your first place in the American League West because the Astros continue to lose. It's incredible.
That's what's crazy. By the way, just to go through Eovaldi's workload throughout the season, I'm just going to give you the innings pitched by month. He threw 36 innings in April. Then he threw 37 in May, 31 in June, 18 in July, and now 12 this month in 4 starts. So I don't know, Choppy, if we're going to get this sudden boost to 7 innings with a lights-out performance. It just, like the Ranger season, it just kind of feels like hang on for dear life with Eovaldi starts.
I assume the progression will have him go to. They would probably try to get him to 100 pitches in the next start, or 95, and then if he's in the middle of a batter, just let him go.
Through 82 last night,
and then that he probably has 2 more starts for the end of the year, or 1, and maybe they just decide to give him the 1 start and to see where they are, and then rest him the rest of the way. Just give him a couple extra days before the playoffs start. I honestly have no idea who Game 1 is. I have no idea. Yeah. Who is Game 1?
It's Montgomery. It's got to be.
Okay, I mean, I'm not gonna. I don't disagree.
It's a bad one. It's a bad one, but I mean, it's got to be Montgomery. He's been your best pitcher over the last 3 or 4 weeks.
So they're 83 and 60. They have 11 games left. So he'll get 2 starts.
Well, as Peyton mentioned, and this feels unbelievable, you're a half game back of the Astros. Yeah. What? How are we a half game back when it's doom and gloom and depression and all the negativity that we've been talking about? The Astros lost. The Mariners won. Toronto won. So you're in a dead tie with Seattle for everything. You have the exact same record. You're both a half game back in the American League West, and you are tied for the 3rd and final wild card spot. That is a race.
Yeah, it is, man. There's so many. There's 4 teams. Like I said, 4 teams for the 3 spots, and you got to find out which one's going to be left out, left kind of holding the bag. Come October 1st or whatever the actual day is. This is fun. Playoff baseball's fun because it's every night. Playoff races in other sports. You may have a couple of nights off. No, it's right back at it every single day this time of year.
All right, let me give you the remaining schedules. You pull up Toronto's, or someone pull up Toronto's. I'll give you Houston and Seattle. The Astros have 1 more against the Orioles. If they lose today, they get swept by Baltimore. Then they get Kansas City for 3 at home. Then the Monster Series in Seattle. Then they finish at Arizona. Any idea how Arizona's been playing lately? You've been hitting up Banny?
I have not talked to Banny really since the start of the season.
He don't talk to us now that he's back with a winning club.
He's got a good team. They're second in the West. They're 80 and 72.
They're in a playoff spot right now. Second wild card.
They've won 4 in a row as well. So that's good for us that Arizona's still playing pretty well, and the Astros are going to have to finish with 6 pretty tough games on the road. That's them. Now for the Mariners. Seattle finishes with 1 in Oakland today. If they win that, they sweep the series. Then Seattle at Texas this weekend. Night number 1 of the series, Section 133 fan night. We will be out there. It will be crazy. Dane Dunning on the mound. So the Mariners at the Rangers. Mariners host Houston. And then Mariners hosting us for 4. So 7 of their final 10 games will take place against us. All 10 of Seattle's final games against the West between us and the Astros. That's pretty brutal.
That's a tough one. Toronto, they played the Yankees last night in New York. They have 2 more. And they go 3 at Tampa. Home for 3 against the Yankees. Home for 3 against Tampa. So they just play those 2 teams. Now, New York's got nothing to play for. They do get Garrett Cole twice.
Ooh.
Okay, so that's big. Now you're up to, you're really looking at pitching matchups. Like, who are you getting?
Did they change this to be like football to finish up with the division? How long has this been going on?
A lot of times you'll have some quirks because, let's see, there's 5 teams.
Yeah, there's 5, so someone's always odd out.
So someone's always playing, right? Someone's always playing. And there's an interleague game every day now, right? Because you got 15 teams in each league. So for the most part, they try to do that. If you were to go around the rest of the sport, they're trying to do this, but it doesn't always work like that.
And then the Rangers finish with this one against Boston this afternoon, 1 o'clock first pitch. 12:30 pregame here on the Fan. Sandler will join us at 7:20 in the Expressway. Then, like we said, 3 in Arlington against the Mariners, 3 on the road against the Angels. Shohei getting surgery and apparently ready to go for opening day 2024. And then you finish with 4 on the road in Seattle.
Ooh. Yeah, it's just
The Rangers with the Angels in there, well, see, who'd you say had the Yankees? Was it Toronto? Toronto probably has the easiest schedule. If you had to
They had the Yankees twice. They have 5 more with the Yankees. They have 6 with Tampa.
And what have the Yankees been doing lately?
They've been playing hit and miss. They played well against Boston a couple of weeks ago. But like with their problem for Toronto is they get Cole twice, and he's going for the Cy Young. They also get Tyler Glass now when they play Tampa. Now it looks like they missed. Oh, they get him twice too. So now it's about looking at pitching matchups too. When you've got to face, and again, Tyler's he had the injury. So he came back this year, and he's maybe not the same guy that he used to be, but Cole is, and that's big.
Not one, but 2 birthdays for the morning show. It's 2 times the party as we start to celebrate the double birthdays here on Sean and RJ. And Choppy wants 2 football coaches investigated for Pete Rose type allegations. That's all next. Hump Day edition.
Hump Day.
Just getting started. Glad you're waking up with us. Let's start celebrating 2 birthdays next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag.
it's a double birthday for the morning show. Happy birthday, RJ Choppy and Peyton Russell here on 105.3 The Fan. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Peyton, how old are you
I was
now?
saying it to RJ, not you.
Oh, dang it. You were looking at me. So, 27. I'm old now. 30's creeping up. Oh, I'm worried. I was
27.
expecting back pain or something this morning. Nothing. Got stomach pain, which worried me even more. But
You got the Bobby Rumbles?
I hope not, man. I was so scared waking up. I was like, oh no, this is not good. Not a good start, but all good right now.
And for you?
44.
Ooh. 44.
44.
I wonder how many people would have been able to guess your age based upon listening to you for all these
Me?
years. Yeah.
It's been a long time.
I think everyone would have taken the under.
Really? Yeah, I guess you're right, because I am so immature. But I have been on the radio forever, so it's like, it's just
Wow.
I just feel old. I just feel my back hurts today.
Yeah.
My lower back. And I'm just trying to go to the car, but I need to pop it. I've been trying to pop it. It won't pop. Oh, I'm a mess.
You excited? What's the perspective? Give us the overall the 30,000.
Live
foot
life
view.
to the fullest every single day, Sean. Those live, laugh, love stickers, they're real. They are real.
You got anything planned? What's the
No, we got I got the kids today. It's my day with the kids. I'm gonna see them. And then they have baseball tonight. Practice.
Okay.
So that's it. We have really nothing planned. We'll do
weekend?
Well, we're gonna do something on Saturday. Yeah,
Okay.
Saturday night. We'll do something. I don't know what we're gonna do. Okay, it's gonna work around the baseball schedule for the weekend.
Sure.
So that's the thing. Birthdays don't matter anymore, right?
No.
You know, just Sarah will take me out to dinner one night over the next month, and that'll be my birthday celebration. So it's just, it's.
You think you got a gift coming? Anything that you've wanted?
You know, there's been a few packages that have shown up at the doorstep.
Oh.
And I said I made the mistake of looking the other day. It was a box. It was like it didn't look like golf balls or anything, but it said golf on it. It had a golf, and I said, Sarah, you got some golf stuff here.
She's got some golf stuff.
And that was like 2 days ago. It didn't even dawn on me like, oh crap, my birthday's in like 3 days. So clearly I wasn't supposed to see that because she came running over to it and grabbed it and left. Because I was on the way out of the house. I was going somewhere.
How is the official live-in situation working out?
It's great. Yeah, the house is coming. The house is pretty much set.
Okay.
You know, it's
How have things divvied up between taste and design?
Actually, she's done a really nice job. The only thing is, like, I'm not a super fan. We are using her couch. I'm not a huge fan of the couch. I don't think it's like. I need one of those. What do they call it? Is it a chaise? A chase?
A chase?
A chase? I need one of those chase seats. Doesn't have one.
Let's go double couch shopping.
Let's do it, man.
Let's get a deal,
do it,
Cody.
Yeah. Cody.
Cody. We need double couches.
Yeah. Because I feel like, she'll like, because it was her couch. So it's like, I feel like, she has ownership over the spot. She gets to pick the spot because she brought the couch. It was grandfathered in. So she gets the long, so it's an L shape. So she like that. So I'm sitting here, I got to lay the other way, which means I'm not facing the TV, or I got to lean.
What's your ideal couch? Give me the material. Give me the setup. How many seats?
I don't care if it's leather or not. I prefer it because it's cold.
Yes.
But I want my ideal couch might be just like the whole thing is just like one big chase lounge thing.
Okay.
Where everybody could sit down and then have their feet up. But then the problem is you got to climb over it.
Yeah.
So I don't even know. Like somebody smarter than me needs.
Love sacks. A lot of people saying love sacks.
I've heard love sacks are great.
My brother has one.
Really?
Yeah.
Big fan?
I don't know. We don't talk like that much, but I know he's a fan.
I like those. I've seen those. I think I saw them at Costco.
Pepe, what's going on for the birthday today, or last night, or this weekend?
Nothing much. I think Saturday, me and the homies are gonna get together, go to the casino.
Oh,
I said one last time before Vegas. Let's make it for my birthday. And they said, all right, let's do it. We might as well.
Are you? And you're not gonna stay?
No, I'm cheap.
You taking the lady?
I will invite her. Yes.
Okay, so you haven't invited her yet for Friday's Ranger Night, Section 133. You have not invited her for that, and then you have not invited her to go out of town to WinStar, and it's Wednesday.
So
I got some feedback. Tolo Amy, who stops by the house to give the haircuts.
Oh, no.
Oh, she was not happy with you yesterday. Oh, she was not happy. She said, tell that kid right now to go ahead and invite that girl and show a little bit of decency ahead of time. Little forewarning.
So I did invite her to the game last night. I brought it up, and she said, I'm down. I'm going.
Oh,
and then I requested the tickets.
Oh, Peyton!
And so
what was the last part?
I requested the tickets from Spittle.
Yeah.
He said, all right, we'll see you there. And so I said, I'm taking 2 tickets. I got a +1 now.
Oh, yeah.
So we're going Friday. I'll drive her over there because we both live in the Rock, in Rockwall. So it'll be easy to get her and go over there. And then Saturday,
let me throw in my advice real quick.
Okay.
This might be cold. I would leave her out of Saturday.
Don't go back to back. Because that's what I thought. And then I was talking to my friends last night, and they said, "Oh, well, if you're there goes the water."
Yeah, the coffee.
Oh, and then they were like, "Well, if you want it to be boyfriend girlfriend type, you kind of got to start going back to back because you've been going every weekend now." And so,
bro, it's been 2 weeks.
It's 2 weeks, man.
Yeah.
Let's just relax.
It's been 2 weeks. You're already taking her something serious Friday. You don't want her to sit there and what's she going to stare over the table at you playing blackjack? That could be a little bit possible turn
to get the drinks.
Yeah, this
long car ride.
That's a no.
And leave her leave her wanting more. Yep. Like make her be thinking. See, you're at a point where she can't complain and get on you of why didn't you invite me to WinStar? She's not going to say anything. Go and cut loose with your friends, black out, get hammered, have them drive you home, be the degenerate. You're going to be glued to a table, man. I found this out with Amanda. We went to Vegas, and she's not a gambler. So, like, you feel guilty sitting there if you have a little bit of a conscience.
Right.
When you're trying to impress.
Yep, you do.
And you're just going to be sitting there, and you're just going to have to be walking around the casino while your buddies are playing. I would leave her out of it.
Yep.
That's just my advice.
If you're, especially blackjack, like crap, she could get away with it. She could stand next to you.
Yeah.
You could teach her the game. She could roll the dice for you if you want to. Blackjack, I mean, you're back to her the whole time.
Yes.
That's
and then you don't want to hand me those napkins before this short circuits over here, and I get yelled at by Tim with my coffee spilled. And then you got to teach her how to play, and you got to deal with her screwing up hands by not knowing how to play. And then you're like, oh yeah, this is so fun. Dang, you just hit on a 17. What are you doing? I don't know. Yep. I feel pretty strong.
I agree, Sean. If I were you, Peyton, I would leave her. I would definitely leave her home for the casino
gotta win.
night.
She got to win for the weekend.
Now,
She got you for one night.
What if she asks? What if I bring up the casino on Saturday? And she's like, "Oh, well, I'm free Saturday." If she asks, is that?
Well, don't bring it up. Number one, but you're gonna have to explain when she's like, "What are you doing tomorrow?" Or you just bring it up and be like, "Hey, the guys want to take me for it's a Los Hombres." Tell her what the Los Hombres are.
Tell her the group message name.
Explain that you guys are the only 30-year-olds left who FaceTime is a bunch of dudes every week, and then say, "Yeah, the guys want to take me to WinStar." And don't follow up with, "Do you want to go?" Don't even bring it up as if it's an option. That's just my opinion.
I'm with you.
Go with your gut, though.
But you're here so far, but
you're 2 weeks in, though.
That's
really. I mean, I know that you're ready for marriage and everything, but
we've been talking for a month, though. I think if you factor that in, but 2 weeks of seeing each other.
Yeah.
Back-to-back weekend nights. I mean, that you start that. That's it. That's it.
You can't go back.
Next thing you know, you're gonna have toothbrush.
Yeah.
There's gonna be tampons at your place.
Oh my! Does she live by herself?
No, she's with her parents as well.
Oh, this is perfect.
Yeah.
This is perfect.
This
is amazing. You could not have found a better girl.
Because what I was gonna say is, see how Friday night goes. See where you end up Friday night. If you wake up and you're feeling fantastic and you're in the moment and you're like, "Hey, get a bag, let's go." Do it. But you're not going to be spending the night together anywhere because you're both at your parents' house.
Yeah. Do you guys have like a separate wing that you can enter your place?
Yeah. I have the guest house at my place. So
you
it's
do?
Separate. Well, I mean, it's like it's own. Like there's a hallway to get to like the other side of the house. So it's kind of
other side of the house.
How many square feet?
Like before when I brought up the right wing, I wasn't joking. There's 3 doors to get to the kitchen.
Why? What a douchebag. Happy birthday, by the way. Happy birthday to the fellas. Hit them up at 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. Is Sean McVay in trouble for being Pete Rose? Let's go inside the Star, and we'll explain why Bobby Belt is out today unexpectedly next.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. Club, our number one audience of the entire 4.5 hours. So thank you all. Special thank you all for turning it on, leaving it on. That is what TOLO stands for. While we are throwing out the birthdays to RJ Choppy and Peyton Russell, same day B-days, TOLO Jerome asked if we could shout out his girl London for her 8th birthday today. So happy birthday, London. Roberto Belt is missing in action today. Now, I don't know how deep into Bobby's bowels I should get here based upon how much detail y'all gave as to when I was out for the same reason. I got a couple tweets, so I imagine you got pretty gross over some of the stomach/food issues that caused me to miss a day. But the same thing has happened to Roberto, as yesterday he walks over to me 9:40 break and he goes, "Hey, I might be late or totally miss crosstalk because I have to sprint to this bathroom. I'm in bad shape." And
What's human fecal matter?
Did you play that for me too when I was out?
No.
Jackass. Oh, never mind. I retract that. Happy birthday. So he made it back in time for crosstalk, but then he hit us up later in the day. Guys, I barely made it home. I had an appointment. I think was he in the middle of his MRI?
Yeah, it was in the middle of his MRI, which, you go into those MRI tubes and they could take like upwards of 30 minutes where you can't move.
Yeah.
And, I've had that and mine fortunately didn't last that long. But like this could have been bad for him. Really, really bad. And he apparently had to stop the MRI. Was it more than once or just once to go to the bathroom?
Yeah.
Poor
And
guy.
he barely made it home.
Mhm.
So for Bobby to miss, it's pretty bad. We'll see if he's back tomorrow. Man, Spittle hit him low. He goes, what was it? Did Jerry hurt your feelings? Oh, man, that was good. Oh, that was good. Did Jerry hurt your feelings telling you to go get the coffee for the two big dogs in studio? So Bobby is missing today. Hopefully back tomorrow. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line to hit us up. Let's give you a few Cowboys notes here on DFW Sports Station. Jerry yesterday was trying to be pretty complimentary towards Mozzie Smith. I wasn't necessarily buying it. You have some numbers on Mozzie and other things, but the highest graded defender this season, according to Pro Football Focus in the entire league so far, is Micah Parsons with a 93.6. That's his grade.
Wow.
That's his PFF grade. A 93.6, best defender in the National Football League. Yesterday, Micah went on Pat McAfee, and Pat asked him about that little lion crawl that he celebrates with after taking out quarterbacks.
Yeah, I've been working on it all I can. So, I was this year coming in, I was like, yo, I hope y'all know, I'm possessed this shit. I hope everyone's ready to work. I hope everyone's ready for this line mentality. I be going around the locker room growling at people. I'm out there jumping around. I'm growling at Dak before, and Cam. I hope y'all ready for this shit, bro. I'm going to kill you today. I'm hunting you. I'm letting everyone know. So when they see it, they're like, man, this dude's really nuts. Especially some of the rookies. It's funny, them coming in, it's like, bro, you really like that? I was like, you ain't really seen nothing yet. He's like, you really a possessed lion? I'm like, yeah, bro. I'm crazy. I'm thrown off.
So there's Micah explaining the lion crawl. I thought that you brought up, and we can have this discussion without Homer Bobby in here, as we fight every day at 7:30 over Dak McCarthy and the offense in the expressway. The Cowboys may be setting up a little bit of a third down issue. I think this is a great topic to get into.
Oh, thanks. All right, so PFF did a review on the Cowboys and how their offense is in various categories. Now, this isn't normal, Pro Football Focus stuff where they use, their subjective measures. This is basically looking at, expected points added, first down, second down, third down numbers. And it does seem they are putting Dak in a tough spot on third down.
Yes.
If you go look at it, and we talked about this last week after week one, where Miami got a first down on 40% of their first downs.
What's Peyton Manning say?
Yeah.
Easiest way to avoid third down?
Is get a first down on first down.
Yeah.
So like, there's no rule in the NFL where you have to wait till third down to convert on first.
Yeah.
So Miami in week 1, they got almost 40% of their first downs on first down. They got over 65% conversion rate by the end of second down. And then it was in the 80s on third. So the Cowboys do have a very good number of converting on third down. Their success rate on third and fourth downs, they moved the sticks on 76% of their third downs last week against the Jets. But it was on fewer than 18% of their first downs that they pick up a first down.
So basically, the important thing here for me is what is going to be the average distance on third down?
Yeah, if it's 3rd and 1, then don't worry about it.
Yes. Like, where are the Cowboys rank? Where do they rank? And where are they going to rank? Here's something I tweeted the other day, and I thought Orlovsky hit on it the other day, and I totally agreed because I thought of it first, so of course I agreed. Something McCarthy's doing this year is, so when you're in high school, right, when you got a high school team, you see this probably with Luca's team. When you have Reggie Bush, when you have Percy Harvin, when you have a humongous advantage in talent,
Just give him the ball.
Just give him the ball and do it quickly. That's it. Get him in space. I'm not even talking about down the field. I'm talking about swing passes. I'm talking about screens. I'm talking about dump offs. I'm talking about a pitch, a toss outside. Get him the football, direct snap. Kevontae Turpin. Something McCarthy, I think, has been doing throughout the first 2 games that maybe Kellen would get accused of not doing, and maybe getting a little bit too into his bag of his offense is, man, I'm just gonna give Kevontae Turpin the ball as fast as possible in space. I'm gonna give Deuce Vaughn the ball as quickly as possible in space. Now, I like that philosophy. Mm-hmm. Don't screw around. Get it to dangerous threats in the open field. The downside to that is if they get tackled by the first defender, that's a 2-yard gain. That's a 1-yard gain. And you're setting up 2nd and 9. And the pressure is on you right there. Like, those aren't down the field plays. You're relying on them making someone miss or having some open space to go ahead and turn a corner. So I like that McCarthy is doing it, but I totally agree with the downside of 3rd and longs for Dak in the offense.
So now you put yourself in a position where you got to convert. Now, to their credit, they've done a really nice job of converting.
Yeah.
And they converted 76.5% of their third downs into first downs. And their success rate on 3rd and 4th downs, 55%. That's in the green, too. Now, their success rate overall on moving the sticks, their efficiency is less than 40%. That's not good. And on 1st and 2nd down, it's only 35%. That's not good. But, again, I don't think we can make a stark judgment on the offense yet because we don't know how this offense is going to play when they know they have to score.
Yes.
That's different. Like when you're playing the Jets and the Giants in the week.
And when you're in a close game.
When you're in a close game, it's different. When you're in a blowout, it's different. Did they go into these games? Because remember, that first drive was surgical.
Perfect.
I don't think anybody really had I'd have to go back and look. I don't remember nitpicking that first drive at all when I was watching it. I never thought, oh man, they're putting themselves in a tough spot here. They did convert some 3rd downs.
Yep.
But I don't remember them being 3rd and 7s. And that's the thing. Just avoid those. 3rd and 1. That's very, very. 3rd and 1's almost 2-down territory anyway.
Yeah.
So, yeah, this is it's something to note. It's something to keep in the back of your
We're
head.
going to come in here multiple times throughout the season and say, man, they're not getting enough on 1st and 2nd down. Like, McCarthy's not going down the field whatsoever. Here's what I'm trying to get in Bobby's head, and this is just pissing him off, and I love it. I don't know if Mike McCarthy cares that much if everything we just talked about plays out. Because I think in his mind this year, he's going, fine, we'll punt. It's not a loss. It's not a loss if we punt after 3rd and 7 because we're not going to turn it over, and our defense will get it back for us. They'll create a play, and we'll just win a field position battle. We'll eventually score enough, but we'll live to fight another down. I think that is their mentality based upon the defense.
It might be.
My opinion.
Yeah, no, it might be. It might be. Especially if they're going to get defensive touchdowns.
Yeah, which you can't bet on.
Right.
But, yes, they are going to appear overly conservative when those tackles are made on Deuce Vaughn, on Turpin, on CeeDee Lamb when they immediately get the football. I like that. And Pollard. right? I didn't think, based upon Turpin's usage last year, the way Bobby and others have talked about Mike's preference for size with skill players, I didn't think Mike McCarthy was capable of just of doing what USC did with just Reggie Bush or, Nick Saban, throw a screen out and just let the playmaker go. I thought it would be more complicated. I thought it would be more down the field. But so far, McCarthy's like, here, take it quickly and use your athletic ability. And I like that. But the third down thing, I think, will be an issue multiple times. Let's see how much it bites them with the other team scoring. What do y'all think? 877-881-1053. Truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on DFW Sports Station. Okay. Take me inside this Sean McVay story.
Okay.
You've been dying to talk about it.
So,
and I've intentionally stayed away from this because you're so invested. I want to hear about it all right now.
All right. So Sean McVay, this was obviously this week against San Francisco. They were down by 10. Now, they were down by 10 to San Fran. The spread was, you either got it at 7.5 or 7. I got it at 7. Some people got it at 7.5, and that really mattered to them. For me, it didn't. It just pushed. So I was fine either way. A push, that's a win. But people are upset with him because with 4 seconds to go, he elected to kick a field goal. And what that did was, it at the very least pushed the spread.
Which in every other situation, you'd see a kneel down, a throw to the end zone.
Yeah, a throw to the end zone. Game over. He decided to kick a field goal, to which that raised a major eyebrow. And, it probably should because, let's be fair. The NFL, they're in bed with gambling companies. They're in bed with DraftKings. They're in bed with FanDuel, BetMGM, Caesars. They're in bed with all of them.
Yeah, people who bet on the Niners lost their minds.
Yeah, if you took San Fran minus 7.5, you were livid. That's one of the worst bad beats in history. So he spoke about this. He was asked about this during his Zoom conference call. Mind you, Darren Ravel, who works for the Action Network, which is a gambling company, was denied access to this call.
Ooh.
He tried to get on it, and he was denied access to this call. But here's Sean McVay answering the question.
Yeah, what we were trying to do is we were trying to be able to get a completion to where we kicked a field goal beforehand with the opportunity to be able – we were trying to – if we had hit that deep in breaking route, it really would have worked out the way that we wanted to. We were going to try to kick a field goal right once we got into, field goal position to then be able to kick an onside and try to give ourselves a real opportunity to win the game. By the time it got down to it, didn't anticipate that, in cut that we hit Puka running that long and just said, all right, just go ahead and kick the field goal. Felt like it was an opportunity to be able to, not leave Matthews susceptible to an unnecessary heave to the end zone and get an opportunity for our field goal operation. But the initial goal was to try to get a 2-for-1 to where you end up getting into field goal range a little bit earlier with some of the play selections that we had. And then ultimately be able to try to, have an onside kick to then be able to go try to compete to tie or win the game. But apparently artists told me there's a lot of people in Vegas pissed off about that decision. I clearly was not aware of that stuff.
Clearly. No chance someone in your family took you guys plus 7.5.
Yeah, all the initial planning does not matter. It's irrelevant because you didn't hit the in cut. I love how McVay, he wants to throw out his fancy terms, too, that we were all blown away by over years past, taking us to the X's and the O's. Well, none of that happened. So explain why you kicked the field goal there. Well, we didn't want to expose Matt Stafford to a pass rush and a possible hit.
And an unnecessary heave to the end zone.
I would have thrown Maher under the bus. That's what I would have done. I would have said, Maher melted down last year for the Cowboys. Any opportunity we have to give him more confidence, that's what we want to do. And Brett Maher was the Rams kicker.
Yeah, he was.
That's what I would have done.
And he nailed it. He nailed the kick. But man, this is. But
here's my question for later in the show: why does this matter? Why is this an issue? Why is this something that people are calling into the league to investigate? Why is this an issue?
Because it's an issue. If he did it with the spread, if he knew about the spread, if he did it with the spread in mind, that's probably an issue, right?
I don't know.
Like, what's the difference between that and Pete Rose?
Well, I think there is a difference. Let's get into that a little bit later on. Let's mark it down for all the gamblers. We need your input here if you're part of the BetQL network. Sean Sharif and RJ Choppy, birthday boys, RJ and Pepe. Bobby is out sick. The Rangers get a desperation win. Bruce Bochy on this bipolar offense, and Deion Sanders wins again. Next.
There's no reason to search sports headlines. We've got them. And we'll get you laughing as well. You're dialed into Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Segment here brought to you by Ciroc Vodka and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Hauk with the 1-2. And that ball was lifted high into the air, pretty deep right center field. It's got a shot at leaving the yard, and it does, into the Rangers bullpen. Home run, Adolis Garcia, his 35th of the season, and he puts Texas on top, 1-0.
Pixie with the call on this radio station. We have all the games, as we do every year, down the stretch for your favorite baseball team. They're a half game back of the Astros for first place in the American League West. They're in a dead tie with Seattle, half game back in the division, and tied for the third wild card spot. Houston lost, Seattle won, Toronto won. The Rangers beat the Red Sox, and we all thought, Peyton sent us the text, easy money, here we go, bullpen, tie game. You know what's going to happen to this team, but it was Josh Young, Jonah Heim putting the Rangers over the top with Aroldis Chapman and Leclerc holding it down. So that's what happened last night right here on 105.3 The Fan. Jared Sandler will join us at 7:20 during the Expressway. He tweeted Adolis, the 11th different player in franchise history with 35 or more home runs in a season. Who was the last to do it?
All right, the last two
Hit 35 or more home runs here. Easy answer.
35 or more home runs. Can't be Josh. He's done it before then.
Yeah, before then.
Or after then, I should say.
Adrian Beltre.
No.
Rugi.
No. Played with Rugi about 4 or 5 years ago. He is a long afterthought.
Oh, Gallo.
Yes. Joey Gallo. Last one to hit 35 or more home runs. Bruce Bochy talking about this team's offense. Up, down, here, there. Bochy, he doesn't have an answer for it on KNC.
Great question. I wish I could give you a good answer because you don't know what happens with this. When it happens, it's baseball. And I'll say this, Cleveland's got a good staff. They did attack us with quality strikes. I'll be honest, I expected to play close games there. Two of those games, got away from us. Like last night, you're getting home, you're in front of your crowd, your fans, and so, you're hoping you break out of it, and here we get a leadoff homer, then kind of went dry there for a while until Carter's tripled. So I can tell you the hitting guys, and they work hard to have these guys prepared. They're on the field. We're doing all the work that needs to be done, I think. Or I know we'll get two guys back. I thought Josh Young looked really good last night for missing so much time, and Dolly, he looked a little rusty, but that's going to get better.
So there's Bochy. I don't have an answer for it. He gets tossed. He's clearly frustrated, as last night he gets thrown out of the game, but the Rangers get this win.
Yeah, it was needed. Obviously, you got a chance to keep gaining ground on Houston, who can't get out of their own way at this point. They're losing to teams they have no business losing to, and you got to keep pace with Toronto and Seattle. Like that at this point, there's 3 spots. There's 3 spots. There's 4 teams fighting.
Who does Vegas think wins the World Series?
Atlanta.
Atlanta is the favorite. Bet Online sent me the numbers at 3-1. After that,
now we're gonna get tricky.
Yep.
My first guess would be an American League team.
Okay.
So let's go Baltimore.
No.
Dodgers.
Dodgers are tied with an American League team.
Houston.
Yes. Plus 550 for both.
That's I wonder how much they're just going on pedigree there. Like, I can't. Houston's not playing and giving anybody any faith that they can go on a run here, the way they're playing.
I know, but didn't you question the Orioles as a true contender?
The Orioles,
Houston's got to get there. They're probably going to get in.
Yeah.
But if the Astros and the Orioles started the series tomorrow, you would pick Baltimore?
I mean, that's a good question.
That's Vegas. That's their thought.
Yeah, because Baltimore's issue is, their starting pitching. Is not great, and their bullpen was great, and they lost Batista. So I have some questions about Baltimore too. Boy, if you're a team in the American League that is having a down year, like Boston or New York, this is like as wide open as this league has been in years.
Atlanta, Houston, Dodgers, Baltimore 7-1 to win it all. Then Tampa 9-1. Philly tied with us at 14-1. Mariners 16-1. And then Milwaukee, Minnesota, Toronto.
Man, Philly is they could just mash the baseball. They've got some good pitching. Philly's a dangerous team too.
Give me their 1, 2, 3 in the West. How it's going to end. You can bet on it.
Houston, Rangers, Seattle.
Houston, Seattle, Rangers.
Okay.
If you think the Rangers are going to win the West, 5-1. I would not have the Rangers. I don't think the Rangers are going to win the West. You still think so? Pepe?
It's just because the Astros, the thing is like great team, but they can't win at home. Like, we think they're this dominant juggernaut. They're sub 500 at home this season, they play the majority of their games at home to in the season.
Isn't that wild?
That's
same
crazy.
Place where they couldn't lose because they had the trash cans.
Shohei's next team, if not the Angels.
Dodgers.
Yes. Dodgers 5-2, then Seattle, San Fran, Padres, Yankees, Phillies, Mets. I was hoping that the Rangers would be a little bit higher on the list. They are not. Deion Sanders continues to win. There are people saying, Mike Florio included, that he is the biggest story in all of sports.
I think he might be.
The 5th most watched college football game of all time?
All time. And I don't know.
Against an unranked opponent?
That's the key.
At 9 p.m.
That's the big thing. This was an unranked opponent on ESPN, not on Channel 8. On ESPN against Colorado State, a team that has zero national cachet. I would venture to guess 40% of the people who watched that game didn't know they were the Rams going into it. Okay. So, and they did this, the 5th most watched game of all time. I didn't see if that included bowl games like national championships and stuff, but 5th most watched. That is unbelievable. Colorado is not a national brand. Now, they might be today. They might be now.
They are now.
But they haven't been.
No.
Like, nobody cares about the University of Colorado.
Right.
They don't know where it is. They barely know that they probably think they're the Bills. They probably think they're the Bison. They probably even know I doubt they know that it's Ralphie, their mascot.
Yeah.
Like, this is a nothing program that was something 30 years ago.
Right.
When they won a national championship. But for the most part, they've been nothing. And he has resurrected that. So for him to do that, again, if he went to Alabama or Ohio, if he was the coach of Ohio State and they were the 5th most watched game, I'm not batting an eye. The fact that he's doing this at Colorado, dude, that is.
And what's your prediction if they beat Oregon?
Oh, if they beat Oregon, the USC game is going to be the most watched ever. That would be...
Including a title game.
No, not including a title game. It won't be as much. It'll be the most watched regular season college football game of my lifetime.
He continues to win because yesterday at his press conference, he commented on the death threats and the phone number and home address being released of the kid who took out Travis Hunter. Travis Hunter is injured and gone for 3 weeks, and the kid on Colorado State, it was a late dirty hit, no doubt about it. He's getting death threats. His family's getting threatened, and Deion spoke.
Henry Blackburn is a good player who played a phenomenal game. He made a tremendous hit on Travis on the sideline. You could call it dirty. You could call it he was just playing the game of football. But whatever it was, it does not constitute that he should be receiving death threats. This is still a young man trying to make it in life, a guy that's trying to live his dream and hopefully graduate with honors or degree, committed to excellence and go to the NFL. He does not deserve a death threat over a game. At the end of the day, this is a game. Someone must win, someone must lose. Everybody continues their life the next day. Very unfortunate. I'm saddened if there's any of our fans that's on the other side of those threats. I would hope and pray not, but that kid was just playing the best of his ability, and he made a mistake. Thank you. God bless. Make sure let's pray for that kid, man. That's absurd for people to be threatening him. I don't mind getting death threats. I get them every week, but a kid, it's not good.
I mean, that's just a great answer.
Yep.
And then Travis Hunter was like, he was just playing football. Like I've already forgiven him.
Wow.
Like the Colorado's just winning. They're winning at everything. And that was not a clean hit. That was dirty.
It was dirty.
Was it the worst hit I've ever seen? Not even close. Like the people on social media who think he should be thrown out of the league and banned forever. You started watching football in 2010. Like you never saw hits in the 80s and the 90s and the 70s. You didn't see it. Now the game has changed for the better. There's a lot of that we don't need, but you don't throw them out of the league. You don't throw them out of the game forever.
So Colorado is obviously completely sold out all of their home games for the first time ever. And here's the Deion effect. The season premiere of 60 Minutes, drawing Deion in that interview, biggest audience for the show since January 2021 with 11.8 million viewers. Now, they had a massive lead-in with Cowboys-Jets. That drew 26 million, but you had to stick around because I kept flipping back and forth.
Cowboys-Jets drew 26 million people?
Yeah.
Do you believe?
What?
I don't know what to say. That was a blowout. 26 million is 26 million people?
Yeah.
That is insane. That's more than the College Football National Championship game gets by a lot. That gets like 20. 26 million?
Yeah. That's Sports Journal with the report.
Wow.
Micah gets burned and Dak gets goldfished. The audio you have to hear that'll blow your mind like it did the Cowboys next. But first, this will blow your mind as well. It is the Tolo touchdown special from DFW.
Equinox offload was just announced. A limited supply of excess Equinox models will be sold directly to the public for below market value. See them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. Do not wait. In less than 10 days, they could all be sold at Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Concert ticket giveaway for the 6 a.m. club. We try to rig this for you to win it since you are our top audience ratings-wise of the entire show. So right at 7 o'clock, we want to hook you up, Jared Sandler, to talk about the Rangers. I think Jared's okay to talk today. Yesterday, he was unwell. He texted, I can't do it. I'm too baseball depressed. And I think he's recovered after the win last night. So Sandler will join us at 7:20. Power Rankings.
Oh, baby.
At 8 o'clock. How high up do you have the Cowboys? Get your 1 through 5 ready here on Sean and RJ. Bobby is out sick for today. We got Peyton and Rai in the back. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And it is the birthday of RJ Choppy and Peyton Russell. So show them some love on social media or 877-881-1053. Look, I continue to be fascinated by this. If y'all think it's dumb and you don't want it to be played anymore, tell me and I won't do it, but I'm blown away. It's magic. And I'm playing this really. It's not the best thing for radio, but it's the Cowboys, so I was like, screw it, we're the home of the Cowboys. This is Oz the Mentalist stopping by to work his wizardry. Wizardry. Work his magic with the Dallas Cowboys. We'll talk to McCarthy about it Friday at 6:30. Here he is starting with Dak Prescott, deck of cards, ending with an animal.
Dak, deck of cards. If you want, shuffle them up, mix them up, whatever you want to do. And then I want you to spread them out in front of your eyes, nice and close to you, so no one else can see. And I want you to think of any card in that deck. And if you don't want, change your mind. Think of any card, and when you're done, you got it in your brain, close the deck. Close the deck, put them between your hands, flat like a pancake. Boom, other hand right on top, like a pancake, so you can't even see them. Fair? I put together a list of 50 animals that don't have a team, and you're gonna know why. Read some of these out for me.
Whale, lizard, hippo, dog, elephant, grasshopper, zebra, rabbit.
There's 50 of them, right? Frog, whatever, take it, you take it. Open it somewhere in the middle, and look at one of those animals. Open it up, you can look, open it up, you got it? Think of the suit. Heart, diamond, club, spade. Saw that reaction, it's a diamond, isn't it? Yeah. I'm gonna do you one better than just guessing the card. I'm gonna find it. Hold tight, let me reach in there. I'm gonna say it's about halfway down, maybe about 27 cards. I got it. Hold tight. Tell us all, what card did you think of? Say it.
7 of diamonds.
Pulls out the 7 of diamonds.
What were you thinking of?
Goldfish.
A goldfish? I got you. Look, open your hands.
Oh,
And there's a goldfish in a glass case in Dak's hands.
I don't get it. Like, I don't know how they do this.
Like, I know that he's reading body language. I get it.
Okay, what? All right, here's my
Some
question.
tell, because he's done the goldfish thing in the past, and people are like, well, what if Dak or Dante Fowler thought of a giraffe? What if they thought of an elephant? How's the guy going to get an elephant or a giraffe in the hands? So obviously there's something. But how did he get a glass case with a goldfish in it in Dak Prescott's hands? He had a card.
I don't know. I have no idea. Like, that's what bothers me about this. Like, you know.
All right, there's two types of people. You're either blown away by, well, three. You're blown away, you're not impressed because you hate life, or this is some sorcery, and you don't F with that stuff.
And
My wife gets into that sometimes. You know, she brings up, rubbing the egg on you and the bad juju, and I'm like, get that crap out of here. What are you talking about? But believing in like that witch doctor stuff.
Okay.
Some people get freaked out like this is the sign of bad things.
This is
like a Ouija board.
You do the thing with the cross your fingers.
Yeah.
I don't know how they do this. I'm fascinated by it. I think it's great. I think it's super cool. Does part of me cynically think, okay, this is fake? Of course, there's got to be.
Sure.
Like
that he told Dak.
That he told Dak.
Pull this out from under the table.
Yes, part of it happens, but I mean, like, how did he know? How did he know he was going to choose a 7 of diamonds?
I know.
Did he go? Does he research Dak and find out that Dak's favorite number 7,
right,
and that he loves diamonds, or that he likes red, and he just narrowed it down to 1?
Someone will tell us on the chartwreck.com text line. Pepe, are you amazed? Do you have any idea how it's done?
I have no idea. I mean, just card tricks, like pick a card, any card. That blows my mind. I love doing those. I'll do those all the time. And this, I mean, watching this, listen to it, it blows my mind again. I just want it to be done to me. I mean, because, yeah, I mean, I understand that people think, oh, it's fake. He was set up. Honestly, like, absolutely, it could happen. But it's like, unless I know it, I'm just going to believe it's real.
All right, here's the second one.
Okay.
This is Micah. It's going to be a lit candle.
All right.
All right, I'm just setting this up. It's not the best for audio. Hopefully that one was okay. He's going to have Micah hold his hand. Think about holding your hand over a lit candle. Eventually, it's going to burn you.
Mm-hmm.
Then he does some mind trick stuff to him. Micah's going to hold his hand over it a second time for like 3 times longer. And then listen to what happens with Mike McCarthy running the stopwatch.
Micah, grab these matches, please. Do me a favor. Take one out. Light it. Perfect. Coach, you got your phone? Micah, here's where this gets good. Get a little closer. I'm going to have you put your hand. This pain is in your mind. I'm telling you, you're going to put your hand 1 inch above this flame. Right there. I want you almost touching it. And when you feel like it's too hot, which it will be, I want you to pull away. Coach, you're going to time it and see how long. You don't hurt yourself. See how long before you feel like it's hurting you.
I used to do this as a kid.
Coach, when he does it, I want you to start the timer. When he stops, pull it away. Bring it closer, closer, closer than that. Got to be closer. Don't hold the candle. Just hold your hand out. A little closer. You're too far away from it. Oh, stop it, stop it. Tell him how much. Tell him, show him, Coach, how much?
5.4.
5.41. Pain is in your mind. Look at me. If I were to just tap right there, watch this, just one time, bam, right there, it's like I opened up a hole inside his brain. And next time when you put your hand over there, all that fire, that heat's gonna go through your arm, through your body, up through your hand, dissipate. You're gonna feel no heat, no pain. Look at me and say, hold your hand out. And I want you to bring it right on top. And when he starts, and I think you're gonna go double. I think you're going triple. I don't even know how far you're gonna go. Bring your hand really close.
First
and I want
time
you to start that timer, Coach.
Five
Start that timer,
seconds.
Coach.
Five
Right there.
seconds first
Get it from the
time.
side so you can see it. Don't kill the flame. Just bring it in close. Hold your hand straight. You timing this, Coach?
Got it.
How's he doing? He's going.
Nah,
No pain. Look at me. Look at me. Say no pain. Say no pain. The flame better be going. Can we see underneath there? No pain. Can you hold your hand up? Just make sure that's on fire. No pain. We still going? When you feel it, you stop though.
Oh, nah. No.
Pull it. Are you pulling away?
No.
Oh, stop it.
No.
Oh, tell him, how much did he go?
25, 7-1.
25,
stop
how
it.
much?
Wow.
So he increased it by 5,
Yeah,
right? First
5
time,
times.
he got burned at 5 seconds. Second time, he got burned at 25 seconds. So somehow, some way, he was able to tolerate and deal with the pain longer. That's not the craziest part. Play with McCarthy on the stopwatch with the time until the very end, Pepe. Let's go ahead and finish the clip.
The flame better be going. Can we see underneath there? No pain. Can you hold your hand up? Just make sure that's on fire. No pain. We still going? When you feel it, you stop though.
Oh, nah. No.
Oh, pull it. Are you pulling away?
No.
Oh, stop it.
No.
Oh, tell him, how much did he go?
25, 7-1.
25, how much? 25, 7-1. Show them. Listen to me.
Hey, y'all not gonna believe me, bro. Y'all not gonna believe me.
What did you say? 25.71?
Yes.
I knew you could do that, Micah. Listen to me, though. Listen to me. I'm not being motivational. Everyone, look. 25.71. I knew you.
He wrote it on his arm before. He rolls his arm sleeve up and it says 25.71 to the
Oh my God.
to the point.
Oh my God.
To the point of the seconds, whatever they call that.
I don't know.
To the 10th, the 100th, whatever. He wrote 25.71 beforehand? How?
So people are saying on the Trek.com text line that he says trigger words that lead you to think of the card he wants you to choose. It's subliminal, right?
Yeah.
But you would have to convince me on that one that he saw Mike press start and he has a clock in him.
Yeah. But how 25 point to the exact number?
So he would have, my guess.
Yeah.
He wrote it on his arm.
He did.
Saw Mike press start, has the clock running in his head, and he told Mike when to stop.
Like kind of coaching him out of it.
Coach, okay, right? That's
But to get it to
be able to do
point,
it, that's just wild.
Not just 25 seconds.
No, 25.71.
And that would have blown people away to just have 25 written down.
Absolutely.
But 25.71?
Yeah.
Peyton, reaction to that one?
Double mind blown. I don't understand it. Like I said, I mean, I want, and people on the fan text, I mean, some are calling it fake, some are just, this is incredible. But yeah, I mean, it's something that I love to see it when it happens.
I love it. I can't get enough of it. Absolutely fantastic. All right, call of the week. Ontario football.
Yeah, this is Canadian rules football. So our neighbors up in Canada. This is from a college football game. This is college football in Ontario. In Canada is not big. There was about 8,000 people that gathered around for Queen's University against Western University. By the way, if you were to make a movie and you were just making up team names, you would just come up with Western University and like Queen's University or something. So this was a situation where the Gales had a 27-25 lead. This is the Queen's Gales. They're on the verge of pulling the upset. Less than 30 seconds to go in the fourth quarter. Cover your ears, okay? Cover your ears because this guy gets a little bit loud.
Hillick draws back the pass. He's airing it out. It's going to be long. No! No!
Was that the end?
That was it. Could you imagine? One guy, like, he said, touchdown. Could you imagine listening and hearing the no?
Play the drop of it.
No!
That and a football call. All right. Thank you all for being Tolos, part of the 6 a.m. club. We're trying to get you to your weekend as quickly as possible with the Hump Day edition. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt is out with the Rumbly Tumbly. I think he just didn't want to celebrate y'all's birthday. Very rude of him.
Very rude.
He doesn't do birthdays, does he? So it makes perfect sense.
That's right.
You know what? He doesn't.
But man, he's been worried all week long. I finally snapped on him yesterday on air because he really I don't know if he really, really, really thinks it, but he thinks he's dying sometimes.
He does.
And he's scheduled an MRI and he pushes it back and he delays it. And I can tell it's in the back of his head. Like something's really wrong with me.
Dying.
So like he hasn't been usual, Bobby. And I was like, you're getting that MRI done today. Like I'm tired of this. I'm so sick and tired of this, oh my God, I need a test and I have this and I have that. And then while he's getting the test, he's got the runs.
He has the runs. We got in the elevator yesterday, and he goes, "Man, my eyes twitching. I think it's like a stroke sign or something like that." And I'm like, "I think you're okay. Like my eyes. We've all had a twitch, right under the eye.
Yeah. Yes.
I was like, I've had a twitch there before.
Yes.
It's fine." He goes, "Isn't that some kind of blood thing?" I'm like, "Yeah, it's a twitch, man. It's a spasm."
An even scarier sign of the times, Belichick, Saban, Mike Tomlin losing. What is going on in the sports world? It's like the Blue Moon.
Yeah.
Is it the Blue Moon version of the sports world? And a concert ticket giveaway for you next on Sean and RJ.
Well, let's get you over to the greatness of Diamond.
in studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. We're about to hook you up with a concert ticket giveaway here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. I'm Sean Trafe alongside RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt is out sick today.
Bobby, keep bringing the coffee.
Keep bringing the coffee. Exactly. Put him in his place, JJ. Power rankings at 8, but let's see what the real experts, the ones who build the casinos off of us, think. Bet online with the favorite to win the Super Bowl as of today and this week.
I'm going to go and say they believe. Ooh, it's tough because I think they would still say Mahomes. I'll say Kansas City's still the favorite.
They are not.
Or San Francisco.
San Francisco is the favorite at 6-1. Kansas City is second with Mahomes and his new deal.
Yeah, $216 million guaranteed or $210 million guaranteed over the 4 years. That it's just a restructure, so he's going to get all that money, and that'll pay him what, $52 million?
52 over the next 4 seasons.
Yeah,
so
not bad work if you can get it.
He got bumped down to 8 with the flurry of new deals in the offseason, just like that.
I know, it's crazy. Now, his deal was always team friendly anyway.
Yeah,
and he was never going to be blowing the world away, but. I mean, look.
And all this money is now guaranteed, by the way.
The restructure is, right?
They restructured the agreement. They're giving him $210 million between this year and 2026.
And all that's guaranteed.
Guaranteed.
Yeah. So it like you could make a case that, he's grossly underpaid.
That's what Clark Hunt said, friend of the station.
Yeah. I mean,
he's like, there's no money we can give him that is fair.
They could justify paying him $100 million a year. They really could, because if they pay him, they're still going to make the playoffs every year. They may be completely. That would come to a point where it's diminishing returns because he would have literally no help around him. But they could easily pay him.
So San Fran, then Kansas City, then who? Pepe, you're a gambler, so feel free to chime in as well if you want. San Fran, KC, then who to win it all?
I'll go Philly.
It is Philly, 7-1. Then who?
I think they're gonna make a lot of money on Philly this year. Let's see.
Why?
I think people are gonna bet on them, and I don't think they're that team. I think their year was last year.
Ooh.
Their year was last year.
So you're on the Bobby camp?
No, because I think Jalen Hurts is a good player. I just think Philadelphia, their defense was amazing last year, and it's not going to be the same this year.
Yeah.
And Jalen's not Patrick Mahomes.
Right.
So you need some help. Okay, so we've had Philly, San Fran, KC. Let's go Cowboys there.
Yes. 15-2. So I just wanted to see how much it jumped based upon this perfect start. February, they were 16-1. September, 12-1. Later in September, 10-1. And right now, 15-2.
So 7.5-1. Which is and San Fran 6-1?
San Fran is 6-1.
And Philly and KC are 7-1?
Philly's 7-1. Kansas City's 13-2.
So 6.5. Okay. All right. I mean, look, they're jumbled, man. They do not see a great disparity between those 4 teams. And I've got to be honest, you could I think you could throw maybe Miami in there.
Well, after Dallas, it's Buffalo 10-1. Baltimore and Miami are tied at 11-1. So those are the odds to win it all. Peyton, lowest odds, the least chance to win the Super Bowl this year.
Give me the Arizona Cardinals.
Yes, they are 1,000-1.
Followed by Chicago.
Followed by Houston 500-1. Chicago 200-1, tied with Carolina.
Yeah, I'll tell you one thing I found when doing this these power rankings that we'll do at 8 o'clock. There are your clear cuts, and there's a drop off. There is a drop off, I think, after 4 or 5, maybe 6 that you can get to.
You want to guess? By the way, NFC East. This is how tight they have it. The Eagles are even money to win the division. Cowboys are 21-20. That's pretty close, right?
Yeah, it's plus probably it's like plus 105.
MVP, Peyton.
MVP. Well, they're not going to go Micah Parsons because they hate defensive players. Anyone but a quarterback. I'm still going to go Mahomes.
Okay.
Tua.
It is Tua. Tua 6-1, then Mahomes, then Hurts. Jalen's not putting up MVP numbers. Well,
rushing touchdowns.
Rushing touchdowns. He'd be tush push. He'd be tush push. Jalen Hurts is tied with Josh Allen, and then Lamar, Trevor, Brock Purdy, and Dak are tied at 12-1 to win the MVP. Then Herbert, Burrow. When's that going to plummet? Burrow's tied with Micah at 20-1.
Wow.
Yeah.
You know, we're probably a few weeks away from having a legitimate is Tua in the top 7 quarterback discussion. If he keeps playing like this.
Yeah.
Now, the health is always going to be an issue with him, but when he's healthy, man, he's pretty fantastic.
There's not even another defensive player on the board, and I got like 20 names. It's Micah Parsons up there tied. Defensive player of the year so far, Micah, the favorite at 2-1, followed by TJ Watt, Myles Garrett, then Chris Jones. Of course, Micah led the way last year before kind of running out of gas. Early coach.
But McCarthy.
Nope.
Is Dan Campbell still up there?
I'm now going to make you guess until we get to McCarthy. Dan Campbell is not 1 or 2.
Okay. Mike McDaniel.
Mike McDaniel is not 1. Remember the offseason winner, the Justin Fields of coaches. Offseason hype.
Justin Fields of coaches.
Bobby didn't like it. I made that reference yesterday. NFC South.
Saints coach?
No.
Dennis Allen?
Arthur Smith.
Oh, yeah.
Arthur Smith.
Yeah, okay. 2-0. There's a surprise element there.
Yeah, Desmond Ritter.
Uh-huh.
So in order, I'm going to give you all these coaches.
Is Todd Bowles up there?
Here's the order. Arthur Smith, Mike McDaniel, Dan Campbell, John Harbaugh, Matt LaFleur, Todd Bowles, Mike McCarthy. McCarthy's 7th on the list, right ahead of Dennis Allen, Mike Tomlin, and Kyle Shanahan.
He is forever the disrespected
disgusting.
head coach.
Disgustingly.
Now, should he be ahead of Mike McDaniel? Or, look, if Atlanta makes the playoffs with Desmond Ritter, I can't say anybody should be ahead of him. You know, the Lions haven't won the NFC North like ever as of the North. It used to be the NFC Central, right? But they haven't won a division since the early 90s. If Dan can't, okay, you can put him there, but 7th? Nah, man, I can't put Mike that low. Like that, not after 2 weeks.
Jared Sandler, our Rangers insider and play-by-play, will join us at 7:20 to kick off the Expressway. But 7 o'clock, you know what happens for turning it on, leaving it on.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of last chance tickets to see Neo when the R&B star brings his Champagne and Roses tour along with Mario and Pleasure P to Dos Equis Pavilion on Wednesday, September 27th. Get tickets and information now at livenation.com. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
All right, speaking of Mike Tomlin, and we've talked about Nick Saban throughout this year with Bobby bragging. Bizarro sports world. What's going on?
Yeah, it is a bizarro sports world. Mike Tomlin says, you know, like he's sitting there talking, and he's kind of under some fire. He's under a little bit of heat because the offense is terrible.
Yeah,
the offense is terrible.
It's been unwatchable for 4 years since Roethlisberger started falling off.
It really has.
Unwatchable.
And I was just scanning of what we have talked about over the last couple of, about a week and a half now, where we've really kind of laid into Nick Saban, right?
What he did at quarterback was a joke.
And really, since the transfer portal opened up, they've lost their biggest advantage, which is talent. They had such a talent advantage that if somebody got hurt, and injuries are such a huge part of sports in football, they just brought another 5-star guy behind them. And they had 3 5-star players on their depth chart. They don't have that anymore. And now they're mortal. And Bill Belichick, he loses Tom Brady. I mean, Bill can't win football games now.
Yeah.
He can't win football games. We saw this with Greg Popovich. He loses Tim Duncan. He loses Ginobili and Parker. And they just had the number 1 pick. And they're getting Wemby, and we'll see. And then Mike Tomlin, they had a quarterback. Now their team is just unwatchable. They all had a clear advantage over the rest of their competition. Now, Ben may not have been a clear advantage, but he was still good enough to always get you a winning record.
He's going to be a Hall of Famer.
And he's going to be a Hall of Famer. He's not Tom Brady, but like they had, Belichick had the ultimate advantage, and Popovich had the ultimate advantage, and Saban had the ultimate one. And now none of these guys have that anymore. And it's like, oh, well, wow, look at this. Alabama was just tied at 3 at halftime with a team that went 0-8 in the American Athletic Conference last year. That was 1-11. Bill's about to get fired. Tomlin's team stinks.
Bill Belichick's about to get fired.
Yeah, he's going to get fired. Like, Tomlin's team stinks. None of this is really their fault. It's just they had such an advantage, and now they don't have it anymore. And it's like, well, okay. Are we surprised? And I think conventional wisdom says we are. We are surprised. We thought, oh, Bill will just, he'll just flip a switch, and they'll be great again. And Saban will just do this, and they'll be great again. And it's just not the case.
877-881-1053, chartrek.com text line, the number to call to win the tickets. What happened with Tomlin at this presser?
So he was asked about the offense, and I guess I can't say he was even asked about it. The reporter decided to give his take, and you could tell Tomlin he wanted nothing to do with it.
Once again, like I asked you last week, in terms of the slow start of Kenny Pickett, it seems like it's starting to be recurrent. They talk about Matt Canada, but I don't think it's all on Coach Canada. I think that the slow start of Kenny has to take its own responsibility.
Question. What's the question?
Are you going to do anything to spur them or either one of them to kind of maybe up the ante a little bit?
Certainly. We got planning to do next week. It doesn't make sense for me to divulge it in this setting. We got a game coming up in 6 days. We'll let that do our talking.
Question.
That was McAfee and them laughing at it.
What's the question?
What's
the question?
Certainly.
He's just saying, I don't think it's Matt Canada that's the problem. I think it's Kenny Pickett. Okay, what's your question, man? We're up here doing questions. It's Q&A.
Bobby does this sometimes with he talks a lot before the question.
Yeah.
He talks to a certain amount, and then I get my phone out to get ready to hit the timer, but then he asks the question.
Yeah.
But he gets in there.
He'll chia follow you.
Yeah. A little bit. All right. Get well, Roberto. It's a double birthday day on the show for RJ Choppy and Peyton Russell. He was too baseball depressed to talk yesterday. Rangers won, so he's able to join us. Let's check in on the AL West race with Jared Sandler, and then we'll chop it up before NFL Power Rankings. Expressway, commercial free, next on The Fan.
Let's get you over to
by QC Kinetics.
All right, no balls, 2 strikes the count. The 0-2 pitch. Swinging the ball, hit back up the middle. Past Urias and into center. A base hit. Heim coming around third. He scores standing up. RBI single for Leody Taveras. And the Rangers lead 4-3.
Pixie with the call. This is your home for Rangers baseball. We are all going to be out there on Friday night, section 133, to kick off the Seattle series. Rangers insider play-by-play, Jared Sandler. Any predictions on what will happen in right field with the entire station out there with the Tolos on Friday?
Let's see. I think, well, I hope we're going to have some like crazy, wacky chants. I expect a lot of creativity out of you guys. I expect RJ to have his shirt off by the 3rd inning, not because anyone asked or encouraged him to do it, just because he felt like, it was the right thing to do.
Hey, it's his birthday today. You got to be nice. Him and Peyton.
Oh, happy birthday,
Thank
Bob,
you.
or RJ. And then I think there's a 20% chance that Bobby ends up running on the field, because any Tolo fan event, he loves to drink, and a part of what they like to do out there is get that beer snake going. And I worry after like 2 beers that Bobby might lose control and be streaking out in right center field.
Is when you're in the booth, is 133 something that you can you pick up what they're saying and some of the different chants as this kind of grown in popularity and some of the things they've kind of come up with?
Yeah, I think for the most part can hear what they're saying. There are a few times when I hear a chant, I'm not quite sure what it is. I think on Monday they had a huge group out there, and last time the Angels were here, when Ohtani hit, they chanted "Come to Texas," and it was easy to pick that up because you're sort of anticipating something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Connor Wong, the number 9 hitter for the Red Sox, their catcher, was up, and they started chanting "Come to Texas," but they did it as a joke, right? So I wasn't sure what they were chanting, because I didn't think that they would be chanting "Come to Texas" to a guy who is hitting like 240. But no, for the most part, can hear what they're doing. I think it's really cool. Whenever Corey Seager comes up, they chant MVP. I think that's awesome. They do roll call in the 1st inning. I think that's great. I know that people think they're copying the Yankees, and you know what? They are.
Yeah.
But there's nothing wrong with that. It's not like the Yankees trademarked that and you're the only team in Major League Baseball that can have fun by doing something like that. If it gets the crowd going, then great. The one thing I would say, and if there are fans listening, I would encourage you, there is no rule that if you are not in sections 132 or 133 that you can't take part. Maybe the roll call is only out there because, that's whatever, but there's no rule that you can't be loud, you can't join in on the chants, you can't make a lot of noise if you're not in those sections. And so hopefully this weekend Rangers fans, get loud, because this series here is going to be huge.
Let me ask you this. The visiting ballparks that you go to, what percentage of them stand up for the home team with 2 strikes?
I would say a lot of the teams that have been good in recent years, or maybe a little, they have a little more tenure. They do, like Fenway Park, Yankee Stadium. You'll see it a lot. It's not necessarily the whole ballpark in the 2nd inning, definitely later in games, but that's definitely something that should happen. You get 2 strikes.
I love it.
Get on your feet. That's a big moment, and I don't know how much a pitcher. I don't know how much any of the Rangers pitchers improve when that happens, but I know it doesn't hurt. And you create an atmosphere. There's a reason home field advantage can be a thing, and a part of it for a player is the familiarity of the venue and getting to sleep in your own bed and all that stuff. But another part of it is the atmosphere that's created and the noise that is kind of on your side and pushing you or supporting you, getting behind you. And so many players talk about how that helps. So it's got to make a difference, and the louder fans are, it has to help.
Do you think that's more, recent success, or do you think that's more like just the personality of certain fan bases?
I think I think a lot of it is tradition based, and I think success has something to do with it, because if you're not, if you haven't won, and let's be honest, the Rangers over the last 6 years coming into this year, not only have they not won, but they haven't been in even, this situation, right? They haven't played meaningful games. And so you're not going to have 30+ thousand, on a given night. We had 28,000 or something on Monday. I know that, isn't a sellout, but for a Monday night during the school year, that's a heck of a crowd. Last year, that would have been like 15,000 or something, like 18,000. So, when you're winning, you have crowds, you have the opportunity to have atmospheres, then you establish stuff. And then the hope is that, maybe when 15 years from now, hopefully, the Rangers go through their next wave where maybe they need to take a couple years to reset, that you've established something and that it doesn't get lost. So that's why I think teams like, the Cubs and the Yankees and the Red Sox, the Cardinals, like those fan bases, they, through ups and downs, their fans kind of already have an identity and they know what to do. And it'd be great to bring something like that here to the Rangers. And here's the thing, guys. I mean, this organization's been around for 50+ years. And, I think we're entering a period where, this team is going to compete for a long time. But if you think about the history of the organization, how many years have the Rangers really competed for a playoff spot? And the answer is less than half. And a part of it is because for the better part of this organization's existence, 2 teams per league made the playoffs. It wasn't until the 90s when it really started to open up. So saying that they didn't make the playoffs from 72 until the 96 season is a little deceiving to someone who, is thinking about playoffs in the current format or in one of the recent iterations. But it doesn't change the fact that this team has made the playoffs just, a handful of times in its existence. And so it's understandable why some of those traditions and whatnot maybe haven't totally developed and taken form.
Jared Sandler here on the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill Hotline 105.3 The Fan. What is the feeling? We're all going to talk about and want to know, how are they dealing with this impending? First off, before I get to that, does it sound and feel weird that they're a half game back of the Astros?
Guys, they can go to sleep. We can have dinner tonight with the Rangers in first place of the AL West.
Wow.
But isn't that crazy? And Kyle Bradish is pitching for the Orioles. He's been really good for them. So, the Orioles, that's who the Astros are playing. Good chance that the Orioles maybe complete the sweep. The Astros really aren't playing great right now.
Yeah.
It is kind of crazy. But, the Rangers, the Rangers have not played well consistently of late. But all these people saying, oh, they stink and they're such a bad team and blah, blah, blah. I just think sometimes people forget that winning baseball games not easy, and winning 100 games while some teams like the Braves and recent Astros teams maybe make it seem easy, it's just not. And so you're going to have these ups and downs. People want to complain because the Rangers lose to this team that's not a juggernaut. Well, the Astros had series recently where they lost 2 of 3 to the Royals and 2 of 3 to the A's. I mean, these things happen. So it is, it does feel like it's been a roller coaster. And I think because of the way the Rangers have lost games, it almost feels like, worse than it is. But yeah, I mean, the Rangers, just the fact that they can get back to first place shows how wide open this thing is. But it's also pretty crazy, guys, because, I said this the other day on the postgame show, the difference between first place in the AL West and not being in the playoffs is, only a couple games. It's a pretty tight line that you're walking, when you think about the, both ends of that spectrum.
Sandler, Boch got, he got tossed. The night before, you saw, he said something, I don't know if it was directed at Heim, at the umpire, at Will Smith. Is his frustration level just kind of boiling at this point? Like he doesn't have any answers, like nobody does?
Yeah, I mean, he said it yesterday with KMC. He's a competitor too, and so sometimes that stuff shows. Getting the chance to be around him this year, he does an incredibly impressive job of not showing his emotions externally. I mean, having conversations with him, this guy, he is as big of a competitor as there is. And so, I think there is some frustration, obviously, as you'd expect. And I think that, it was showing, especially, he's the guy who's making the pitching decisions, right? I mean, he and Mike Maddox in collaboration, but he's the guy who it falls on him. He's the one who goes out there. He takes the ball. He's the one who signals for the new pitcher. He's the guy who's the bullpen wizard. And I just think, a lot of people always want to point a finger and lay blame. And, the first people that fans, are going to blame are the pitchers. But, people, because they need to blame someone else, maybe they're going to blame him. I just think that, at the end of the day, I don't know what he can do. And I think that there's some frustration there because he's tried different things. Like one of the narratives I've heard is, oh, he keeps doing the same thing. No, he doesn't. Go look at the pitching patterns the last month and a half. He hasn't done the same thing, but they've all not worked. So he keeps getting back to things that he's done previously, right? He hasn't found something that's consistently worked. And, I love what he did last night with Aroldis Chapman in the 7th inning. He basically said, screw it. Your best hitters are up. It's a high leverage spot. I'm not going to wait for Aroldis Chapman. My best pitcher is going to come in the 7th inning, and we're going to take care of it. And then, unfortunately, you do have to ask the question, all right, well, then who's going to pitch after him? And I think one of the hesitancies in doing something like that is I don't know that you feel great about answering that question. But I think it got to a point yesterday where it was like, who cares? Let's just we'll figure that out. But we got to take control of the game in that moment. But I just think, I think that there is a lot of frustration because I don't think, I think he's tried a million different things and they're just not working.
Jared Sandler here on The Fan. What do you say to those who blame Chris Young for not doing enough to address the bullpen?
I say that to go from 90 losses to the playoffs is incredibly hard. And when you lose 90 games, it is because your roster two things. One, it can be like the 2014 Rangers where you just get ravaged by injuries and your roster is really not that bad when healthy, and then you come back in 2015 and you make the playoffs. That wasn't the case last year. You look at the roster last year, that was a 90-plus loss roster. And you look at the rotation, I mean, you were getting lots of starts from Dane Dunning pre-hip surgery, Taylor Hearn, Glenn Otto. It just wasn't a good team, roster-wise. And when that is the case, that means you have a lot of holes. And so it's not easy to fix all those holes from one year to the next. You're not going to have a complete roster. Now, at the deadline, the Rangers added Aroldis Chapman and Chris Stratton. There were not a lot of relievers moved. I don't, every year I always say that the trade deadline takes on its own kind of own personality each year. There's some years where it seems like, relievers are changing teams, every 2 seconds in the week leading up to the deadline. For whatever reason, that wasn't the case this year. I don't know why. I don't know if the price for, relief help, be it a rental or someone who's controllable, was higher than it normally is. But they made a lot of moves. They did more than any other team at the deadline in terms of improving their roster. And I just think they had so many holes from last year to this year. They did a really nice job of putting themselves in this position. And like I said, it's just not easy to fill all those holes over the course of one off season. They now have a blueprint. They know what they have from a competitive standpoint. They've taken a big step forward, and I would expect another aggressive off season, maybe not in the way of, $500 million spent, but I think you're going to see a lot of new faces in the Rangers bullpen next year. They probably got to make a move to, boost their rotation. I think they got some opportunities in their lineup with some young players coming up, surpluses in certain spaces from a position group standpoint that you might see some major league talent for major league talent trades to try and, have more of a complete roster.
If they make the playoffs, who is the game one starter?
So the reality is they're probably not clinching until a day or two before. I mean, it'd be tough to imagine they clinch 5 days before. So the game one starter, because of the quick turnaround, is probably going to be whoever the freshest is out of Montgomery, Eovaldi, and Gray, maybe Dunning. But I think if you were to tell me, hey, they can totally
all things equal.
Yeah, I go Montgomery unless it's the Rays, because the Rays kill lefties. I think Nathan Eovaldi took a nice step in the right direction yesterday. I think he's the old reliable. I think they'd feel good about Nathan Eovaldi starting game one.
They do feel so. His next outing will be to 95. Is that they'll get to him about 95 pitches in his next outing?
Yeah, I mean, yes, he got into the 80s yesterday, right? So I I think his next outing in theory should be just kind of a regular outing. And hopefully,
what have you seen from his stuff compared to pre-injury?
Yeah, I've seen a guy who's, one pitch with the splitter, it looks normal. The next one, it's like he's just trying to kind of figure stuff out again. And I was talking to Bassick about it yesterday. I love when he does pre and post on TV because we'll sit and we'll watch the game together, and he can break that stuff down. He and CJ do such a great job with that. And basically just talked about how it's like late March for him. And so it's not abnormal. He's like, well, what if he made this start in spring training? What would you say? And I'd be like, sure. Like, working on things. So is it pre-All-Star game stuff right now? I mean, the velocity is nice. No issues there. But obviously, I think the consistency with the breaking balls, Mike and CJ were talking about, being rotational and stuff like that. That's what he's got to get back. And hopefully, I think he took a step forward from his previous start to yesterday. And now hopefully he can take a step forward from yesterday to his next start, because his next start's likely coming against Seattle. If not his next start, then the one after that will be against Seattle and probably will be super meaningful.
Seager missed 30, 40 games, but it feels like a lifetime ago in the construct of the MVP race. Shohei's missed them all in the last 3-4 weeks. Does he have a chance, or is this still just Shohei's and he's going to be basically unanimous?
Yeah, I feel like it's going to be Shohei. I mean, I think if Corey missed maybe 20 games instead of 40, it's possible. Looking at past voting history, a couple years ago, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. had a 48 home run season and played basically every game, and he didn't get a single vote, when Ohtani won. Ohtani's pitching numbers are similar. He's not hitting as many home runs, or didn't hit as many home runs this year as 2 years ago, but some of his other offensive numbers are actually better. And he's baseball's darling, and I get it. I just think it's unfortunate because I think in a lot of other years, Corey Seager would have a really good chance or get more consideration because what he's done offensively is remarkable. He's having one of the greatest seasons in franchise history. He's going to set franchise records, in all likelihood. He's got a really good chance in OPS and slugging percentage. He leads the American League in doubles despite missing 40 games. I mean, you can go on and on about some of the superlatives for Corey this season, and they're phenomenal. And the other thing is he made an error last night. It's just the second error that Corey and Marcus together have made since July 9th. The Rangers have gotten really good defensive play up the middle from those two. And I think that's been a big part of their success this year. Their defense has been really, really good.
And next week, your Trojans in Colorado. Have you bought into – first of all, forget about buying into Colorado. Are you even worried about that game? Because theoretically, you guys should just wipe the floor with them.
RJ, yeah, ever since I went to USC, I missed the national championship years. They screw things up every single year. They've already sent bad karma into the world by suspending that writer for some stupid reason. So, yeah, I mean, they actually I am worried about it. I think that game might be 70-63 because I'm still not sure that USC can stop anyone. I also don't think Colorado can stop anyone. But I got to admit this. I maybe things change. I need to take an L on the Deion stuff. I thought that he was just a charade and an act, and it was a joke, and he was just going to run that program into the ground because, it just, to me, he kind of is a fraud. But he did a great job at Jackson State. He's done a heck of a job already at Colorado. What he's done, I don't think people realize how bad they were last year. Yeah. It seems like he's brought some discipline into that program. The one thing I worry about is he brings a ton of attention to that program. There's a lot of those bulletin board material things, the sunglass stuff, and it's great when it works. And he can handle that. Deion was always unbelievable at, opening his mouth and running his mouth and backing it up and then dealing with it if he couldn't back it up. How are 19 and 20-year-old kids going to deal with that every single week? Because it's not Deion's fault, but with Deion comes a lot of attention. Yeah. And so for the sake of those kids, I hope that they're ready to deal with that every week. But they've been fun to watch, and I got to take an L because Deion so far has done a great job with that program.
You going to take a bigger L with Deion or Mike McCarthy?
Ooh.
What was my Mike McCarthy take?
Maybe it was KT. crapping on Mike for
Yeah, I just thought my take with Mike was that it was time for him to go in Green Bay. I didn't discount the fact that he won 60% of his regular season games. I think that Mike McCarthy is an out of shape Sean Payton. I think Sean Payton is incredibly overrated. No, I think we sometimes look at a guy like Mike McCarthy and look at a guy like Sean Payton, and it just subconsciously changes the way we perceive it. Sean Payton's got a good marketing team. I think that guy's he doesn't suck. He's a good coach, but he is not some savior. And I hope they lose every single game after the crap he pulled calling out Nathaniel Hackett. To me, that was such a joke for a guy that rode Drew Brees' coattails for a decade and won the same amount of Super Bowls that Mike McCarthy did riding Aaron Rodgers' coattails. So I thought Mike McCarthy's a fine coach. I don't think he's, amazing. I think it's kind of ridiculous that he lied about the whole, the watching the tape and then joked about it on day one. And it's like, oh, that's so funny. Aren't we all having a good time here? That's kind of odd, but yeah, I think he's fine. I definitely am taking a really big L with Deion. There's no doubt about it.
Thank you, brother. Fantastic stuff. We'll be listening this afternoon. Appreciate it.
Let's go get first place, guys. See ya.
12:30 pregame. First pitch, 1 o'clock on this radio station. Where are the Cowboys in your power rankings? 1, 2, or 3? We'll do it at 8 o'clock. Right now, let's chop it up.
All right, here we go, fellas. Let's have a little fun today.
Do you have to pet every dog that comes to you?
Oh, you have to. Bad karma if you don't.
Okay, is that a rule? Like, do you guys consider that a rule?
I think it. No one else does.
All right, so this is interesting because this was on a flight. An anonymous dog hater has gone viral after confessing to an entire plane of fellow passengers that turned against him when he refused to pet a service dog that was roaming loose at the cabin. He's like, I do not like dogs. He's 35. He goes, I hate this trend of flying with your dog. I don't understand why you can't just leave the dog at home. That's a quote. That's not for me. I didn't say that.
Very insensitive.
I didn't say that, okay? It's what the quote says. He goes, so we take off. We get to altitude. A dog, say 20 pounds, comes walking down the aisle by itself, just walking around on its own. This is a Reddit post. Up and down. People are petting it. It's going up to people. Positively interacting with it.
Yep.
Now it
happened on my JSX flight. About 3 or 4 dogs, and I've been fortunate. I've been on a good allergy run as I just wiped my nose on the fan cam, and this dog sitting right behind me set off some allergies.
Mm-hmm.
And number 2, the dog went to the bathroom and you could smell it. So I got no issues with this person not petting the dog. It can set off the allergies, man.
It could definitely set off the allergies.
I mean, Franklin Franco covered dog bites for a reason.
Yeah.
You don't want to. You want to start a fight? Start a pit bull. Start a pit bull discussion.
Yeah.
Woo!
I mean, that'll start a fight with you. But I mean, look, there also, aren't you not supposed to pet service dogs?
I didn't. Yeah, you're not supposed to.
You're not?
No.
Why?
And I made that mistake in college. I had I think they call it a TA, teacher assistant, tutor meet or whatever, and they had a service dog, and I didn't see the sign on that said "Do not pet," and I went up and rubbed its ears, and the dog kind of looked at me like, "Oh, what are you doing?" Because they're on duty, like they're supposed to be servicing the humans, Sean. And I know
servicing the humans.
So like you're not supposed to mess with it, right? It's supposed to be focused. It's supposed to be no distractions, and so I think that's why you're not supposed to.
I'm going to keep my mouth shut.
You'll get canceled.
I'm not going to get canceled. I'm not going to get canceled for talking about dogs on airplanes.
Yeah, like this to me is like.
Do I have to pet a cat? Do I have to pet every cat that I see?
Cats are disgusting. Don't touch cats.
Cats are weird, man. I don't get cats. I mean, I suppose, like, you actually.
They really are. I'm going to say it. They're bitches. I'm sorry for the kids in the car. Everyone says for a female dog. That's what cats are. My wife wants one. I'm adamant against it, and now freaking jerk over here.
Me?
Yeah, you. He's put it in my head to get one to keep the snakes away from my new house in the woods, and I'm 40% considering it now because I'm so terrified of snakes.
Well, look, I mean, they will.
Not that the cats are going to kill the snakes, but the cats, the mice, the rats, the snakes. The circle of life, but.
Listen,
Anyway.
I'm sort of like I've become like a snake aficionado now. I've learned about it. I live kind of out in the country, although our houses are close together, but we're surrounded by like desert landscape ish. They're around, and there are no. You know how they say like, yo, buy this snake away stuff, buy this stuff, put sulfur in your yard. Like the only way to keep them out is to take away their food supply. That's it. Yeah. So you get the cat theoretically takes care of the mice.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, you see a reduction in snakes. That's kind of the easiest way. So but anyway, you have to pet, if you don't have to pet every dog, I guess if you're a service dog, don't pet them, but the dog just comes by, whatever, right? Next one. This woman, does your wife, and Peyton, your future girlfriend, wear a lot of your clothes around the house?
T-shirt. Some station shirts.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what Sarah wears, right? Yeah. Station shirts. Some of my T-shirts. I've got free shirts I've gotten.
Yeah.
Well, this woman is complaining.
Nothing else.
Nothing else.
Not shorts, not sweatpants, not boxers. Maybe a sweatshirt here and there, maybe, but T-shirt.
Yeah, sweatshirt every now and then, absolutely. This woman is complaining, though, as the tables have turned on her, that her boyfriend is wearing her T-shirts, and she has a problem with it.
Oh, is this sales guy Cody?
Yeah, I mean,
doesn't Cody look like someone who would wear his girlfriend's T-shirts?
He looks like somebody who's able to wear his girlfriend's T-shirts. I cannot believe this. Like, if you're dating a guy that wears the same size T-shirt as you, tell him to eat some protein. Like, don't be a vegan like Cody. My goodness, was he wearing a small, a medium?
He tried to call me the other day. He went to a Crossbuck barbecue, and he's trying to give me this whole burnt ends report. And I could tell he was trying to impress me that he's a barbecue aficionado and he actually eats meat. And he's like, well, the burnt end and the molasses pork. And I'm like, I had lunch with you at Crossbuck, and I didn't see you really eat any of that. Right. You asked them about the hummus. And now all of a sudden you venture out over there by yourself and you're a burnt ends expert. I'm not buying it.
Yeah,
especially not after the way he threw that football.
No,
after
absolutely
all that
not.
talk.
All that talk, he still couldn't win. But she's upset that he's wearing all of her shirts.
And by the way, all you listeners, all you loudmouths who think that you're Al Bundy, next fan event when we're out in public, we're gonna have the football out there. Now, we're probably only good for about 3 or 4 throws, but all of you, oh my God, all of you couch coaches, the same ones who call out every single offensive play as being stupid. You want to be know-it-alls? Bring your right arm out there to the next fan event after y'all made fun of us and destroyed us with our contest and our video in Louisville.
Absolutely.
And dummy Bobby, I was like, how far do you think we threw those footballs? And Bobby's like, 25 yards. I'm like, are you stupid?
Yeah, I paced it off. Like the driveway was 28.
Yeah.
It's like,
what would you say it was?
It wasn't much more than 40.
Okay.
If at all. I mean, it was a disappointment.
I'm not ashamed by that. I'm not embarrassed by that. Well, I'm not embarrassed throwing it 40 yards. 41 years old.
It was a little disappointing, I'll admit, but not embarrassing.
Yeah.
Not embarrassing. But that's where people are.
But all y'all barkers, all you loudmouths on social media, come to the next fan event, and then we'll do it for drinks. We'll do it for shots. Since you think you're Mahomes out here, we'll see. All y'all talk a lot.
All right, Peyton, this one's for you.
Oh.
Women say these people make the best husbands. These people, nerds. Embrace your inner nerd. That's according to TikTok. Everything apparently is right on TikTok. If he owns a lightsaber, that is a green flag.
Oh man, Kevin Hagelin.
Jeff?
Yes. If he is
Jeff who?
Jeff the board.
What's his last name?
Carol.
All right,
there we go. If he has purchased a wand from the wizarding world of Harry Potter,
come on.
That is a green flag. If he has an unhealthy obsession with Ashoka, is that anime? Run to the altar. Those little underestimated nerd boys grow up to be men who see what's inside.
Wow.
Embrace your inner nerd, Peyton Russell, and you will be the purveyor of all.
I play video games. I think that's nerdy enough, right?
Is that nerdy enough?
I have the headset, the call-outs on the video games. I get into. I think that's nerdy.
Does the new girl know about that?
I've told her once, and she'll ask what I'm doing at night. I said, I'm playing Call of Duty with the homies.
Are we allowed to? When are we going to be allowed to say her name after we meet her Friday night at the Ranger game?
Yeah, if things go well. I mean, I would think when we're dating, just because, I don't think any of the girls I've gone on dates with in the past, we haven't really mentioned their names, so we got to be official.
Well, they weren't really. I mean, they lasted for half a second.
Right.
This is going to number 3. This is real.
Serious.
This is getting serious. But I'm not buying that women say this.
I'm not.
Who's this a poll of?
TikTok.
Okay. Oh, TikTok.
Gen Z.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's Gen Z. So it's younger people. Because traditionally women want the powerful, strong type. Have you said her age? Have you told us her age? I just forgot.
24.
Okay.
And Peyton turned 27 today.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So perfect. Because that would probably put her in the Gen Z category, I think, right?
Yes.
Well, has she commented on how you wear your sunglasses? Gen Z is canceling if you wear your sunglasses up to your eyes.
All the way back?
All the way back. That is old. That's how dads wear them.
Really?
You're supposed to wear them at the bridge of your nose in the front to show off your eyebrows.
Oh, my God.
That's douchey.
That's really uncomfortable to wear in the middle of the bridge of the nose.
I totally agree. It's very, very uncomfortable. And plus, it does nothing to protect your eyes.
Do you judge people that wear the big sunglasses, like the Vipers?
No, I don't judge them. My kids wear those. They love them.
All right, give me the glasses people that you judge. I judge croaky people. I judge
Are those the ones with the
string, the thing in the back.
Yeah.
I judge all those people.
Big time judge.
As boat shoe wearing Southern tuck in
Fratty.
every shirt, fratty.
Front tuck, man. That's front tuck guy.
Front tuck guy. Is there another type of glass that you judge? Oakley wear?
I judge, the old school.
Oakley wear to me is like Little League coach, like your first third base coach.
But that's like the sport Oakley.
Yeah.
The sport Oakley Karen sunglasses.
Yeah.
I definitely judge. I've got a little theory. I'm not saying that if you wear those, you are, but 100% of all Karens wear those sunglasses. Like that is to me to be a fact.
All right, there it is. A little chopping it up. Hump Day edition with Sean, RJ. Bobby is out sick. It's Choppy and Peyton's birthday. We got Ryan on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. This is going to be fun. How low will anyone put the Cowboys? And how many people will have them number 1? It is this week's edition of the 1 through 5 NFL Power Rankings. Next on the fan.
Let's get you over to Zero Res. Get your carpet clean, Clean Way, Green Way, and Zero Res Way.
our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the greatest show in sport.
The biggest football game in the history of Western civilization. What a ride it's been.
Oh yeah. The second edition of the Sean and RJ NFL Power Rankings right here on your home of America's team. Jerry Jones joined us yesterday. He'll join KMC on Friday. You get Stephen Jones. You get Zach Martin. You get Mike McCarthy. Why would you listen anywhere else when you're talking about the number one? Are they the number one story in the NFL? I think they are. Does that mean they're the best team in the National Football League? You tell us with your 1 through 5 power rankings on DFW Sports Station. Hit us up on the truckwreck.com text line 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Would you like to go 1 through 5 or 5 through 1? I personally think 5 through 1 is better. Spittle thinks 1 through 5. I think that ruins the intrigue when you're talking about when your team is really, really good.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, let's go 5 through 1. I think we all have Cowboys closer to 1 than 5.
Yeah, let's go ahead and drag it out a little bit, and let's first grade ourselves on last week.
All right, so
because there was some disagreement last week with the Kansas City Chiefs and some other things.
Where to put Kansas City? Where to put the Cowboys? Okay, so we'll get Bobby's out of the way. Bobby was undefeated last week. He had Kansas City at 1. San Fran.
Which, by the way, I think that looks a little shaky unless you're really impressed with that Jacksonville win, but go ahead.
All right, so Kansas City 1, San Fran 2, Cowboys 3, Philadelphia 4, Miami 5. They were all winners.
Looks good. That's a pretty solid outing.
You had San Fran 1, Philadelphia 2, Cowboys 3, Miami 4, Kansas City 5. All winners.
Feel good about that.
Peyton took a loss. He had San Fran 1, Philadelphia 2, KC 3, Cowboys 4, Detroit 5. I took a loss.
Suck it.
I had KC 1, Dallas 2, San Fran 3, Miami 4, Detroit 5. I consider Detroit, again, they do think they're really, really good.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you this. When I was doing this exercise, I came away thinking, right now, today, there's only 4 teams that could win this title after 2 weeks.
Wow.
I struggle with number 5. Now, obviously, there are teams that I don't have in the top 4 that can win it. They get hot. They get the players.
Yeah.
But after 2 weeks, there is a line. There are 4 teams. I shouldn't say. There's 3 teams that have played better than anybody else. Then there's Kansas City, which they're just going to be there for me anyway.
Yeah.
And then there's a line, and then there's 50 feet of crap, and there's everybody else.
Okay. This was pretty easy for me, except for 5.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it was pretty easy. So let's go 5 through 1. Start us off with number 5. Who and why? We'll go around the room.
All right. So, like I said, everybody else, I can only see 4 teams right now. I did consider Detroit. I did consider Philadelphia, although I forgot about them. I did not consider them initially. I had to go talk myself into them. I thought about Baltimore.
Ooh.
I did think about Baltimore. I'm going to surprise you here. I'm going with the Bills.
Not surprised.
They're third after 2 weeks. Again, if anybody points and gives you an advanced metric after 2 weeks, ignore it.
All right,
because they're not ready yet.
You're about to give us one.
I'm going to give you one. They're third. They're third in DVOA. But for the most part, ignore it at the point because you can't really adjust it yet because you don't know the other teams. You don't know how good they are. Everybody says the Jets got a good defense. Well, that's all based on last year, so we don't really know yet. We don't know officially yet. I still think Buffalo's going to be there when it's all said and done at the end, contending. They're a good team, and this is really an indictment on everybody else. It's an indictment on Philadelphia, who has looked lackluster at best through 2 weeks, and they have to. Kansas City doesn't have to prove it anything. Philadelphia still does, so I'll take Buffalo at 5.
Pepe.
My number 5, I've dropped the Philadelphia Eagles from 2 to 5. Back-to-back weeks, they really could have lost both those games. They ended up winning them. I mean, you win some games, you know it happens, but I mean, it has not been impressive. Then they really should have lost to the Vikings. The Vikings fumbled that game away, literally. So I have the Eagles dropping down to number 5, and the Lions have been out of my top 5.
So I am basically in the same exact discussion with you guys. I have Philly 5. My toughest call was Philly or Buffalo. So I'm barely bumping out my Bills. I just don't totally trust them yet. The Eagles aren't shaky. A little bit of a shaky 2-0. But I will have Filthy at number 5. Number 4.
Number 4. Miami. They're very, very good. I think Tua is clearly top 10 at this point. I love McDaniel. I think they're a nightmare to defend with their speed. I think Miami has got something here, man. I give me Miami at number 4. Could have put them higher, but then again, I looked at the other 3 teams and I just don't think I would pick them.
Okay. I as well have Miami at number 4. They were out of my top 5 last week. I had them right outside. I moved them. I mean, back-to-back road wins, really impressive stuff against the Chargers and the Patriots. The offense is clicking. Their weapons are as good as any team in the NFL. Mostert has been awesome in the backfield. So, and I think the defense is pretty good as well. I got Miami number 4.
You guys gave me and Peyton a lot of heat last week for this. I don't feel like I need to apologize. I'll bump them up a slot. The Kansas City Chiefs go from 5 to 4 for me.
Okay.
Right now, today, I would pick the Dolphins over. That's the way I do mine. Now, what's going to happen right now, today, back here, this field off of 75, I would pick the Chiefs to get outscored by Miami today. So the Dolphins for me are 3. I'll just give that away. Kansas City is 4. And I don't know how. I mean, you could really look at them, judge them right now today, and think Kansas City is better. I know they got, overall championship pedigree and all that. I go Kansas City 4, Miami 3.
Okay. I have San Francisco number 3. They did nothing to dissuade me from thinking they are a great team. They might be a matchup nightmare. They really might, and they don't make mistakes. They play a really clean game. I could easily put them at 2. I could easily put them at 1. I just settled them in at 3. So give me San Fran at 3.
I have left the Kansas City Chiefs at number 3. Shaky offense, Eric Bieniemy drama. I mean, you got to mention after 2 weeks, but I mean they did struggle against a Jaguars team that only put up 9 points and they beat them by 8. So not impressive, but it's the Chiefs. They have Mahomes. Chiefs number 3.
Number 2 for me, and we're getting a lot of national love this morning on all the shows.
Yes,
a lot of Sean and RJ NFL Network. Espen with the Jerry Jones interview. Thank you, JJ, on Sean, RJ, and everybody. The Dallas Cowboys are number 2.
Okay.
It took a good amount for me to keep them out of the number 1 spot. I'll explain that momentarily. They are the top story in the National Football League. Deion has college football right now, and the Dallas Cowboys start. I'm trying to think of a number 2. Maybe Burrow and the injury in 0-2. I'm trying to think, what is the first or second biggest story in the National Football League? This is the dream of all the networks. This is their dream. You saw it in the offseason. And now it looks like we have something more legitimate than years past. I believe it, at least. The Dallas Cowboys are a no-brainer number 2 to me, and I could have had them at 1.
Yep. I could have had them at 1 as well. I put them at 2. They were at 2 for me last week as well. I think they're a better overall team.
Can you name your 2, 3, 4, 5 real quick?
Okay, so number 2 is the Cowboys.
Yeah.
Number 3 is San Fran.
Yeah.
Number 4 is Miami. Number 5 is Buffalo.
You're stubborn man.
It's not stubborn.
You're a stubborn
I believe the Cowboys to be the overall best team in the NFL after 2 weeks.
Yeah.
But they would not be favored over Kansas City. And I wouldn't pick them to beat the Chiefs today or on any field. I really don't care. I don't style
So
play.
then you don't think the Cowboys are the best team in the league today?
Oh, they're most talented. They're the most talented.
But they're not
team.
the best. You would pick Kansas City tomorrow.
I'm not style pointing Kansas City. Week to week, don't care if they win, don't care if they lose. As long as they have Patrick Mahomes and he is healthy, I would pick them to beat anybody else. I would just pick them. And I would probably be right more than 50% of the time. So I'll take Kansas City number 1. Again, until Patrick Mahomes dies, they have him. I am him. They have living Jesus at quarterback. So give him to me.
Finally, respecting the Cowboys after 2 blowout games, back-to-back weeks. I have the Cowboys at number 2. I wanted to put them at number 1, but I just couldn't with San Fran continue to win, continue to look dominant. I think the offense for San Francisco is a tad better than the Cowboys right now, but the Cowboys defense is just by far better.
I got to put San Francisco 1 until the Cowboys go there in a few weeks and prove it. I just have to. San Fran's done nothing. They have not had any Philly slippage. They've been pretty dominant throughout the first 2 weeks. Very, very impressive. And until you go in there and beat the champ, or at least the champion over you in the last 2 playoffs, San Fran 1, Dallas 2, Miami 3, Kansas City 4. I barely have the Eagles edging out the Buffalo Bills. Truckwreck.com text line 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. By the way, Blogging the Boys compiles the national media talking about the Cowboys. Blogging the Boys last week had them 1. This week they're 1. NFL.com kept them at 4.
I don't know how. I mean, look, you want to put them at 3? I would even fight you on 3. I'd even fight you on 3.
ESPN bumped them from 4 to 2. USA Today kept them at 3. Yahoo took them from 4 to 3. CBS from 5 to 2. The Athletic had them at 1, kept them at 1. Sports Illustrated had them at 2, put them at 1.
All right, here's the Truck.com text line. Choppy, get off Mahomes' jockstrap. Bro, I would drink his bathwater, okay? I would have a child of his. He wakes up. He has been in the AFC Championship game every year of his career, at least. There is no better player in the sport. Let's see. They start like this every year. How can you possibly this is different in 2 weeks? The Chargers are a big story. The Eagles have covered twice. That's true. Chiefs, Eagles, Dolphins, Cowboys, Ravens. Well, that 4 is too low, man. I
don't think the Eagles covered against the Vikings.
It was a push, I think, because it was 6. I think it closed at 6.
Because I remember looking stupid when I woke up in the morning.
Dolphins should have lost the Pats. They missed the call on 4th down. That call was not a definitive overturn. Let's not get the anointing oil out just yet. Not a fan. Why are you guys dismissive of the Falcons?
Ugh.
Bills played the Raiders. They put up great numbers against Vegas. Atlanta needs to be in there. Miami needs to be in there.
Yeah, I don't care about what you do against the Raiders. The Raiders are going to be 500 again or lower.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Like that's why you shouldn't put the Bills. That's what they're saying. Like
I don't have the Bills in my top 5.
Yeah. Let's see. Dolphins, Chiefs. Dolphins 5. Chiefs 4. Eagles 3. Cowboys 2. San Fran 1. Eagles, Baltimore, San Fran. Chiefs and the Cowboys. Cowboys 1.
Speaking of San Fran, what did you find about bully ball yesterday? And you need me to talk about it more?
Yeah.
San Fran beating people up.
Oh my gosh. This is amazing.
You drinking last night for your birthday?
No. I was not.
What'd you say?
Choppy here.
Yeah.
Okay, so like if that old saying, like if you win or lose, we want you to feel. We want that team to feel and know who they played the next day.
Yeah.
We want you to remember that.
Yeah.
So, like some teams when the game is over, they're just worn out, and that you are dead. And that is the San Francisco 49ers. Listen to this, Sean. This was one of these stats I saw yesterday. It was amazing. Until this week, when the Steelers beat the Browns, the last time that a team won the week after facing San Fran was the 2021 season.
What?
Which means when you play them, whether you beat them or not, you lost the next week. Every single team the Niners faced last year lost their game the following week.
Oh, my.
That is amazing. It's one of the most amazing stats I've ever seen. And maybe that's, 2 of the reasons. One, you played the game at San Fran. It's a nightmare travel-wise because they got to go all the way out west. Maybe you're from the East Coast. The chances are it's late if you're doing games. You're getting home early in the morning. They're punishing on defense. They create a lot of problems with you for offense that you're probably so screwed up you don't know up from down. There's a mental fatigue the coach has to go into the game knowing you've got to stop this guy. You got to stop that guy. You got to stop this guy. That maybe the coach is drained and they're just given a half-ass job the next week. By the way, this year when the Cowboys play San Fran, who do they play the following week? Kellen Moore and the LA Chargers. Who can't get out of their own way.
See, that sounds like something you would normally roll your eyes at. Do you think there's something to that?
I would normally
the big, tough, physical team.
I roll my eyes at some of the things about it, but if Seattle, I think Seattle made sense because you have to go so far. The travel aspect of going so far to Seattle wears. I think it could wear on a team, especially from the East Coast. But I don't know when it happens. I mean, it's just happenstance. Maybe they
it makes sense.
And it's not like, let me go look at the teams last year. All right, they played the Eagles. Their next loss was the Super Bowl. The Raiders weren't great. Commanders weren't great. Seattle was a playoff team. Tampa was a playoff team. Miami was a playoff team. The Saints weren't great. Arizona, no. The Chargers were a playoff team. The Rams are the defending champs. Falcons, Carolina. They played some bad teams who just lost a lot of games too.
Rangers win again, and RJ says, stop going to sleep with your toilet seat, plus why Grindr. Yeah, the app, it may save us all. Next.
Let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep. It is, of course,
Franco. Accidents happen. Franco & Franco are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels today at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
First offering here from Schreiber. Hit back up the middle. Pass Story into center. A base hit. Simeon around third. He comes in to score. The throw going into third. It hits off of Seager's back. Moving to second is Josh Young. He's got an RBI single, which puts Texas back into the lead 5-4.
Welcome back, rookie Josh Young, with that hit here on your home for Rangers baseball. Hicksey with the call on DFW Sports Station. And as Jared Sandler said, by dinner tonight, the Texas Rangers could be back in first place in the American League West. They're a half game back. Seattle.
Yeah, I'm dumbfounded.
It is dumbfounding, Boach, after you got tossed yesterday. Seattle is also a half game back, and those two teams are tied for the third wild card spot. Rangers, Seattle, Astros, Toronto won yesterday. What a race. So you got the go-ahead hit from Josh Young, and then Jonah Heim was the Rangers player of the game from their team account as he had the bases loaded walk. So Jonah getting it done. Most runs batted in a single season by a Rangers catcher since Pudge. So congratulations to Jonah Heim. 12:30 pregame today. First pitch at 1 o'clock. Below the belt, we're going to need a substitute for Below the Belt today at 8:40 with Bobby Belt out sick. So we're going to have to turn to one of the birthday boys between RJ Choppy and Peyton Russell. Okay. You want toilet seat or grinder?
Oh! Let's go grinder.
Grinder?
Yeah. Grinder's going to save us.
You've been searching for something to bring us back because we've been taking a hit.
We've been taking a hit.
The cause has been taking a hit.
Yes, we have. And the dominoes are starting to fall. They are starting to fall because Grindr, the dating app, is pushing back. Now, they have a return to the office policy happening at Grindr. So what did 45% of the workforce do that works there? It's over 1,000 people. 45% of the workforce quit. 45% of Grindr quit.
Wow.
They said, we're not coming back to work. We're just not. This is amazing. They lost almost half their staff because it was not over 1,000. It's 178 employees. I thought it was 1,078 employees. It was 178 employees, and about 80 of them left. So 80 of them just up and quit.
Wow.
They were forced to leave because they instituted a return to the office policy. They have many of these workers were hired remotely. They were required now to relocate to hub cities like New York, Chicago, LA, San Fran, Washington, D.C. And they were like, nope, we're not doing that. We are not going to return to work. We are able to work from home, and we are going to work from home. So the dominoes, one little domino is starting to fall. We need some more. 73% of organizations have reported challenges getting workers to return to the office workplace. And this is a survey of HR executives.
Yeah, I want to know everyone's status if you've been forced to go back or are you still at home and are you staying at home? Like, I don't know what the hell is happening this week here in Dallas. The first 2 days of the week, no one was out on the road, 7:30 to 8:30. And now today, it's jam-packed. I don't know what's going on. Monday, Tuesday, and now today, there's regular traffic, which we need out there on the roads for ratings.
Yeah.
Get out of the house. No longer work from home, even though that's eventually what we want.
Yeah, I mean, theoretically, how many people listen in the car radio? How many people listen on the app? We saw a story yesterday about a sports radio station in another city that said like 60% of their listeners were from the app anyway.
ESPN
New York.
Michael K station?
Yeah.
60%?
60% of their listeners are
out of state?
Are not used. No, not out of state. Not using the radio.
Oh.
But then again, it's New York City. I mean, how many people drive to work anyway?
Nobody.
Right? So it's like you take a train, take a bus, whatever. You walk and you got your AirPods in. So like that's, it's just, I know in my neighborhood, hardly anybody's at the office.
Really?
They're all working from home.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line.
Or they're out of work because I see them drive. I see them out in the yard. I see them outside every day when I leave.
I have people in my neighborhood. I have two guys, and every time I drive by, I'm like, these guys are always at home. What is their job? I want their job. I have not seen them out of the neighborhood for 2 years.
Yeah, now it's closer to 3, right? It's we're at the end of 23 now.
So I was actually asked this at the grocery store, because I'm always there on Mondays at like around 11 o'clock, and one of the people working there was like,
"That's like you have a go-to grocery store time."
Because I work Monday, so then I just naturally
You work
make
Tuesday through Friday too.
I know, but it's too late in the week to go. Like I get groceries for 5 or 6 days at a time. So Monday's the start of the week. I don't want to go on Sundays. So I go Monday right after the show. I'll get lunch, then go to the Kroger in Rockwall. And someone asked me, it's like, so I see you every day or every week here around 11, 11:30. What do you do? Like, she didn't believe I had a job because
Was she attractive?
No. Okay. And I was like,
I love how blunt he is.
No respect for morning radio. So I had to explain to her, well, I work in the morning radio, have to be up at 3:15, so my day's already over by 10:30.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, that's my schedule.
I find it fascinating that you go separate grocery shopping from your parents.
Yeah, I do too.
Well, we don't eat the same
fridge?
things.
You don't
separate
eat,
fridge.
What do you eat
fridge.
different?
Well, because I'm all about the meaty pastas. I got all the bad stuff in there. They're all seafood, fish, and frozen pizzas and stuff. I make my meals.
Whoa!
Wow.
I'm all about making my meals.
So your parents are lazy.
No, they work late into the night, so they have to have an easier meal, something they can just throw in the oven, throw in the crock pot, something like that.
Fascinating.
I like to be more natural with my cooking.
Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah, it is interesting. I love how you just threw separate fridge in there too.
Rich
LG, by the way.
Rich flex.
LG.
The worst fridge I've ever created.
Maybe it's Samsung.
My gosh, it's definitely not LG if it's good. Okay, now going to sleep, and then you want this to lead to the 4-day work week. Returning to work, and now let's get to. We got to crawl before we walk.
That's the next thing, the 4-day work week. Now, I had gotten word that
Corey Majors texted me back to work Wednesdays. I don't know if that's a thing. And then KNC, by the way, is at the Globe today, leading up to the game.
Yeah, and we got some. I've been getting texts. People listen on the apps a lot. But this is some schools are starting to go to a 4-day school week. Now that's the first domino. If you want to get a 4-day work week, the first thing that has to happen is the schools have to go to a 4-day school week. That will almost always force the companies to go to a 4-day work week because of the kids at school. My kid's school is discussing it, a 4-day school week. There's a lot of them out there that are already on 4-day school weeks, especially some of the towns, like cities outside of like the main part of DFW, like they're little smaller towns where the travel is a lot greater to get to school. So
thank you, Grindr.
Yes, thank you, Grindr.
Going to sleep in the toilet seat.
Getting dirty between the sheets got a whole new meaning. Polling of over 1,000 people about sleeping habits, 18% wear socks to bed. Okay. You wear socks to bed?
Hell no.
I don't either. Sarah does sometimes.
I have to kick the bottom sheet out because my feet can't be contained. I get too hot.
Right, I do too. Now,
Jimmy Johnson was wrong. It's not the mind control the body. The feet control the body.
Feet control the body.
Feet control the body.
Yes,
heat.
they do. Yes, they do. Now, have you ever seen, I've done this before. It actually does. It is really nice. Have you ever put Vaseline on your feet and then put socks over it?
That's a Hispanic cure.
Is it?
Vaseline everywhere. Everywhere.
My feet, I woke up the
on
next
the
day,
chest.
My feet were so soft.
On the feet.
Oh.
I won't even let my son. I try to fight when my son has socks on. I'm like, you don't want to go to sleep with socks on. He runs high body heat like I do. So I take the socks off of him.
Yeah, so I generally don't sleep. I mean, I sleep naked anyway, but. So anyway, a sickening 70% of sock wearers don't change into a clean pair of socks before they go to bed.
Oh my god!
So they wear the same pair they've worn all day long.
Imagine the little hairs, the little scraggly curl hair.
Yep. Researchers swabbed the socks worn by people between 7 a.m. and 11 p.m. and found that half of them contained a type of bacteria that causes infections in humans.
Who would come home and not take off? Do you guys keep your socks on when you go home? As soon as I get home, now I guess this isn't much better if I'm walking around my house barefoot and get in bed like that. I wonder how dirty that is. But as soon as I get home, I take my socks off. Shoes and socks off. I'm not keeping my socks on. I'm not 90.
I agree. But my kids are nonstop with socks. They don't take them off. Their socks are dirty.
Yeah.
They walk around everywhere. It's just they walk outside with them.
Oh, yeah.
But anyway.
But then I walk barefoot outside, so I guess I'm not much better.
I'm the same way. I'm barefoot outside. However, what they carry is said to be dirtier than an unclean TV remote, dirtier than a toilet seat. They're reporting that these are commonly found, these bacterium are found in cockroaches and the cockroach feces. So that's what you have. When you get into your bed with your socks on that are not clean, that you've been wearing all day, you're transferring cockroach poop into your bed sheets.
Pepe, you sleep with socks on?
No socks. Now, I do leave the socks on when I get home.
Okay.
I just leave them on now.
Because the maid hasn't mopped?
Right. Now, maids come every other week, so, I got to wait for them to clean, to be able to, so my feet can touch a clean floor, the dogs and just, it's just, they're everywhere.
Now, how about this one? They say to thoroughly and actually clean your socks, you need to wash them at 140 degrees or higher to kill the bacteria. I wash all my clothes on cold, just so I don't want to shrink them. So I'm probably full of bacteria, but I'm comfortable with that.
All right, there it is. Sean Sharif, birthday boys, RJ Choppy, and Peyton Russell here on your home of the Rangers and Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. Nick Eatman will join us, DallasCowboys.com at 9:20 with the Hump Day edition. Okay. But we need a substitute for below the belt with Bobby out sick. Is Mozzie Smith really playing that bad? And RJ wants 2 football coaches investigated in the name of Pete Rose. Below the belt. We'll do something with it after this.
After we get you healthy at QC Kinetics. Let's get you healthy.
Brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine's one-time Equinox offload was just announced. A limited supply of excess Equinox models will be sold directly to the public for below market value. See them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. Do not wait. In less than 10 days, they could all be sold at Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
The great
Sean, RJ, everybody.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not.
Well done, Pepe.
All right.
Well done. Kick the man while he's down facing the toilet seat. Bobby Belt is out sick today. Back to the way it was. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy on 105 through the Fan. How long did we do this show, just the two of us, after Troy left?
Only a few months, right? Because he left
August.
Yeah, but it's
Last August.
primarily just the two of us for 3 years. You know, from without having somebody in here with us, in the room with
Right.
us.
Jasmine, Roy.
So, and then after Roy left, it was just you and I for a couple of years, and then we bring in Bobby.
Bringing Roberto out sick today with the stomach issues. We got Pepe. We got Ryan in the back. This is Below the Belt here on your home of America's team. So we're in a stage of nitpicking right now, right?
Yeah.
I think
got to be a stage of grief.
You're one of two people in life. Everything's going perfect, and you've got to be like, oh, what could I still adjust? Or everything's going perfect, and you're in heaven, and you're enjoying it. If we're gonna nitpick anything, that's this whole red zone conversation, right? Oh, they're scoring 30. Why aren't they scoring 40? The other nitpick is something that Jerry Jones mentioned to us yesterday when he joins us every Tuesday. He'll be on KMC on Friday at 10:30, and that's Mozzie Smith.
Yeah. So let's look at Mozzie. And Mozzie has been the subject of some questions. Did they miss? They hit? They get the right pick?
Another taco. Not a good type.
So now, granted, he only played 11 snaps in week 2.
Okay.
All right.
Which I would counter back and play devil's advocate and say, granted, is a bad thing. He's your first-round pick. Why isn't he starting?
He is your first-round pick. It's a good question. Why isn't he starting? Ideally, when you draft somebody in the first round, you're obviously looking at an impact player, for sure. But at the very least, you want them not to be a day one liability.
Right.
That's the minimum. Now, they may not be an impact player from day one, but let us start it out where the bar is not they're a liability from day one. Like this was a luxury need pick. It was a need, but a luxury. A team that doesn't need a wide receiver, doesn't need a left tackle, doesn't need a quarterback, doesn't need an edge rusher, doesn't need a top flight corner. When you pick somebody in the first round, you're able to use this because you don't have bigger, more pressing needs. And I don't hate need picks when they're positions of value, but drafting a low value need is always a question mark. And according to PFF, he's actually not playing all that bad.
Really? Because PFF gave Micah the highest grade of any defensive player so far this season with a 93.6.
So his week 2 grade was a 70.
Mozzie.
That's starter level in the NFL. It's good. His overall grade is a 72.5 overall for the year. That's good. Which means of the 12 defensive linemen that were taken in the first round, he grades out 4th among all 12 after 2 weeks. It's pretty good. Now, here's the write-up. It's very brief. He had another quiet day, playing just 11 snaps without any statistical accomplishments. His one impactful play was cutting off Breece Hall on a screen pass that allowed Micah to collect his second sack. He's played 26 snaps in the first 2 games, but he has not been downgraded on any of them. They didn't get any negative. He had no negative grades on any of the 26 plays.
You're also, facing 2 teams when you're kicking their ass, you're taking them out of the run.
Take them out of the run,
Mozzie's
so
specialty.
Absolutely.
But so far this draft class, the Cowboys are doing this with 0 contributions, basically.
Yeah.
Mozzie,
Little Schoon, little Schoon.
Schoon got a catch for a touchdown. He's not starting.
No.
You know, when people told us at training camp behind the scenes that Ferguson was the starter, we're like, you're crazy. You're stupid. And they ended up being right. Overshown's hurt. Fahoko, not Simi. Awesome Richards.
Yep.
And Eric Scott. Those are the 6 draft picks.
Yeah.
And the Cowboys are doing this right now basically without them.
Yeah, they really are. Now, look, some of the players that we thought were going to be great players, like Jackson Smith and Jigba, he is 11 out of 11 on the offensive pass catcher standpoint. You're looking at, let's try to find the Eagles one here, because the Eagles took
Jalen
Carter with their 9th pick. Well, let's just say that they won. His overall rookie grade's a 90.
Oh my!
He is ranked 1 out of 12. The top defensive lineman drafted. It was more of a normal week for him after his record-setting debut. Posted a 65 overall grade on 28 snaps. Despite that, he still came away with 3 pressures, made 2 run stops on just 3 run defense snaps. He only played 3 run defense snaps, and he made 2 run stops. His playmaking ability is off the charts. He's only has 1 play with a negative grade through 2 games, and he has played, 50 snaps or so, 60 snaps. So they did well. They did well with it.
A warning to my younger self, and by that I'm talking to every 20-year-old listening right now. Maybe if you're at a university, you don't think about these things. The Patriot fan death. You see this?
Oh my God! This guy got punched twice.
Joey Kilmartin, a 30-year Patriot season ticket holder, dead after exchanging punches with a Dolphins fan. 2 punches. That's it. That's all it takes. 1 punch, someone smacking their head on the ground, manslaughter. Your life's done. Over with.
Yep.
I don't know the details of it. I know there's video, but this is obviously awful.
It's terrible.
2 punches. And people were like, it's not like some MMA UFC fighter. It didn't feel crazy out of the ordinary. We saw this Cowboys-Jets fight the other day at the stadium.
Guy was bloody, man. It's
bloody eye.
Yeah, bloody eye. It's like I'll tell you this. I am 44 years old today.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. I am 20 years past ever having any desire of being into a fight.
Yeah.
This guy was a 30-year season ticket holder, which means he's at minimum 50 years old.
He's 50. He was 53.
Yeah. That's
53.
I don't know what provoked it. Did somebody, touch his lady or do whatever, hit him, do something with his kid? There are very few things that will get me to fight at this age. I can't imagine being 53 years old.
One of our top tolos, Scott K, just sent me the update on that. So horrible
Terrible.
story, of course, in the world and in the world of sports. All right, let's break down the Sean McVay thing. I'm pretty fascinated by it.
All right.
Because this started with James Franklin for you. You wanted James Franklin investigated at Penn State.
Yeah, James Franklin, absolutely. So this is a questionable touchdown in garbage time. This was in their season opener 2 weeks ago when they played West Virginia. They won the game 38-15. But with 13 seconds to go in the fourth quarter, they were facing second and goal up 31-15. What do you do when you're up by 16 points with 13 seconds left? You have the ball. You're inside their 10-yard line.
You kneel down.
The game's over.
Yeah.
Instead, the backup quarterback snapped it and found the end zone.
The backup quarterback. Okay. I could defend this.
Yeah, he grabbed the ball and he QB snuck it. He was at the 5.
Oh.
Look at this. Like, this is, nobody is expecting them to do anything in this situation.
Okay.
He snaps the ball and just right there run.
Yeah.
And he scores the touchdown.
Okay.
And
all right, let me before the conspiracy theories, let me throw out two defenses. One, is there a West Virginia hatred? Were these coaches going at each other like an FU touchdown? Two, was this some Rudy type story of getting this kid a touch to try to score? Even if it is, they should have still kneeled the ball down unless James Franklin was going at it like Norvell and Deion last week.
I did not recognize anything that took place like this in this game. You know, Penn State, West Virginia are not rivals like Pitt and West Virginia are, the backyard brawl.
Right.
But this was a double hit. This was a 16-point game that ended as a 23-point game. The spread was 20.5. Also, the over-under was 52, and this made it 53. So maybe James Franklin had minus 16.5 or minus 20.5 and the over 52.
Yeah.
That's my assumption.
Okay, and then Sean McVay kicked a field goal to screw over San Fran better.
With 4 seconds to go. Now, the game went off at 7.5. I got it at 7 earlier in the week, so I just pushed. But I'd have been livid if I took San Fran minus 7.5.
Right.
And Sean McVay, with 4 seconds to go, kicked the field goal for the 20-yard line. Instead of trying to go for a touchdown or just taking a knee. The game's over. Take a knee, whatever, who cares?
So you think it should be investigated whether just McVay or Franklin had money?
I think it should absolutely be invested. Like, what's going to hurt?
Right.
The NFL needs to make sure that nothing happens.
Okay.
Like
I don't disagree with that.
I'm not
if
saying
it's McVay
they knew.
or Franklin.
Yeah, I'm not saying they knew. I'm not saying they did this intentionally. I'm just saying I think it's worth looking into from the league's perspective.
Yeah, I agree.
Just look, just take a gander.
Yeah.
The NFL has got their people in BetMGM and Caesar Sport.
But what if McVay just did it to screw those who thought San Fran would beat them by double digits or more? That's fine, right? You're aware of the point spread. Oh, you're going to bet on San Fran to beat us by 10 or more? F you, here's the field goal to screw your bet. I have no problem with that.
Yeah.
I have the problem if the coach, Sean McVay or James Franklin, had a bet. And
Right, I do too. But then then you go down a rabbit hole of.
But you can't tell someone how to coach their team.
You can't. You're right. But then you go down a rabbit hole of, is the point spread at all manipulating or coercing you into making decisions that you wouldn't normally make? Right?
Well, I mean, this wasn't a win or loss. Neither of these were win or loss decisions.
They were not.
Yeah.
They were not. But it was, like if Pete Rose just bet the win or the loss, that's one thing. But, like the money line. But if you bet the run line, where, hey, we got to win by a run and a half.
Right.
I think that kind of plays into it. If they made these decisions because of, hey, with this point spread in mind, I don't know. I look at that sideways. I mean,
but you can never prove unless they bet.
Unless they bet,
you have to find the proof that they bet.
You could never prove it unless they're betting, and then you could easily prove that through their own surveillance that they have
Yeah.
with all these gambling entities.
Below the belt, without Bobby, with the birthday boys, RJ Choppy and Peyton Russell, Nick Eatman inside the Star at 9:20 here on Sean and RJ. But overreactions or not, Eric Bieniemy was the secret. Sean Payton made a mistake, not waiting on the Cowboys, and Kellen Moore's about to be a head coach. Final hour, Hump Day edition.
Hey!
After this.
As we get you over to Zero.
our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time on the fan cam of the Hump Day edition with Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy. We got Peyton and Ryan in the background of the fan cam, Twitch and YouTube. Bobby Belt is out sick. We'll see if he is back tomorrow. Nick Eatman, 920, Inside the Star, DallasCowboys.com. Thank you all for turning it on, leaving it on. We will see you Friday night, section 133, as the Rangers won last night. And man, what a series that starts in Arlington on this radio station. And this entire building will be there. Rangers.com/133 if you want to join us. Tolo Eric is rolling out. And my son's first public sports appearance.
Oh, baby.
His first game. This could be someone you may want to just be standing outside the stadium in the second inning, because I may be walking out if he acts a fool, and I'll just hand you my ticket.
I am setting the over-under at 4.5 innings.
Oh.
So he has to get...
Because he usually goes to sleep at 8, 8:30, 8:45 on the weekends. This thing starts at 7.
Starts at 7.
And you have your strategies as a parent, right? I mean, you know this better than me. If he starts, first off, I'm going to have some candy.
Oh, yeah.
See, we're the bad parents. Like Eric Chiafalo's wife I know she looks at us with disdain because, they are making their own food, Yeah. They're organic everything.
Yeah, they grow their own food, I'm sure.
Yeah, they grow their own food, right?
Whittle their own clothes.
Exactly. So when we're at a party and my kid's acting up and we're at an event, my wife's known as the sucker.
Uh-huh.
She's got 30 suckers in her bag.
What you got to do?
Give the sucker, give a piece of candy. So I got a candy settled down. He loves slushies / Slurpees. I go and do that. I can walk him around the concourse. I think he's going to love it. I don't know how he'll deal with the noise for the first time, but just he doesn't sit still. So sitting restrained in that seat, that's my worry. Yeah. Just sitting and not being able to go anywhere.
Yeah.
That's my concern.
Yeah, it's
he's 3.
I'm going to set at 4.5. I remember
I hope I have an aisle seat.
Yeah, right. My kids they didn't last early on very long. They still Julian still doesn't want to sit there. Now, we have not. I think we've gone to one game with them since this year with the new clock, the pitch clock. Prior to that, these games were 4 hours long. They were not making it for 6, 7, 8 innings. But I think you're good for 4.5. But again, you got to have, and I'm with you on you got to give your kid some kind of entertainment. You got to. They need that. They require that. You got to give them the.
She's like, do we bring in the iPad? I'm like, we're not bringing in the iPad. We're not bringing in the iPad. I think he's going to be in love with all the sights and sounds.
You can hand him your phone if you want to, whatever. But you don't need to bring the iPad in there. She follow they would not tolerate that at all. But I guarantee you, they're cloth diaper people, 100%.
Happy birthday to Little Tank. Tolo Tony said it's my Little Tank's 12th birthday. Well, this kid looks like a beast. Look at Pete Metzelar's in this Buffalo Bills youth jersey out here. Does anyone? How many people know Pete Metzelar's? Oh, are you kidding me?
Not a chance.
He played football for what did he play?
He doesn't know Pete Davidson.
He does.
That's an actor.
All right, NFL overreactions or not as we go around the rest of the league before Nick Eatman Inside the Star.
All right, let's get off with a hot take one. The Kansas City Chiefs miss Eric Bieniemy. He's 2-0 with Washington.
No.
Looking good.
I cannot for 2 or 3 years believe and be told that it was really Andy Reid. Now, I took Bieniemy's I defended him when Ron Rivera and the Commanders were crying about getting coached too hard, and I loved Eric Bieniemy for that. This is why Deion Sanders says he's not going to coach in the NFL. You can't. This is why Nick Saban failed or felt like he needed to leave. You can't crack down. Eric Bieniemy is coaching these NFL players like college kids, and I love it. It's so refreshing. But I still believe Andy Reid is the offensive genius in Kansas City. So this has not changed my mind so far. I love that Bieniemy is getting his his due, and he's getting all the attention, and that people are even asking this question. But no, that's an overreaction to me. You?
Yeah, I think it's an overreaction. I do think that there's a lot of communication that he had with Pat that may be kind of having to get used to. But remember they brought in Nagy, who was there before Bieniemy. As right, he was there before Bieniemy, and they were still a very, very good offense. And it's largely been Andy Reid's offense. They didn't have Kelsey the first game. They struggled to start the year last year.
Let's not forget they faced the Lions in Jacksonville to start.
Yeah, that's good. That was a good competition. Tough. Yeah. Now Lions gave up 38 to Detroit. I'm sorry, to Seattle the following week. But this is I'm still in wait and see mode on this one. But obviously, what he's doing with Washington's fantastic.
Yes,
and what he's doing with Sam Howell is really, really nice. I'm happy for him, and he'll get a head coaching job, I would think.
Not yet.
Not
yet.
No, but after 2 weeks.
Let's see what the Commanders do. They're still Washington.
Remember, Kellen Moore was he will absolutely get a head coaching job next year. Chris Richard was he will absolutely get a head coaching job next year. We always have this.
The Commanders have beaten Denver and Arizona by 6 points total. So pump the brakes a little bit.
Okay, absolutely. All right, next one.
They're DC. They will screw it up. Guaranteed.
Another coach quarterback.
Unless the ghost of Dan Snyder was for real.
There you go. Another coach quarterback. Pete Carroll was a bigger reason for Seattle than Russell Wilson. Now they're 1-1. Seems like Geno is, he didn't skip a beat from last year. Week 1.
This is so tough because I want to factor in the defense. I have to go back and look at Russ's numbers. Like, am I giving the defensive credit to Pete? What's your answer? I know it's usually always the quarterback. We always do this with Brady and Belichick. Which one would you pick? I think Tom is kind of dominating this argument right now.
Yeah, he is. Oh, absolutely.
And let's ask it for Seattle. I'm also removing Denver Russ. I'm considering that an over the hill, almost finished.
Yeah,
play.
and I think we're forgetting how good Russ was in Seattle. Now, he wasn't great.
Yeah, was Russ ever a top 3 quarterback in the NFL?
Oh, no.
No.
But, his one of the stats that people really point to as a good one to show how good somebody is year to year, week to week, predictive, is adjusted net yards per attempt. And he was, almost 1.5 better in Seattle than he is in Denver. Now, is that because of Pete Carroll, because of the system they ran? Or is it because he's just gotten old and he's 35 years old now? But he was much, much better in Seattle, especially early on. I would say no. I would say it was.
I'll say it's not an overreaction. I will say it's not an overreaction because of the way Geno Smith is playing. I'm going to give Pete the defensive credit, even though Broadus' boy John Schneider deserves it for picking a lot of those players. I'll say this is not an overreaction.
Geno screws things up for me in this one. I would say it is an overreaction. I think Russ was more the reason. Sean Payton already regrets coaching the Denver Broncos.
No. Because if Sean Payton took this job and was not already thinking about the next quarterback after Russ, then he's a real dummy. As dumb as Jared Sandler went off on him about 2 hours ago. Now, I don't know where they're going to get the next one. But if he really thought he was going to go in here, and I'm sure he had this confidence, this offensive cockiness being, a genius, and he thought they were going to contend with Russ, no. I would like to think he's not that stupid. So overreaction. He already regrets the Denver job.
Overreaction as well. Another coaching one. It's two-parter. The Chargers are the 33rd team to start 0-2. To start with 50 points and no turnovers in their first 2 games.
Say that again.
33rd team to start the year with 50 points and no turnovers in their first 2 games. They're the only one to start 0-2. Okay, so 2-part question. 1, Brandon Staley will not finish the year as their head coach. And 2, the Jags playoff game is still haunting them.
I don't even remember the Jags playoff game.
They were up 27-0 and they lose.
Oh.
Last year.
Was that them?
Yeah. Was it 27? I think it was 27
That was
24.
the Jacksonville came back on the Chargers?
Yeah.
I guess you do watch more football than me. Here's the schedule. At Minnesota, Raiders, Cowboys, Kansas City.
Ugh.
At Minnesota, Raiders. What happens in those two games? You got to win at Minnesota. Like, you got to win your next two, don't you?
Yes, you have to win your next two. You got to factor in Kansas City's going to be a loss. Do they get San Francisco this year?
And the Cowboys are going to be favored, of course.
I don't think so.
All right, give me the line. Don't look. Chargers at Vikings.
Chargers at Vikings. Charged by 2.5.
Even. Oh, my. Why is Vegas doing that? They did this. They showed the Vikings some love for the Eagles Thursday night game, too. Now, it ended up being a push. I thought it was definitely going to be the Eagles with the 6. Why are they giving Minnesota this love or showing this Charger down? Brandon Staley will be out. He will not finish the year. I don't know about the Jacksonville game. Obviously, I can't even remember who they played. I can't speak to that. Brandon Staley will be gone.
I think he will be gone, too. I think he will. I don't think he makes it through the rest of the season. That's stunning. I think they're still haunted by that game, too. I think he's haunted by that game. He talks about it in every press conference.
It would help him if he was the offensive guy, but he's the defensive guy,
really
and they get
would.
torched.
Yeah, it's stunning right now. All right, next one. Justin Fields will not be the starter for Week 1 next year in Chicago.
This will be. Is this year 2?
No, this is
2 or 3. I know it's not anything more than that. This is year 3 for Fields, I'm going to guess.
I think it is year 3. I don't remember how many games he played in year 1. Let me go look real quick.
He will not be the starter next year. This is year 3.
Andy Dalton played a majority, I think, of the games.
In Justin's rookie year, he played 12. Last year, he played 15. Obviously, this year, 2. He will not be the starter next year in Chicago. They were trying to deal him in this offseason, and I will have an all-time win when we have the receipts segment down the road.
I think he's out. Now, barring some,
And look, I'm not saying it's not too early. Maybe too early to still be making that judgment. Like, we're going to start doing this with Bryce a little bit. If they get 8, 9 games in, shoot, maybe 6, 7, people are going to be like, was that a mistake, number 1 pick? You got to remember how young he is, but I just don't think Justin Fields can throw the football. Who is that? I don't even want to give this clown recognition. He was on FS1 saying that the Hurts-Fields comparison was an insult to Fields. Someone called Fields a poor man, Jalen Hurts. I think it's a former Vikings or Packer. May have been James Jones.
Greg Jennings?
No, it was James Jones or Greg Jennings. I don't know why these Packers receivers or Vikings receivers are getting so much work. Burleson worked out. No, he will not be the starter.
I agree. I think his time is. I think time's up, as Babe Lofberg would say. I don't think he's going to be around next month. Okay. Miami is the team to beat in the AFC East.
Pepe, what do you think?
I will say not an overreaction. They've proven to be the best team through 2 weeks, which I know is small sample size, but the Bills, I still think that loss to the Jets just proves who they really are. Dang. For the most part. Tua's cooking. He's already up the top of the MVP voting, MVP odds, so I'm going to say not an overreaction.
What's your answer?
I'm going to say not for one reason.
Oh, it's definitely not an overreaction. I was trying to pick the division winner. It's not an overreaction.
Yeah, I'm going to say not for one main reason. They get Buffalo in Buffalo on October 1st. If that was December 1st or December 20th or whatever, and there's a foot of snow, I'm not sure Tua's changeups are going to work in that wind up there that he throws. You know what I mean? But the fact they're going to get them in, it's going to be a very temperate climate on October. It's a week and a half away. It might be in the 60s. I don't think that's going to be a problem for him. So I will say that's not an overreaction.
NFL overreactions or not, love it. Talking about the entire NFL on your home of America's team with Sean Sharif and RJ Choppy. Thank y'all for turning it on, leaving it on. Let's check in with the number one story in the entire sport. Cowboys insider Nick Eatman. What's going on at the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco? Nick joins us next. But
here brought to you by State of the Art Weight Loss, That's Soda, and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels today at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Crosstalk with KMC. They're out at the Globe for today's 1 p.m. first pitch, 12:30 pregame with Jared Sandler as the Rangers once again taking on the Red Sox on your home for Rangers baseball. You will hear it. You also hear Nick Eatman every single hump day. Here on Sean and RJ, brought to you by WinStar World Casino and Resort, the official casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Nick, you've been doing this for a very long time, and you know the hype surrounding this team. Does this hype feel different or more legit?
Both. I mean, I think it feels different because it is a little more legit.
Because we've looked stupid doing this for years, saying the same thing. But I think this is different.
It does feel different. It really does. This team, this roster is really deep, you know. And so you knock on wood. I mean, you know, injuries happen. They've already happened, you know. But you just feel like in certain areas that they can withstand it, and you know, that's what it takes to get there. You know, it takes you know, depth all year long, and you know, withstanding that kind of bumps in the road to get to the end. And then when you get there, you know, you got to be healthy enough, good enough, lucky enough, and all of those. But it does feel different in the way that they've won these games, and you know, the Giants and Jets are two teams that were expected to compete, and they, you know, for the playoffs, and they still might. But just the way they've just handled them, and I think Micah Parsons is the one that just gets everyone excited about what this could be, because you just feel like he's gonna make the play when it really gets down to it. He's gonna go make the play and force someone else to make the play. So it's fun. It's a fun time.
How do they manage expectations?
Who's they? I mean, honestly, I'm just like McCarthy, the team. I mean, because it's different, because when you're talking about the players, I mean, I think that they've grounded them enough to say, you know, I'm sure, you know, look at what this quarterback did on you guys last week, running the ball on this, or look what our red zone is. You know, there's good enough things to kind of chew on for the week to say, all right, you know, let's clean this up here and there. I think that's how they try, but you know, it's also whose expectations, you know, because we know the number, we know how many years it's been, all that. So that's what the expectation is. And I think it's tough. I think you have to just be grounded every single week. And that's what McCarthy's job is, Dan Quinn's job, you know, Bones, Schottenheimer, all of them. That's their job, is to make sure that they can kind of keep them focused. But it's not easy. It's not easy with the outside noise, and you know, and shows like this. Shows like what we do. But I mean, I'm not blaming them. That's what we do.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, that's what we do. And everything is big picture. Every single thing is, well, you know, are they good enough to do this? Are they good enough? And it's hard because it is a long, long grinding season.
Will anyone, and if not, your opinion on this topic of, has McCarthy been like kind of limiting the offense in certain situations?
I think he has limited the offense, but I hope that doesn't sound like a bad thing. I mean, I think he's purposely limiting them for these two games. I mean, I think you know, I heard what Brad Sham said on the radio to you guys, I guess Monday.
Yeah,
and I do agree with the notion of just coaching what is in front of you. I think he's done this long enough to know that things will definitely change. There will be some games where, you know, there's probably going to be a game this year where 30 points won't win it for the Cowboys, and that's just the nature of the way that this will go. And so I think there's going to be times where he knows that he's going to have to put his foot on the gas a little bit more than what they're doing. But I think he has limited them. I think the fourth quarter was definitely limiting. I mean, I think they tried to score, you know, in some of these other plays, but the fourth quarter was one where you could tell, we're going to run the football, we're going to make some, you know, we're just going to keep it safe here and kick field goals, because, you know, especially when they were up 14. I think when you go up 17, that's 3 scores. they're not scoring 3 times. There's no way they're going to score 3 times. So I think that he kind of played it that way.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com here on Sean and RJ. How difficult was it to come up with Arizona storylines, and what are they?
It was. Yeah, it definitely was. You're like, okay, well, they can't hang on to the lead. I mean, that's 2 games in a row that they've lost in the second half. Now, the first one wasn't as bad. It was kind of, back and forth a little bit with Washington. They did have a halftime lead, but the Giants, I mean, their bottom just fell out for them. Being up 20-0. Just the fact that, when Josh Dobbs is playing, this is the second time that they've seen him. They played him with the Titans last year. Budda Baker's one of their better players. He's out now with a hamstring injury. They just don't have a lot of players. They're really not. They just don't have a lot of talent on their team right now. And you don't know what's going to happen with them, but they're playing hard. I mean, I give them credit for that. I mean, they're hanging in there with these 2 games, and I'll say this, and if you guys have been to the games or you definitely have covered them and watched them, I don't know what it is about Arizona, but something weird's going to happen there. It just always does. It's just something unique about that game. Going out there, you think when you step in. When you get there an hour and a half before the game, or like in pregame, you're like, oh, well, they're going to blow out the Cardinals. I don't think there's any fans at all in here for Arizona, because it's all Cowboys. That's the way it is on road games early in the game because they'll show up early, and then then the game starts and just something kind of quirky seems to happen. So, and it's not always a good thing for the Cowboys, really. So. Yeah. I can't believe it's been 6 years, honestly, since the game that they all knelt together. If you remember that in 2017, and they at midfield, at the anthem. I mean, that will feel like a long time ago because it was 6 years.
What do we need to know about Arizona?
They play hard. They give up the lead. They don't have a quarterback that's that experienced. I really don't know. I haven't dug deep into that, just yet. I don't know, and I don't even know if I will. I'm sorry. I'm just gonna be honest. I mean, I don't know if I'm gonna.
Your name's on the DallasCowboys.com preview.
Oh, I know, but I'm talking about digging in to see what's their left tackle situation like. What's their guard? Are they gonna? Who's gonna? Does their corner go around and follow and chase? Because I know the Jets guy doesn't. Do the Cardinals do that? Stuff like that. I haven't gotten to that point just yet. But all I'm saying is that I know that they've, what I know is that they're playing hard right now, and it's going to be in Arizona. So I don't think this game is going to be as easy as it might look like.
Were you at the 08 game there that where McBriar broke his leg and Romo thumb?
Yeah, it was the. First of all, that game, still the only game in the history of the NFL that started and ended with a special teams touchdown. So that never happened before or since. Yeah, they opened a kickoff for a touchdown to the Cardinals. Cowboys also had a blocked punt in overtime that Cardinals scored a touchdown and won the game. But in between, it was weird. It was the worst game-tying field goal that you could possibly have for the Cowboys. I think Nick Folk drilled a 52-yard field goal or something as time went out in regulation to force overtime. And you're like, wow, what a comeback. Cowboys are now in overtime. And it's the worst thing that could have happened. Because in overtime, Romo broke his thumb. He had to miss 3 games. McBriar broke his foot. They lost the game anyways. And the Cowboys eventually lost in the playoff. Lost the spot for the playoffs by 1 game. And Romo, when he missed 3, I think they went 1-2 in that stretch. And so if you miss that kick in regulation, you lose anyways. You keep your quarterback in your punter, and you probably make the playoffs.
Did you ice Tony's thumb like when you carried him off the podium?
Really? Going there, huh?
Yeah. All right, time's up. Great preview. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I did, though, by the way. Okay.
Before you torched him in flag football or whatever it was, a 2-8 touch. Thank you, Nick. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by WinStar. WinStar World Casino and Resort, proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly.
I think the week after that, as soon as that happened, they traded for Roy Williams from Detroit.
Oh.
And then Brad Johnson was playing. And I think they beat Tampa. It was like 13-9 or 10-7. Ugly, hideous game. Pretty sure Brad was quarterbacking. And it was just that was it. Like that was the best team. Until this team this year, that was the best team on paper I'd ever seen. That was the crazy. That was the Hard Knocks year. It was a crazy camp, and I think they start. No, it was 22. They went out to Oxnard. Hard Knocks was everywhere. They had Pac-Man. They had Tank Johnson.
Yeah.
They had Roy Williams later on in the year. They had T.O. in that. They had everybody in that.
Wow.
And they were just out the 13-3 season that they thought they should have won the NFC.
Let's head on out to the Globe. We got afternoon baseball. The Rangers can take over first place in the West. Let's preview it. Crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece.
Enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Hauk with the 1-2. And that ball was lifted high into the air, pretty deep right center field. It's got a shot at leaving the yard, and it does, into the Rangers bullpen. Home run, Adolis Garcia. His 35th of the season, and he puts Texas on top, 1-0.
It may be the C block for the next 2 hours here. Sean and RJ cross-talking with Corey Majors.
Yeah, it's the Corey Majors Show here on 105.3 The Fan today.
It's the Corey Majors Show on 105.3 The Fan.
That's
Today.
right. Thanks, Peyton.
Where are the other two?
I think Mike is here. Ruben says Mike is here. He's just over at the Bally area right now, I guess, dropping off his suit because he's going to be doing pregame show. He's walking up right now in shorts, a button-up shirt, a dress shirt, and a tie, and his tennis shoes. So he's walking up right now. I don't know where Kevin is. Kevin is late, per usual. That's the way Kevin does things.
100% chance he came here first and then realized.
He's one of those guys.
He's been late kind of consistently now, which I did not see from him.
Well, it's amazing. He's the first one to ever have a child. So nobody really knows he doesn't know how to handle this one.
He's the kind of guy who is always like, I like to be right on time. I don't like to be too early. I don't like to be late. So what happens is when you play in life like that, you run into something that's unexpected, and in Texas, that's 40 minutes of your life right there.
What is your first time doing the show out there? So I give him a break.
Yeah, we are at Globe Life Field today. We'll be setting up for the Rangers and the Red Sox, and then we're going to be out here Friday night as well. We're a busy show this week, Mike, as tomorrow we'll be at My Possibilities for North Texas Giving Day, and then Buffalo Wild Wings on Friday and in Carrollton, and then we'll be out here for the game Friday night, and then Sunday I'll be at the Old 75 Beer Garden. We'll be drinking 275 Miller Lights and having a great time during the game.
That's when you respond, Mike.
Well, how's it going, guys?
It's all right. How's it going with you?
It's great, man. You see Wyatt Langford last night?
I did. He had another one. He had, 4 for 5 last night? Yeah. Dude's insane. He is
Bring him
insane.
up. Bring him up.
Let's do it now.
In a weird, I can't believe this, but I have heard that there's a small possibility.
Dave Raymond brought it up last night on TV. I was like, what? What are you talking about?
Well, yesterday, Mike, that was the thing that I got from Bochy the most. When we talked with Bochy yesterday, it sounded like, look, man, yeah, we could ask the pitching to be better. We could ask the bullpen to be better. But we got to get our offense going in some way. We got to get this back to what it is and what it has been all season, or was it what it was earlier in the season? And I don't know if Wyatt Langford's the answer, but, oh, by the way, Ruben was up here earlier. Evan Carter just walks by, and he's like, hey, Evan Carter, how's it going? Evan Carter stopped and took a picture with him, dude. He's so nice. He's such a nice kid.
That's what he did to Pat Doney in Oxnard.
Yeah. He loves Pat Doney.
He's like the
Evan Carter did? No. I missed Evan Carter in Oxnard.
Ruben. That was Ruben.
Yeah, that was Ruben. Mike, are you whispering?
Yep.
Why?
Just feels right.
Are you trying to save your voice for Bally?
Am I whispering?
You
trying
had
to
high
act like
energy
there's 2
yesterday.
strikes and a hitter?
Maybe Ruben should stop fanboying and turn up the microphone
right.
a little bit. Yeah.
Well, dang it. How tall was Evan Carter?
I wasn't here when it happened.
Ruben, was he tall?
Mike's
he was
jealous.
tall. He gave me a head shake, yes.
Mike's jealous.
Was he handsome? Were you like, that's a handsome young man? Yeah, that's good.
They
Good
can
to
be.
know.
They can sit here and be in first place after today. How is that possible? How does that feel? How does that feel right? It makes zero sense.
I follow Shireen Williams. I had no clue she was a Houston Astros fan.
Okay,
Did you guys know that?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, so she's a Houston Astros fan, and it's funny as the Rangers are making an error, trying to turn a double play, and it looks like chaos is going to break out in the 7th inning against the Rangers again. I see Shireen Williams on Twitter go, the Astros don't deserve to make the playoffs. They're not going to make the playoffs. Nobody cares anymore except for the hitting coach. And I'm like, oh, wow, this is awesome. Like, I had no clue that Houston Astro fans were as frustrated as Texas Ranger fans. And they're the defending champs. They go to the ALCS every year. So it was just kind of interesting to see Astro fans so frustrated at the way the Astros have been playing since they came here to Arlington. Obviously, they destroyed the Texas Rangers.
Yeah.
One of the worst home series in the history of the Texas Rangers.
Yeah.
It doesn't get much worse than giving up 39 runs and 50 hits in 3 games and and just getting your doors blown off in what was hopefully a competitive series. From that point, Houston has played like crud. So
and they played like crud coming in too. They had just gotten some of the Yankees the 3 days before,
so
they hadn't been playing like gangbusters either.
Yeah, so in a weird way, Seattle, Houston, and Texas are all begging each one of us, just take the division. We're trying to hand it to you, and nobody really wants to win enough baseball games to do it.
What is this playing like gangbusters? What does that mean?
I don't know.
Where'd that come from?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Gangbusters?
Gangbusters.
Why'd you say it, Mike?
I'm going to Google that.
I mean, it's a saying. I'm just wondering, like, the origin of it. What's the meaning of it? Corey, there's Mike, looking real nice right there.
Looking real nice.
Stand up, Mike. Stand up for him real quick.
This is called the Boo. I got the Boo look going.
Bouchel?
Yeah.
Is that what he does on TV?
Every day.
Shorts?
Every day. I was tired. I was like, you know what? I'm not putting on pants.
Right.
I'm shorting it.
I don't blame you.
Last day for me here. So this is my farewell.
This is your last. You're moving on from the Fan.
Last show.
This is it, guys. I'm announcing.
In the middle of the week.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the middle of the week.
It's a weird time to just be like, I'm done in the middle of the week.
What are you gonna do? Where are you going?
I'm just going to relax. I've decided I'm quitting this Metroplex as yesterday. It took me an hour to get to Arlington. I left the house at 4:55.
Oh, like Kevin Hagelin time.
And I got here at 5:55. And
So
usually it's a
30.
25-minute drive in 5 o'clock traffic. You get in kind of I call it the toll lane because I guess you're paying a toll, so that would make it the toll lane.
It is a toll lane.
And then it all bottlenecks. Arlington's like, you know what? For over a decade now, we would like to do traffic on our highways. And even though we're building this area up tremendously with the Rangers' new park, and hey, guess what? The Cowboys have been here over a decade, and we have Texas Live, and we have this brand new Lowe's hotel that looks really beautiful that's going up. And we're going to try to do more and more. We're adding a veterans like Hall of Fame memorial situation over there where the old little ballpark used to be. We're doing all these things. But since 2009, we are still working on I-30 in the Arlington area. I don't get it. I still don't get how 14 years later they've made it worse.
Look at how big this stadium is.
I haven't been on that side of the old ballpark. Is the youth ballpark gone?
It's gone.
When was that? When did they demolish it? We played baseball there like 2 years ago.
2 years ago.
There you go.
You were the last game.
You guys were the last game. You should have had like some sort of ceremony.
Boy, there was that ballpark could talk. Let's leave it at that.
Kevin, 30 got you today?
30 sucks, man. And it's been this way for a while.
Only 14 years.
I just don't know why it seems to have regressed in the last year or so. And I know people will be like, more people went back to work, and I get that, but it seems like we just lost all idea of how to drive, or let's just smash into each other for the hell of it.
Yeah. Sean, what year did you move here?
2011.
Okay. So you were right before the Super Bowl and right before the NBA All-Star game over here?
Right after.
Right after. I guess since you hadn't been here before, it's like, oh, man, I just remember this thought. I just remember going, man, it kind of stinks that Arlington got everything. They got the NBA All-Star game. They got the Super Bowl. This is so awesome. And they just started construction about 6 months ago on the highway.
Yeah.
And I was like, I can remember it thinking to myself, gosh, people are going to come into our Metroplex. Arlington, for the first time in the history of its city, is going to have a national spotlight, and they're freaking just started 6 months ago construction on the highway, which is going to make it kind of bad.
Just in time, for the World Cup final.
Hopefully.
Yeah. And I thought to myself, in about 2 to 3 years, somewhere around 2012, it's just going to be a beautiful highway. There's going to be 5-6 lanes. There's going to be great exits. There's going to be all of these things. And we are at 2023. And it has gotten worse. It's like, let's destroy the highway and not fix it. And that was in 2010 they decided to do that.
Could have put public transportation. I mean, our largest city in the U.S. without public transportation.
But, Mike, where are you moving?
I got to move to a smaller town.
Okay.
I don't, and I got to. So I can't do that.
Anna.
There's things that I guess
God.
I'm 5 years away, I think, from retirement. To be honest. I think at age 50, I'll be done with this. And
with both?
I don't know with both.
Okay.
No, you're gonna keep doing Bally. You need the.
But I just don't want to drive around this Metroplex anymore. I just don't want to drive around from anywhere from 7 a.m. to about 9:30 a.m. I do not want to do this drive anymore, and I don't want to drive from about 4 o'clock to 6 o'clock around this Metroplex.
Would you trade hours with us for that reason?
Not at all.
Okay.
I don't see traffic. We never see traffic.
Right.
If we see traffic, it's because they. Now I have run into where we're driving down the highway and all of a sudden there's 4 cop cars lined up, stopping traffic so they could bring some giant payloader onto the highway and fix things, and then they just go at a crawl. We never hit traffic ever.
I honestly feel like, though, you could talk traffic. I feel like this is like an amazing topic. You could talk traffic, local city traffic, or in the state for like an hour
on the
straight.
8s or something like that.
Because everyone, I guarantee, just texted their own problem, their own issue, their own opinion with it. But yeah, Mike driving, like, that's why I don't leave the house Monday through Friday. Like, after I get home, I'm not going out in any rush hour.
Oh, the rush hour is
if
terrible.
I have an event or an appearance, I dread it.
I'm very fortunate because we had a lot of practices during the week, but I don't face much traffic. Like, there's not much traffic west of the airport on 114. There's just not. Like, at that time, there's a little bit, but it's never bumper to bumper where you're going below 40.
I think you're the voice of Globe Life Field right now.
I mean, listen.
You hear it?
I do hear it. I do hear it. I'm no Chuck Morgan.
Does the mayor of Arlington have anything to do with it? Like, if we talk to the mayor of Arlington, I don't know. I know it's not Vandergriff anymore. That was 50-something years ago. But he created a whole bunch of car dealerships, I think.
And dorms.
I just wonder, like, do you have anything to do with this 15-year project that is still 15 years away? Like, why wouldn't you say, I'm the mayor of this town.
Yeah.
Figure this out. Like, I'm talking to the people who do roads and go, do it.
Well, Mike, how was the traffic in the other big cities you lived in? You got D.C., you got New York,
New York's the worst by far. Yeah. But I decided.
You didn't have a car in New York, right?
I did. I just parked it at the hotel and never used it until they sent me back to Norfolk, Virginia.
Wow.
And then I would get in my car and drive back to Norfolk, Virginia. But I was just going to use the subway system and the taxis. Obviously, there was I don't even know if there's Uber there now because there's still a zillion taxis. But so I just used public transportation. In D.C., I guess the reason I say it wasn't bad is usually I was driving to the ballpark around 1 p.m. and I was driving away from RFK around 11 p.m.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't really know what morning traffic / afternoon traffic was like.
But nothing's worse than what we experience in California.
Oh, California is the worst.
$6 gas.
So weird. $7 gas down someplace. We warned you. We warned you against California.
California is worse. Somehow we're in Oxnard, an hour away, at least. Like, I guess you're only 40 miles away from the airport at LAX, but that is an hour and a half drive.
Yeah, easily hour and a half.
And that's it. That's at 10:30 in the morning. It's not like because of
we get there in rush.
It's just pathetic.
We're back tomorrow morning. We'll see if Bobby returns from the rumbling issues. It's the full KMC match. Well, not the full show, but all three are finally here. KMC, then Rangers baseball, right here on The Fan.
We have your latest Dallas Stars offseason news. Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live from Globe Life Field in Arlington, saying hello to all the good people who make it happen here in Arlington. We got Rangers and Red Sox coming up in 3 hours? 3 hours.
I don't know how to count, Kevin. You know that. What are you doing?
Not?
This morning when I pulled into the parking lot, I read the instructions. It said the parking lot opens 5.5 hours before the game. And I started counting with my thumb and my other digits. And so it went in 7:30?
Yeah.
I didn't. I even was 2 hours off that. So, yeah, good luck to me on that, man. What's that?
You got here at 8:30?
I did get here at I get here at 9. I got here at 8:54. So 8:54 is what
I appreciate.
You know what's
that
crazy
level
about that
of
too,
precision.
Kevin, is my Google told me I would be here at 8:54. Two times my directions. Twice I hit traffic and I still got here at 8:54. So that's how accurate Google is, and that's terrifying.
Yeah. I have other thoughts about how accurate Google is. But let's go to cut number 1 if we can, because the Rangers were, in fact, victorious last night.
Hauk with the 1-2. And that ball was lifted high into the air, pretty deep right center field. It's got a shot at leaving the yard, and it does, into the Rangers bullpen. Home run, Adolis Garcia, his 35th of the season, and he puts Texas on top, 1-0.
Now, I know people will get caught up about now you've hit 35 home runs for Adolis Garcia, and that is cool. But more importantly, I know it wasn't 1 run, but it was a 2-run game going into the vital innings where it feels like we usually lose these games, and they were able to be victorious, which I know all wins and all losses count the same, but this felt like a bigger win to me because they were able to lock down a game in which they usually lose these games.
It felt exactly like deja vu all over again.
Do you think the same thing was going to happen, right?
Well, because Andrew Heaney came in, and you get a double, you get a walk that Bochy gets thrown out on, and I thought that in a way, like he's trying to fire up his team. Like he just can't. It's almost like Boch can't take it anymore. He's like, listen, we do enough to hurt ourselves. I cannot have an umpire hurting us. And I think what happened is earlier in the game, and it wasn't like a long time before this, but a few innings before, Corey Seager struck out on a 3-2 borderline pitch. So you're talking about a dude who's a perennial all-star, a guy who's probably going to finish second in MVP voting, and there's this borderline 50-50 call. I can see how it can go either way, and they call strike 3. So then Andrew Heaney's facing, I'm forgetting his name, I'm sorry, it might have been Urias, but the number 9 hole hitter for the Boston Red Sox, who will never make an all-star team in his life, probably.
It was Urias.
And they call ball 4 on a pitch that is right on the corner or right off. It's a 50-50 call. And it's like, how is Corey Seager not getting the 50-50 call, but this guy is in this situation? And so obviously Boch lost it. And then the next ball is a ground ball. I don't know if it's going to be a double play because it's not hit very hard. But then the Rangers make an error. Corey Seager throws it into right field. And you're just like, now the game's tied. Not only is the game tied, but now it's the winning run or the go-ahead run is on third, an extra run is on second, and there's only 1 out, and you just feel like, I can't believe this. We actually even got the ground ball to possibly get out of this situation with 1 out, and we still don't get an out on this. And I'm just like, it's going to happen again.
Mm-hmm.
Like, in a different way, it's going to happen again. And they brought in Aroldis Chapman, and I will tell you something. When he has 6 days rest, he is impossible to hit.
So maybe we should just not see him for another 6 days. Because I actually do assume, you won't see him for a couple of days, at least a couple of days, right? Because he threw an inning in 2/3.
Right. Well, today he won't pitch. Tomorrow's a day off. So it sets up perfectly that Friday.
But maybe we
Seattle,
should wait 6 days, you think?
I hope he doesn't have 6 days off.
Corey's on.
If that's what it's going to be like, then let's wait the 6 days.
Hell yeah.
But he was phenomenal. And I will say this, I believe he had 21 pitches after his inning in 2/3. I was like, leave him out there.
Mm-hmm.
I already know he's not going to pitch tomorrow, or now it's today. But I was like, I'll just keep him out there. Let's go. Let's Goose Gossage this sucker right here. You know, Catfish Hunter it back in the day where guys would get 2-3 inning saves. And I'm like, just keep him out there. I already know he has 2 days off. But they went to Jose Leclerc. and they had Brock Burke warming up. Like, as soon as the inning started, Brock Burke was ready to come in. He has to face 3 batters, so if the lineup turned over after 7, 8, 9, Brock Burke was going to come in to try to save the day. And luckily, Jose Leclerc was easy sailing, 1, 2, 3, 9th inning. And
so his next outing will be a little questionable because isn't that how he
load
does?
The bases, there'll be 1 out, and you'll be like,
I don't know, but that 20% chance you guys had the other day, it was 100% of the 20% yesterday.
I said 0 yesterday, so.
Oh man, so you're
out.
You're
I don't
off
know,
on
man.
that.
I don't know.
And plus, props to the. I will say, I know we're focusing on the pitching right here. Props to the Rangers' offense in the bottom of the 7th inning because we had talked a lot about
getting late runs.
Yeah, 7th, 8th, and 9th inning. Where has this offense gone? And it did give you the opportunity, along with the pitching staff, to win this game. So I was pleased that you, just for one game, you hit 2 spots that had been crushing you the last week or so.
You know, Mike, one of the things I remember and noticed was whenever this team started getting into this weird place, it did seem like they got really – this is a long time ago, but they got frustrated with the strike zone. And they were like, I know the strike zone so well. Do you not see how badass I've been hitting lately? I know it better than you do, umpire. And they let that get frustrating to them. And I can see how Bochy is like, no, we need these things to go right because they know what they're doing. These guys are supposed to be doing it. So I'm hoping that they can kind of get past that at some point and just say, we're just attacking the baseball and start hitting. And hopefully, Evan Carter won't look pedestrian like he has. Of late,
He was a pedestrian earlier.
Yeah, he was. He kind of walked
by,
by and he hung out with Ruben. He still looked taller than most humans.
I will say this.
That makes sense.
In basketball, it works, I will say, 50% of the time. When a coach, I hope Luke is not listening, not a player, Luca, when a coach gets thrown out of the game for arguing what he feels is an unfair advantage for the other team getting the 50-50 calls, I will say that a lot of the time the ref in the NBA, I'll say 50%, will switch the calls. He'll be like, maybe I am horse-ass today because that guy just got
happened
thrown.
in the NFL where a pass interference was really bad, and then all of a sudden the next call is like, that's questionable, but I'll take it.
And like Jason Kidd is not good at this. He does not understand this at all on how to manipulate referees from the sideline as a head coach. He has not figured that out yet. But in baseball, being part of it for a long time, I will say it rarely works, but every once in a while it does. An umpire will go, dude, Bruce Bochy's, like, in their head, right? They think Bruce Bochy's such a nice guy. Like,
surely he's got a point right here.
I might be doing a bad job if he is going to take his body, which does not move well anymore, and he is going to take this walk to let me know that I am screwing his team over on the ball strike call. Now, I'm not saying it did change. I'm not saying all of a sudden the Rangers got all the calls, but I do think Boch is smart enough to know, one, I got to show this team that I'm behind them, I believe in them, and maybe it's other people that are screwing them over too.
One of the most fun things if you cover sports, now I know it's a little different in professional sports with the press box and everything, but is getting to hear what they say to the umps or the officials sometime. I was at a basketball game. I was sitting at the scorer's table, and one of the coaches looked at the ref and was like, come on, ref, call it both ways. And the ref stops, turns around, and goes, are you insinuating that I'm favoring the other team over yours? And he's like, whoa, I didn't say that. And I was sitting there, and I'm thinking, that is exactly what you just
Not exactly what he said. He
insinuated.
insinuated, but not it said it. But even better, Kevin, is whenever you have a really tight relationship with them and you can go off record with the coaches afterwards and be like, hey, so what did you say there? And then they tell you, and you're like, that's entertaining.
Now,
can't write it, though.
We're at Globe Life Field. Game gets going 105 right here on 105.3 The Fan. That makes sense. So
That
it'll
does
probably
make sense.
start at 105
Like
in
3
0.3
seconds,
seconds, I feel like. But, Corey,
30 seconds.
do you have any advice for people who are coming to the game who perhaps are hoping to get a foul ball? Or do you perhaps have some sort of historical information to let us know?
I do. I have a story that I was aware of this morning. My buddy Jason sent this to me this morning, and I've never – you know what the Rubens rule is? Rubens rule.
I do not.
Sauerkraut and Thousand Island.
Yeah, that he's always on our remotes and stuff.
Yeah, it was spectators risk being arrested for keeping a foul ball. So that was Rubens' rule back in the day. And in 1998, Robert Cotter was named Fan of the Century. Mike, I don't know if you remember Fan of the Century, because he was the most passionate fan for the Philadelphia Phillies. But that was basically them saying, hey, we're sorry about that time you got arrested when you were 11 years old.
Dang.
Robert Cotter, when he was a kid,
hard.
he used to climb up like this drain pipe to get into the stadium. And back in the day, all the owners, they were like, look, baseballs are expensive.
Yeah.
They go off into the stands. We got to put spotters out there to get the ball. So they had security. They paid security guards to go grab the baseball from the fan and say, all right, we're putting this back out onto the field.
That job's got to kind of suck, right? Like, I appreciate that you do what you got to do to be employed for your family and yourself and everything, but like, hey, I need you to go back in the crowd, and if some kid has it, don't care.
Yeah.
Get that baseball
Take that
back.
baseball. And what happened was they started fans were going back and forth with them on this. The only owner in baseball at the time, this was like in the 1920s, 1916 area, was Charles Wegham, who was the Chicago Cubs owner at the time.
Oh, yeah.
And he was like, this is poor public relations. This is bad on our part. We shouldn't be doing this. I think the line was, it isn't always good business to be penny wise. So in contract negotiations, Kevin used that one just a little bit. But fans, like, they continue to go back and forth with this. But Robert Cotter, he ended up at the Phillies game, and it was the William Baker and their business manager, William Schätzlein, decided to make an example of this boy. No, they wanted to make an example of him, so they sent him to jail.
What?
They sent him, they said, we're going to prosecute this kid, we're going to charge him with everything, and they sent him to jail.
You can send 11-year-olds to jail?
I guess so, yeah.
Yeah, sometimes it's not like the real jail, but you're still in a holding cell.
Okay.
And
Yeah,
it's
they
really
sent him to the
isolating.
courthouse. Yeah, they sent him to the courthouse, and his mom at the time, she was working, and she got to the precinct late. And
Oh
she
my
couldn't
God.
get him out until the next morning.
Yeah.
And so the next morning, by this point,
My mom showed up in town.
by this point, the media had gotten a hold of this, and
that's not a good
they
look.
started getting pounded by everybody. They were like, "This is miserable." And at that point, that's when they said, "You know what? Here's the line. Such an act on the part of a boy is merely proof that he is following his most natural impulses. It is a thing I would do myself." That's what the judge said at the time. So they said, hey, all you baseball owners, let the kids play. Basically is what they said. They said, let them keep those baseballs.
Sometimes
That's why you get booed if you're an adult and there's a kid next to you. Because
Yeah.
they know, I didn't know
They know
that
that Robert
everybody
Cotter-
knew
that
this.
kid to jail. Like, come on.
But in 1930 or 1921, Reuben Berman was sitting in the box seats at the Polo Grounds when he caught a ball, came his way. Instead of turning it over as he was demanded to, he tossed it several rows back to another group of spectators.
Oh,
and he was
brilliant.
subsequently removed from his seat, and he was arrested and chastised and everything. And then later after that, they said, you know what, we're changing this. Connecticut came back with like a $20,000 lawsuit alleging humiliation, loss of reputation, and so much more. So
I mean, I do kind of see their point. It's like, hey, we threw this kid in jail for catching a baseball and holding on to it.
yes,
That sounds
exactly.
pretty bad.
And so since then, Mike, we talked about this before. How many baseballs per game go out in the into
You
the
probably
stands?
lose close to 100 balls a game with them hitting the dirt. Now if it has a little scuff.
Oh, yeah, you got to pitch it.
And then the balls that are foul balls that go into the stands, like they have to have, I believe, I might be wrong about this, I think they have to have 12 dozen ready for a game where
How many is that, Corey?
they've been rubbed up pregame.
Or 124.
144.
That's what I said.
Okay.
But I will say this. I think, Kevin, you know this. At time, if you go to like an Aggie baseball
Yes.
game, if you go to a lot of college games, they'll be like, please return the ball to the
Yes.
concessions. We'll give you a free hot dog.
Yes.
We'll hot dog you up so we
Yeah.
can get the ball back.
He's right.
Instead of ashing you up.
Yeah.
That's a lot nicer.
Yeah, they want to kill you.
Yeah.
And so, but
about
even
that
in the
phrase.
minor leagues at times at your lower levels, they'll try to do the same thing because they want those balls, even though they've probably been scuffed up from hitting the cement or whatever, they're probably like, hey, we need these for batting practice the next few days. And then the other thing, too, is when I was with Washington, the Nationals, I'm in Columbus in AAA. They're so poor and so cheap at the time, the Learners had bought the team, and they didn't understand baseball ownership at all. Well, you have to send balls down to your minor league so we have balls to hit with and stuff like that. And so what Tim Foley, worst manager I ever had, decent guy, the worst manager in the history of baseball probably, is he would, when we would go play the Yankees who were in Scranton or go play Boston who was in Pawtucket, their AAA teams, we would take a whole bucket that had no balls in it, and our job was, it really stunk, but our job was to steal as many baseballs as we could from the richer organization, so we would have baseballs later in the year that we could have batting practice.
Baseballs, and you're like, nah, I'm pretty sure these are ours.
Yeah.
All along.
So they're like, just take as many baseballs as you can on our 3 days here at batting practice. If they hit a foul ball, guys, don't throw it in the stands. We got to keep those so we have bullpen sessions with decent baseball. So it was really sad in 2008 that like we were stealing baseballs from what would be considered the richer organization, so the Washington Nationals could have baseballs in the minor leagues.
So there's another story, Kevin. Baseballs are valuable.
So
if
you
catch
get a
one
baseball today, don't take it for granted. It's what you could have been in jail.
Yeah.
Bassett could have tried to steal it from you on the field. Like, don't take these things for granted.
Yeah, enjoy it today, man.
Every game, Tim Foley protested within 3 innings. And I was like, just let us play the damn game. Can we not take 10 minutes to protest the game every time? I'm protesting. I'm like, Tim Foley, you are the worst.
For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we're live at Globe Life Field in Arlington, but we're going to talk about the Cowboys through 2 games. Are there positions on the Cowboys that still worry you? 877-881-1053. We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
DFW's #1 Cowboys podcast. 1.2.
2E.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Window Nation, and it's brought to you by Franklin & Franklin. Life is unpredictable, accidents happen, and Franklin & Franklin are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Franklin & Franklin for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-817-333-3333.
2nd and 10. Snap to Wilson. Carson's coming up the middle, flushed him out, running right, throws on the run, intercepted. Flag is down. Kearse has it at the 45. Kearse to the 30. Kearse to the 25. Kearse to the 20. And Dwayne Brown throws him down about the 15.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Globe Live Field right now. Don't forget, tomorrow we'll be at My Possibilities in Plano for North Texas Giving Day, and apparently they will open up the doors if people want to go visit. Always a great time. We're not talking about the Cowboys right now, though. I was reading an article, and I didn't necessarily agree with it. It was the biggest roster weaknesses for every team through week 2. So the question I wanted to pose to y'all, to the Twitch, the YouTube, and our fan texters at 877-881-1053, are there positions for the Cowboys through these 2 games that you're like, I'm still concerned, or I still think this is a weak positional group?
Who's the writer you want to attack here, Kevin? Who's the writer you want to really go after?
It's just by the Bleacher Report staff.
Okay,
they didn't want to put their names on it. They knew.
Bleacher Report.
They knew.
Let's see.
So you're saying there's a staph infection there?
Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
Yes.
You're saying. All right, let's see. I'm thinking about this team. Let's start
There's
around
nothing.
here. There's
This is
nothing
the
at
perfect
secondary.
team.
That's not true. That's not true.
I like it.
It's not perfect, but because they gave up 10 points. If they were perfect, they wouldn't have given up 10 points at all.
Corey, listen to you being a hater.
That's
you
not
would
being a
prefer
hater.
If I came back with that Jets highlight, right?
No.
You want me to play the Garrett Wilson highlight? We can, just for you, Corey.
Well, it sounds
You know what,
like you're
Reggie?
a mile away from your mic in my ear.
Oh, no. You can adjust that on your
You sound normal,
panel.
Kevin.
We just changed all
I
those
sound
things
normal?
up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, the secondary, there's no weakness. The defensive front, I guess you could still say you have question marks because you want to see a team like really try to run, because with the Jets, they gave up on running. They got behind and they were like, we can't run this football anymore. But they couldn't run the football when they tried earlier. On the offensive line, I guess the benefit of not playing your starters, what we're hearing right now is you develop some backup offensive linemen.
I have always thought that it sucks when you have an injury. The one potential upside is you could find out that you do have depth or kind of create depth, I guess.
I guess I would say that the only weakness is...
I know. I figured it out.
Okay, Mike.
When quarterbacks drop back to pass and they decide not to pass and they run.
Yeah, right
That
up
is
the middle.
the best play against the
Yeah.
Cowboys so far, is when they get pressure on the quarterback,
Over
don't
pursuit.
sack him. All the cornerbacks have draped over all the receivers and
they're
tight
good at that,
ends,
yeah.
and nobody can get open, and the quarterback runs. That is the best play against the Cowboys.
So Leighton Vander Esch is the weakness, right? Is that what
Well,
you're saying? Because he's the safety valve in that. But he's probably doing something else too.
Yeah, like when he tackled that guy without leaving his feet. He just knocked that dude to the ground.
I thought he committed a crime in the middle of a field
Yeah.
in front of 100,000 people. I was like, this is not good.
Now, I can live with, based on what you were just saying, biggest weakness, linebacker.
Mm-hmm.
Second biggest weakness, and this has got to make you feel good, offensive line depth.
Okay.
So they say the second biggest weakness on the Cowboys is the backups at a certain position, which I'm fine with. The part I didn't agree with is you go down the board, tight end and safety. Man, I feel just fine about our safeties.
All right, safety, I have no question about what they are as leaders to that
Better
defense
than
for
fine,
one,
yeah.
and then their ability. I mean, Malik Hooker, he took a bad angle one time. He makes up for it at the end of the game with an interception. Jaron Kearse has an interception, and if you listen to sounds from the sideline, they're like, dude, you look good running. He's like, I know I look good running that football back.
I wish he would cover it a little bit better. He was in between Deion and putting it under, his boob.
Like Lamar Jackson when he's like,
you might want to protect it a little bit more in a big situation if that was a big turnover and you needed possession in their territory. I would like for him to protect the ball a hair better than that.
And, Kevin, if you're going to go to the tight end group, they haven't quite proven that they are an elite tight end bunch.
Oh, totally.
So if you're going to say that, like basically what I'm learning from the Bleacher Report staph infection is that's what Mike called it. So that's what we're calling it now.
Yeah.
Basically what we just learned there is that they think the Cowboys are really good, but they had to find something and say that this is it. And I just don't – I think you knew Dalton Schultz was going to be open a lot of times. And right now you're still trying to find some things with Jake Ferguson, who is your starter.
Yep.
But Schoonmaker got a touchdown, Ferguson got a touchdown, and Hendershot had his opportunity to run one in, but that play just blew up. So
I did not love the angle of that play.
I still think your tight ends are a really good bunch, but based on their list, they're the worst out of a group that's really good. So, okay.
From the 817, only thing that worries me is a goal line running back. We need a power back that can punch it in. We've been trying to solve that this week
Or
by
a power
insinuating
bottom,
that Mike, yes, or power bottom.
Yeah, if we can
I still
find
don't know if that's the terminology we should be using.
I still don't know. I do. That's the power bottom play. Because you have one dude using his legs, his hamstrings, and his butt to move the pile, and you have two guys behind him pushing his buttocks as hard as they can to get the yard they need for the first down. I feel like calling that the power bottom play is the perfect way to define that play.
That's where we've also insinuated or flat out suggested that Micah Parsons should get a look at some of those.
No.
Or you could give it to Tony Pollard instead of that one series where they did not do one single run from the one to Tony Pollard.
Has any quarterback ever gotten hurt doing just the quarterback dive for? Like, I get
Mahomes.
how Carson Wentz got hurt. Like, you're trying to hit a hole. I get that, and I get how running backs can get hurt. They are, starting 7 yards behind to then run as fast as they can into a pile to move. But I don't feel – maybe it's happened.
Mahomes hurt his knee, was it 2 years ago? He hurt his knee on a goal line situation when he went in. He had his left foot or right foot planted, and a lineman came in on it.
Okay.
And so that's the –
I would have thought arms or fingers,
yeah, that's
right?
my concern is obviously, too, when those guys get to the bottom of the pile, you're not nice at the bottom of the pile. You're like, okay, I see number 4. Let me start pinching him on his belly or something,
You
really make
think
him mad.
that's the extent of it?
No, they start biting, too. They start biting people's arms. Dick
Oil
Butkus
check.
told me. He was like, man, we get in there, we start biting. Why do you think my face mask moves around so much?
Maybe they should try tickling their pits.
Yeah, they tickle their pits, too, and that's distracting.
Because
for
I
the
feel
next
like
play.
when I did that to my kids when they were really young, they'd always drop the football.
Well, because the first thing they do is say, I can't breathe, right? They're like, I can't breathe, oh my
Which, if
gosh,
you can
because you're
talk,
being
you
tickled.
can breathe, right?
Tickling is terrible. It's the worst. My kids know better. My whole family knows, do not tickle Dad, all right?
Okay.
Because that could end up in, it's a reaction, Kevin. It's a natural reaction for me.
From the 940, this is interesting because it's gotten lost in the fact that the Cowboys win. I know we've both brought it up, but I haven't heard more talk about it from the 940. My worry is Gilmore can't run anymore. He looks slow when Wilson toasted him. It was just one game. Stephon Gilmore had a bad game.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you on they feel he looked like.
Yeah.
I still think if he keeps something in front of him, he's
Because
really
I thought he
good.
was really good in the first game,
if he keeps things in front of him, he's really good. Maybe the catch-up speed is not quite what Trayvon Diggs has, but he does a really good job of making sure plays stay in front of him and that he's at least around for like a run play that comes his direction. But I have some questions. I do have some questions on if somebody gets by him, if they put a speed guy on him, do we need safety help?
Now, from the 863, I was about to ask wherever that is, but they answered my question. The offensive line is my biggest concern. John the Tolo and season ticket holder from Florida. I totally hear you on that. The good thing that we've seen in these first two games where it felt like if Tyler Smith was out, that would be a disaster. Or Tyron, because then you have to kick Tyler out to left tackle, and who's going to play the left guard? Because you've already gone through Udoka and Bass, and it hasn't felt like you've thought our offensive line is screwed. Now, that could have just been the nature of the games were out of reach by that point, but that has made me feel oddly a little bit better, but we need Tyler Smith to get back.
Was Brada saying that Tyron can't block in the red zone? Was that what I was hearing the other day too? I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I do feel like there was a little. He watched some film on it, and he was like, "Look, this might be something we need to work on a little bit better there." So the red zone situation, Kevin. I will say when Bass came in, you had a play that you knew, a play you didn't know about, and then from there on, Mickey's right. you didn't hear much about him from there
Right.
on, so that's a positive. Like I'll say that's a net plus right there.
And I wanted to throw this out there from the 2-1-4. Tight ends are a liability. And then they said a mean name about Hendershot. Now,
oh no,
the issue that Hendershot will run into is they clearly view him as the third tight end, right?
Yeah.
Because they drafted old Scooney,
Yeah.
and maybe it was to be the starter, one would assume
Old
at that point in the draft. But if not, they seem to have a lot of faith in Jake Ferguson. So if anything, Hendershot is looking at this from, I will get phased out of really playing if he continues to struggle. Now, obviously, he caught a break, unfortunately, with Scooney getting hurt, and that set back his progress. But Hendershot's, the trouble he's going to run into is not that he's going to be off the team, but that he'll be slotted as the unquestioned third tight end, and I don't know how much usage there's going to be.
Yeah, I mean, being kind of the wide receiver guy is kind of like you start getting pigeonholed as, well, what else can we get him on the field for other than this, other than be a playmaker? Yeah, maybe we give him a little shovel pass, and that doesn't work.
Support that.
But it didn't work.
If
Kevin.
it worked.
I do see, like, you have two pretty good tight ends, and at one point, Schoonmaker might take it over, man. Like, he might take that job completely because he's the most all-around kind of guy. But Ferguson's really good and really talented. Kevin, what about, is it Lipke? What about him? What about throwing him in as your short down guy?
I mean, look, it's certainly worth a shot.
Mm-hmm.
In a game, especially if you can run into, hopefully the Arizona Cardinals game will be another game where you're like, let's experiment just a little bit. I know.
Could you imagine if we did put Micah Parsons back there?
A little bit.
No.
A little bit.
Mike.
I can't.
I need him on my defense. I need him. I don't want him getting
like
hurt.
42 snaps. Give him 43 or 44. He'll punch it in for you.
I see his point.
I don't want some defensive player over there going,
Perry did it.
Now it's
fine.
my chance to finally hurt Micah. I don't want that. He was like, look what you did to my quarterback. I'm getting you back now.
No, I don't want to hurt him either, but if you stuffed him on first down, he would say, give me the GD ball again. I guarantee you I'll score on this next
Let's just
play.
get Dak to do some squats, all right? Let's get him to do some Brazilian butt lift and get a real strong bottom.
Look, and this is oddly encouraging from the 817. Again, only 2 games, so we're having to go off of some speculation here. I'm worried that Deuce can't break tackles and goes down too easily. 2 of the people that primarily popped up here were then Deuce Vaughn and Peyton Hendershot. That's your third-string running back and your third-string tight end.
Okay. I'm all right with that. Guys,
that's pretty dope.
Guys that I'm still developing. Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And at some point, we probably should talk a little bit more about Malik Davis because
and Trey Lance.
Yes. Well.
Okay.
What are you doing right now? We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.
You want to put him in?
Fan.
You'd get the power bottom, Trey Lance.
Coming up next, it's time for baseball nuggets, perhaps radical football opinions from Mike Bassick.
Well, let's talk about the winning ways and how can John Gray get back to pitching quality baseball. But before we do that, guys, I want to talk about Men's T Clinic. If you guys are struggling to peel off the visceral fat or you're looking to put on muscle mass and have hit a plateau, whether you're on
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Just announced, Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine's one-time Equinox offload. There's a limited supply of excess Equinox models that will be sold direct to the public below market value, and you can see them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. But don't wait. In less than 10 days, they could all be sold at Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
First offering here from Schreiber. Hit back up the middle. Pass Story into center. A base hit. Simeon around third. He comes in to score. The throw going into third. It hits off of Seager's back. Moving to second is Josh Young. He's got an RBI single, which puts Texas back into the lead 5-4.
And they would win the game 6-4. KNC Masterpiece back here live at Globe Live Field. Got to see plenty of great people who are keeping this place running every single day in Arlington.
Also, I don't know if you know this or not, and this might be for Mike in his segment, but Mike informed me that the margarita machines have been turning since 10 a.m.
Yes, that's when they turn them on. So at 11:30, they'll be slushy.
They'll be slushy margaritas. That's how you get ready for a game right there.
I was not aware of that. Thank you.
You ready for Nuggets?
Let's do it.
Okay, so there's a lot to get to here. I want to first talk about Eovaldi. He pitched last night. He struggled in the third inning. His first two innings were pretty clean, and then I thought he did a good job of battling in the fourth and fifth to put more zeros up because I think he was out of gas in the third inning. He had gotten to the 30-pitch mark, and nobody was warming up in the Rangers bullpen, and I'm just like, I don't think he has anything left. His breaking ball was super flat. His split is still inconsistent. He hit a guy with it in the third inning. That was earlier in the inning. So he's battling still what I call spring training. He is in spring training in the major leagues, and he has 2 starts left.
Let's say they make it to the playoffs.
Yeah.
Is there any chance that over these next 2 starts he can break away from that? Because obviously he hasn't gone like super deep in the majority of his games since returning.
It's a great question. You are reading my mind, Kevin. Because here's what I'm wondering, and I don't know the answer. Is I put yesterday was like March 20th for Eovaldi pitching.
I heard that.
And so I'm wondering
Saw
now,
it.
as we get into late March for Nate Eovaldi and his spring training in the major leagues while we're trying to make the playoffs, I'm wondering, can he find the magic he had in May and June? Because in May and June, he was amazing.
He was.
So that's
like
what,
a legit Cy Young
Yeah,
candidate.
he was great. And right now, he is spring training Eovaldi, and I'm hoping his next start, he should be right around 100 pitches, right? So he can kind of maybe pitch into the 6th, if not maybe the 7th inning. As far as we know, everything is healthy with him. They're letting him pitch the pitches that he needs to get to build his arm up. So I'm hoping that he can in these final 2 starts. And obviously, his next one will be in L.A., I don't believe he's going to pitch in the Seattle series. I know there's a day off. If they wanted to, they could push him to pitch on Sunday.
Okay.
You know, if they were like, hey, you know what? We have today, day off, 2 games against Seattle, and then the 3rd game.
So it would still be the regular
It would be
pattern.
regular rest without using the off day to give him extra. I don't know if they're going to do that or not and pitch him on Sunday because
Would you?
If he's completely and totally healthy, and he's telling you, I feel good, and I'm feeling like my location is getting better, because his location last night was okay.
Yeah.
I don't want to say it was good, but it wasn't bad either.
Sure.
He's like this veteran guy yesterday who said, I'm gonna dig deep inside, and I'm gonna figure out a way how to get through this 4th inning and through this 5th inning and give my team 5 innings and give them a chance to come back. And the Rangers did come back from 3-1, and they ended up winning. So I'm wondering with Eovaldi, what can he be in these final 2 starts? Because you first need to make the playoffs. You're tied with Seattle. You do have the tiebreaker, but you have 7 games. I don't know if the tiebreaker is going to come into play in a way, because if Seattle wins 4 out of 7,
you're not.
They still have to play the
match.
Astros and the Rangers at the end of this stretch here, so that's tough for them.
But the Astros are playing crap.
I know, it's a weird place to be in right now.
But
but fun.
Absolutely. Do y'all think I'm on base here? If you don't get the tiebreak against Seattle, it ain't going to matter.
Yeah,
like,
if you lose 6 of 7,
you're
done.
screwed.
Because
you're not
Toronto
on base, you just got called out.
Do you need Evaldi?
Do I need
Back to you, Mike.
Okay.
No, I was going to say, do you need Evaldi to be May and June for this team? Let's say best case scenario is in the playoffs. For them to have a shot, do you need May and June Evaldi in the playoffs?
Yes, you have to have, at this point, I would say, the thing that you wonder about is if you do make the playoffs, I'm assuming Evaldi's starting game 1. It might be Montgomery.
I put Montgomery right now. I would.
And it really, in a weird way, doesn't matter. They can't pitch another game in the wild card. You have 3 games.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And then there's this weird chance of if Houston fails and you succeed here, you have 11 games left. If you win 7 of the 11 games, I don't know. Is that enough that you go back to the 2 seed and you don't have to play in the wild card?
Maybe so. Can I ask you about Evaldi?
Because then whoever pitches game 1, it is important because they are able to come back for sure and pitch at least game 5 in a 5-game series.
About Evaldi specifically, Mike, just because I really love when you break these things down, is it fatigue? Is it arm slot? Is it grip? What's the thing that he's trying to find?
Right now it's probably release point.
Okay.
It's balance. It's being a little bit too quick. When I've listened to Evaldi in his post-game interviews, he talks a lot about, being too quick to the plate. And what he means by that is you get so excited that you can get a little bit jumpy to the plate, and you do not want your upper body leading you to the plate. You want your hip, you want your lower half pushing you to home plate. And so when his upper body gets in front of his lower body, so you get this tilt, which is a bad tilt. And what happens is your arm has trouble catching up, so your release point is a little bit off. So right now I would say it looks like he has decent speed on his fastball. It's not in the upper 90s, but it's 93, 94. It's good enough for him to be successful. When he was really good this year, he's kind of more 95, 96. So it hasn't dropped off a lot, but maybe a hair on his fastball speed. But he's just having trouble finding his release points, and I'm sure that has to do with everything's connected. So if I say I have 4 balance points, if balance point 2 gets off, then balance point 3 and 4 is going to be off. I'm not going to be able to
You kind of explained that with Dunning the other day. Okay.
And so that's where if he's probably just struggling at times when he gets that leg lift, getting into that perfect balance, and you have to be quick because there's runners on base, but if you get too fast, you get off. So can he get back to the balance points that he needs to have the release that he needs to have his 4-pitch mix working? And he has 2 starts where we really need him to be on. I mean, at this point, we need him to be on. I'm going to assume in L.A. I don't know if they're going to push him to pitch against Seattle, but if he does, then he gets Seattle in his final 2 starts. That'll be interesting to see what Bochy does with the off day and how he uses Evaldi. I do want to go to today's game because John Gray has not pitched well lately. And I've been asking questions as I've been here because they've been on the road. I've been doing the games on the road, but then I don't get to specifically talk to people that I know here. And I said, man, John Gray just doesn't seem to be able to handle this situation. There's a lot of pressure right now. And they said, in a way, they feel like John Gray wants it too much. It's not that he doesn't want it. He wants it so bad that it pushes him. Yeah, so it is good for the future. John Gray wants to do so great for the Texas Rangers right now that he's putting too much on his plate. He's trying to be Nolan Ryan instead of being John Gray.
He's trying to have that 1-pitch strikeout,
Yes.
And so
what I would look at about that.
What I would look at with John Gray is pitch to pitch. This is where Oral Hershiser, to me, was one of my best pitching coaches, is this pitch is important. It has a purpose. But after that pitch is over, it's over. You cannot let that pitch affect you. And when I watch John Gray, he lets a double or he lets a walk affect him the next batter and the next pitch and the next pitch. And so this is why we're having blow-up innings with John Gray is you have to let it go and move on to the next pitch. And I can't move on to 3 pitches later, to your point, striking a guy out. If it's a 0-0 count, I can't strike him out right now. I need to execute pitch 1. After pitch 1 is over, I have to, this makes it very simple. This is Mental ABC's a pitching book that you go through. This is having great pitching coaches is now that pitch is over and done with. When I step on that rubber, I am now totally focused and concentrating on this pitch. This pitch has a purpose. What is that purpose? Execute that purpose. That pitch is over. It had its purpose. Pitch 3 now has its purpose. What is its purpose, and how am I going to execute this pitch? When I get on the rubber, it's just do it time. It's Nike time. After that pitch is over, right? It sounds simple. It sounds basic, but that's how you have to be, especially at a major league level in a pressure situation, because when you think about the past and how that's affecting you, and now you're mad, or now you're thinking about that stupid pitch that I made, and I shouldn't have made that pitch.
Yeah.
Well, are you concentrated on this pitch because this pitch means something? And if you don't focus again till it's 2-0 or 3-1, you're totally effed because you've put them in a situation where they bat 400 against you in these counts. Put them in a situation where they bat 200. And so I feel like John Gray really has to get to this simple structure of every pitch has a purpose, and I only concentrate on this pitch. If he can get to that, his stuff is phenomenal, man. He throws 97 with a bastard slider.
Yeah.
And so I'm just looking at John Gray, and I'm like, dude, he has it. And I was wondering about him, and they're saying to me, he wants it too much. And in a weird way, that's always tough to say somebody, back off of wanting it this much.
Yeah.
An excellent breakdown,
That is great, dude.
as always, Mike. Coming up next, we are supposed to hear from Dallas Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy. If we don't, we will power rank the NFL power rankings next, right here on 105 Through the Fan.
DFW's #1 Cowboys podcast. 1.2 million downloads and counting. Love of the Star with top insiders Brian Broaddus and Bobby Bell on Odyssey or wherever your top podcasts are found.
Hey there, folks. Want to tell you about our friends Mark and Scott Frankel at Frankel & Frankel. Look, if you or perhaps even someone you know, like your friend Gina, gets in an accident and it's not your fault, what do you need to do next? You need to call the Frankels at 214-333-3333.
Or your friend Rhonda or Ruth, whoever it is, it does not matter. Just make sure that they have the Frankels number in their phone. And there's a lot of reasons why. One of them, the most important to me, is I have a lot of questions about what I'm supposed to do next. Like, what is the next step in the process? How quickly can we get this done? What can I expect from them coming at me? Are they going to offer me exactly what my car's worth or less? And in that whole process, man, the Frankels take care of you. They let you know what the next steps are. They answer every question that you have. And then on top of that, they offer a free consultation. You don't pay anything unless they win your case.
Well, clearly I like that part.
That's a good part.
So if
it's like a coupon.
Yeah, absolutely. So if you've been in that incident or accident that is not your fault, next steps, you go to truckwreck.com or you pick up that phone. Call the Frankels at 214-333-3333, Principal Office, Dallas, Texas.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bosch Power Tools and AutoFlex Leasing.
This is Damon Amendolara with your Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Prevagen. If there was ever a time for Lane Kiffin to slay the dragon, now is it. He has tweaked and poked Nick Saban for years, tugging on Superman's cape, and now he gets a vulnerable Bama team without a steady quarterback, offensive line, or even a shred of dominance. Lane, this is your moment. Don't blow it. This is Damon Amendolara. Snap into action this NFL season with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets, guaranteed when you place a $5 bet. That's $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. If you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get in on the action. The app is so easy to use. There's a wide range of betting options, spreads, player props, over-unders, and more. So visit FanDuel.com/win and kick off the NFL season. That's FanDuel.com/win. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL.
Must be present in a state where lawful to wager, must be 21 plus and present in select states. FanDuel is offering online sports wagering in Kansas under an agreement with Kansas Star Casino LLC. First online real money wager only, $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit fanduel.com/RG in Colorado, Iowa, Michigan, New Jersey, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Illinois, Tennessee, and Virginia. Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP or text NEXT-STEP to 53342 in Arizona, 1-888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org/chat in Connecticut. 1-800-9-WITH-IT in Indiana. 1-800-522-4700 or visit KSGamblingHelp.com in Kansas. 1-877-770-STOP in Louisiana. Visit mdgamblinghelp.org in Maryland. Visit 1-800-GAMBLER.net in West Virginia or call 1-800-522-4700 in Wyoming. Hope is here. Visit gamblinghelpma.org or call 800-327-5050 for 24/7 support in Massachusetts or call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY in New York.
When you think of health, where does your mind go? To the doctor's office? Or to your community, where you can join kids clubs and local events? At your grocery store, where an allowance makes it easier to eat healthy? Or on your street, where a ride is there to take you to the doctor? We're WellPoint, a health insurance company that knows that health isn't just one thing, it's everything. WellPoint. Your whole health is our whole point. Services are provided by WellPoint Texas Inc. or WellPoint Insurance Company.
Hello, it's Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team. You know, during the hot weather in Texas, nothing is more aggravating than being without your air conditioner and waiting for days, even weeks to get service. That's why we recommend the On-Time Experts. They'll be at your home same day, or the service and diagnostic fee is free. And their number one goal is to get you cool again quickly. They serviced the air conditioner at my home recently, and they really earned my trust. Go to theontimeexperts.com to set your appointment time today. theontimeexperts.com.
Klein tools are new at Lowe's, pros. Lowe's knows you want top brands and quality products, and Klein Tools delivers. Right now, get the Klein 3-piece ModBox mobile workstation for $319.94 and the Klein 5-piece cushion grip screwdriver set for just $34.97, both exclusively at Lowe's. Shop the largest selection of Klein tools, the highest quality tools.
Secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It sounds like Mike McCarthy is getting ready to go, so he will be up there imminently. But in the meantime, Corey, I wanted to throw this note out there because I thought you'd be stoked.
Margaritas are almost ready?
Yes, margaritas at Globe Life Field. We're within 30 minutes, right?
Yeah, they're slushing up.
How long before, you start the slush till you think the margarita's really ready?
Hour and a half, Mike said.
Yeah, I've watched this now multiple times.
Okay.
When you guys quit that day called Labor Day, I was watching the margarita slush machines, and it's approximately an hour and a half, and they are completely slushed and ready to go.
And then hopefully in another hour and a half you will be too, right?
And hopefully people don't get sloshed while they're here because there is a drive home.
Yeah, I mean, you can Uber.
Or maybe that's why you brought
somebody. Or just walk around. Go over to Texas Live and walk for a little bit, just kind of hang out. Just walk it off. Drink some water.
I think if I became a multimillionaire, I do think I would buy some sort of very nice SUV and hire somebody.
Yeah.
And be like, I don't want to drive in this Metroplex anymore. So if there is traffic, which there's a 90% chance there will be in this Metroplex, I'm just sitting in the back chilling like a villain.
Or a huge water slide.
We might have to get back to you on the logistics
that's
of
awesome.
That. Corey, you said you stayed up for Colorado State.
It was late.
So did a lot of other people. That game drew 9.3 million viewers. That is the most viewers for ESPN in that time slot for a college football game ever.
Ever.
But think about this. I think this is even oddly more impressive. The average in that time slot last year, 1.7 million.
Yep.
And they drew 9.3 million.
I said it was a stupid start time. I still think it is. Look, I mean, I think the TCU game, Kevin, drew 10 million. All right, and that was just to start things off.
This Oregon game's going to be
this Oregon game
should
be gigantic, and I think Mike has a really good point with Travis Hunter being out. There's some question marks dealing with Oregon, and it's going to be interesting. But I thought it was a dumb start time, but I also realized nobody is competing against them at that point, really. It was highlights of the Texas game. And other than that, this is the most interesting game of the entire weekend anyway. There was no other game that you were really I have to see this one. All the other games were just on at the right time. But that one I knew people they did what I did. They said, hey, you know what? I never really do this, but let's go ahead and meet up at a bar. And we met up at Old 75 to watch that one. And let's go ahead and meet up at a bar and watch this late and just hang out and see how it goes. If I get tired, I can go to bed. But the game was too interesting. It was you were like, I have to watch, I have to see the end of this game. So I have no doubt, man. I have no doubt. And again, I guess the start time was 7 o'clock there, in Colorado.
Yeah, exactly.
So it was good for them, just not for me.
Now, Reggie, I want to throw to cut 9 if we can, for perhaps what took most of your sports attention last night.
Agubuale going to work on Alicia Gray. The little hesitation to stop the change of gear.
Dirk Nowitzki was there. Jason Kidd was there. That place was stacked with Metroplex folks. Derek Lively was there. O'Max was there. Grant Williams, Tim Hardaway Jr.
Sellout.
The Dallas Wings, I did not catch the attendance. The Dallas Wings win their first playoff series since coming to Dallas. I realize this is a relocated team and everything like that. Reggie, how big of a deal is this?
I mean, it's a pretty big deal. Obviously, you mentioned it. First playoff series win since being in Dallas, and they're going to have their work cut out for them because now they get to face the reigning champion Las Vegas Aces with a crazy good team.
And we were just talking about this off air. That's the team that, for most of the year, has been considered the best or one of the top 2 teams in the league. Do I have that right?
You sure do. So obviously going to be they're playing really good basketball, both the Wings and the Aces. But I mean, naturally, if you were looking at the betting favorite, the Aces are going to have that opportunity, or they're going to have that edge over the Wings. So they have an opportunity to kind of go in with, I guess, like reckless abandon, and have an opportunity to maybe shake up the WNBA world.
Because this would be a crazy upset.
Sorry, say that one more time?
Because this would be a crazy upset, right? Are you going to call for it?
Yeah, it would be a pretty big upset. I'm not quite sure that I'm comfortable saying that just yet, but we'll be interested to see what happens.
All right.
I'm trying.
McCarthy's ready right here. Brought to you by Ford. Built for Texas. Built for you on 105.3 The Fan.
Work today. So forth. We talked the other day about monitoring Tony. Will he work today, or how are you going to handle it?
Tony will be limited reps today, but yeah, he'll work. Limited as far as the number of reps he takes today, but yes, he'll work today.
And what you understand, his body's held up. He's good.
He's good.
Todd. Like Todd Archer with ESPN, you talked a lot about dealing with success and how difficult that can be. What do you try to get across to the players and how to do that?
I mean, it's a constant message. I mean, it's the reality of life. It happens to all of us. Each week is a challenge, as we know, in this league, and handling the success that comes to it, and obviously working here is, you're part of the Dallas Cowboys, so I mean, it's a constant. So much of September football, from a preparation focal point, is getting into a rhythm. Getting your preparation down, staying in love with the preparation, and not that we have an issue and everything, but it's something you go through each and every year. So, but it's really staying in that mode because, we take the time to celebrate victories, which are important because there's so much to learn from those opportunities, regardless of the outcome. But it's really the chunk of confidence that comes with success, and there's a fine line between being confident and being complacent. So that's a constant challenge that I think we all encounter in life.
Saad, Mike, what do you make of Brian Schottenheimer through the first couple of weeks and whatever chemistry that you guys, I know we asked a lot about you and Dak, but how is he kind of fit into the whole equation?
I mean, Brian Schottenheimer is doing a tremendous job. He's everything we thought he would be and more. I think that, as far as job responsibility, job description, the way we formatted this setup, he is feeling the blunt of a lot of extra work right now, trying to get into the rhythm, of what we're trying to do. But the collaboration throughout the staff has been excellent. His coaching demand is outstanding. Like I said, it's things we were focused on improving. He's doing a great job.
Joe Hoyt, Lone Star Live, you talked about September preparation. I guess how much does it help the fact when you're facing a team like Arizona that they did play New York last week, a team you faced in week 1?
Yeah, definitely. I think it gives you it's good for your personnel matchups and so forth. And, but really, it's a veteran football team and just, I haven't played them in 2 years. So just being in tune with that and that number of people that played in those games, we look at all those things, but the scheme and, the difference of how we feel like they're going to play us, and the reality of, offensively, we're new, so we have 2 weeks of tendencies that we got to pay attention to, and no different for their offense. They got a new quarterback compared to the last time we played them, so they got new coaching staff. They're only in week 3 of what they're building and who they want to be. So all those things go into the game plan process.
I
Aisha Morrison, DallasCowboys.com. Coach, you talked about competition and being able to compete again as an offensive coordinator. How good does it feel to be back in the fold after this 2 weeks and letting that competitor inside you resurge during these games?
It feels great. I mean, the opportunity to compete is what this business is all about. So I've always enjoyed it, done it a long time. So yeah, it's great to be back in the seat.
Hey Coach, Robbie Fewling, Spectrum News 1, doing a profile on Luke Schoonmaker. He's had an impact early on. Just talk about like your first impressions of him when he first came on this team and what he's meant to this offense so far.
Well, obviously, you loved him coming out. We drafted him in the second round. So, but he went through an injury phase, and he just missed a lot. And the point I'm making, it's been awesome to watch him, grow as fast as he has once he's been able to get back into the fold. So he's getting better with each and every opportunity each week, and he's definitely done a really nice job taking advantage of his opportunities.
Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News. Dobbs didn't have a lot of starts going into this year. What's your thoughts on the first 2 games?
I think it's more how he fits, with their scheme and just trying to anticipate how we think they're going to play. So obviously we had a chance to play against them in Tennessee, and so that's obviously something we spent some time on. But it's really just seeing how it all fits together.
Michael Gelkin, Dallas Morning News. What makes Tony Pollard so sound in pass protection?
Well, I'll tell you what, Tony does a really good job. He definitely understands power angles, understands fits, his chipping and, B gap, C gap, and A gap awareness, I think is outstanding. So, but Tony will stick his nose in there. So, I mean, the chip he had, in last week's game, same foot, same shoulder was exactly what you're looking for. It's a clinic type, situation. So he's the running back group has put a lot of extra time into that this year, and we got off to a good start in the first 2 games.
And Sharif Floyd, would he be fully involved in practice today?
No, he will not. He was here this morning, but we're just going to take it easy with him. Be smart.
Babe
Loffmer, Cowboys Radio. Mike, I had a coach tell me many years ago, football isn't fun, it's rewarding. But you look like you're having fun. Is this as much fun? You can have fun in the coaching business?
Oh, it's all about winning. I mean, let's be honest. Football is about winning. It is rewarding. I do agree with that. I mean, because there's so much that goes into it. It's challenging Monday through Saturday, and really Sundays are for free. I think we all live by that, and the opportunity to compete on Sundays. So, but yeah, I'm having a blast. But 2-0 is what it's all about.
Garrett Podell, CBS Sports. Mike, yesterday on the Pat McAfee show, Michael Parsons said he's gotten some scout team looks at tight end. What would you have to see from him in order to play on offense, and have you played defensive players on offense in other stops?
Well, I think the biggest thing is this is going to be a quick answer. He played a snap there, so I will not give you an evaluation of that. And but yeah, it's something you always entertain. Yeah, definitely. And Micah has that. Obviously has that ability.
So. Oscar Almaraz, Spectrum News. For this early, for people to be mentioning your name to make a deep run, does that do anything for you, for the guys? Does it elevate? Does it put pressure?
No, it's week 3. I mean, we'll take the, trust me, it's the positive energy is good for our families. But, we're focused on this opportunity. We got an excellent opportunity to get to 3-0, and that's about as far as it goes with us.
Mike, how has Michael Gallup kind of taken the first couple of weeks? I know you and Brian have both talked about wanting to get him more involved. How has he been taking his role right now?
I mean, he's awesome. I mean, Michael's the same guy every day. Has great work ethic. So strong and powerful. But yeah, I mean, it's we've played 2 games, and this happens every year. That I know particularly when you call it, you want to get the ball distributed, and obviously I think we broke a record for ball distribution last week. But sometimes may not be exactly the way you charted it out. So, but yes, we'd like to distribute the ball amongst all of our perimeter guys, especially to Michael.
Yes.
Jess Tavares, Pro Football Network. Mike, Jerry talked about leaving your fingerprints within the game plan and the offensive scheme with the play calling. What does that look like for you, and what do you want your fingerprint to be within the offensive scheme to find that?
Fingerprints? No, I think just like anything, I think the play callers and offense, defense, and special teams. I mean, you have to game plan. I mean, it's I don't know if I've ever seen it done any other way. I mean, every play that's in the game plan, the play caller has to believe in it, or it doesn't make the sheet. I mean, I think it's a normal practice in game planning. So, but yeah, obviously we have different rules this year. So, but yeah, I would say my fingerprints are on the game plan.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Mike McCarthy right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, an interesting answer about Michael Gallup. Obviously, I loved his response to, hey, what do you think about being mentioned in the Super Bowl contenders to make a long run? He was like, well, it's week 3.
Yeah, didn't he probably need to drop? Yeah, wasn't I on the hot seat a couple weeks ago, like right before game 1, and now we're getting mentioned for the Super Bowl. Am I still in the hot seat? I don't know.
But let's talk about what we need to talk about right now.
Mike.
Yesterday, we don't just ask random questions for no reason. We asked Bruce Bochy about Jack Leiter and Wyatt Langford, and he goes, look, you have to consider all things. Wyatt Langford took 2 pitches to show that he could play in AAA. He got an infield single and then went 4 for 5. And then this morning, Mike, only minutes ago, what did Bruce Bochy say?
Here's Bruce Bochy's quote, asked if he's paying attention to Wyatt Langford. I just talked to Doug Davis about him. It's impressive. You have to be paying attention. He's the hottest hitter in baseball right now. Next quote. Any hitter like that is tempting at this point in the season.
It's happening, Corey. Oh, my God, it's happening.
Dude, yeah, at this point in the season, if you can add a bat like that to your playoff roster, like that would be something that you want to do. A pinch hitter like that or even a starter. Right now, they're still kind of looking for something to jumpstart the offense consistently. And that dude, 4 for 5, as you said, in AAA? I mean, he seems like a dude that all he does is hit, no matter what. So just let him do that. So
it's at different levels, but right now in his 147 at bat since getting drafted 4th overall, is batting .374 with a 1.187 OPS. He has 33 runs, 29 RBIs, 10 home runs, and 147 at bats. So the quick math on that, 14.7 at bats.
Wow.
He hits a home run. And he has 10 stolen bases, too, so he can run.
His first hit was an infield single
and
last night.
He stole a base last night. So, look, I still will put it at a small percentage. I do think today will dictate what they think. Last night, Evan Carter did reach base. I believe Leody Taveras reached base 3 times, and we saw Adolis Garcia with the home run in the 2nd inning. But I do think that they will talk about, after today's game, I do think they will talk about and say, do we add Wyatt Langford and put him in the lineup for the final 10 games of the season?
he just mashes the ball everywhere. Like he's just one of those guys that's like, all right, he can hit home runs, he can hit doubles, he has 55 hits. Like, this is...
I can't believe this. Like, I honestly, like, this... Nobody thought,
would be
not even the Rangers thought when they drafted him 4th overall, when they were looking at Max Clark, and I'm sorry I'm drawing a blank on the 5th overall pick, but those were the 2 high school kids. And Max Clark went 3rd, Wyatt Langford falls to 4, which they thought he was going to go 1, 2, or 3 with the 2 LSU guys, is that I do think there's I'll raise it up to this, and I can't believe I'm raising, there's a 33% chance that Wyatt Langford is in your lineup Friday against the Seattle Mariners. I had it at like 10% yesterday or 10% the day before. And the Rangers, luckily, they scored 6 runs. They showed offensive production. But I think there's this small percentage that they call up the 4th overall pick in the 2023 draft for the final 10 games of the year.
And then that just begs all kinds of other questions. Like, if he does well, it feels impossible to send him back to the minors, even though you're like, hey, I appreciate it, but you need to do some more stuff.
To your point, though, David Price got called up for a playoff run for the Tampa Bay Rays his first year. And they put him in the bullpen because he was they're like, dude, his stuff is amazing. Let's just put him in the pen. And then the next year, he started again back in AAA, I believe in Durham. So, like, hey, let's keep developing him into a starting pitcher, but he was very useful for this playoff run.
Yeah, I don't know, Kevin, if I would want to just bring him up just to sit on a bench.
No.
Like, I want this dude to keep swinging a bat right now, the way he's hitting, man.
Although I would say, Mike, and I don't know if you agree with me on this, I would say I see the appeal of being in the room and in the dugout for a playoff race.
Yeah.
Like, you're right. I would rather him play, but I do kind of see how that could be important.
Well, and Evan Carter's splits this year in the minor leagues were not very good against lefties. I don't know how many lefty pitchers. I need to look at Seattle's 3-man rotation this weekend, look at what the LA Angels could be throwing out there to start that. But you could, if you wanted to, if this is the way you felt, you could use Wyatt Langford against lefty starters and use Evan Carter against righty starters. And if Evan Carter's coming up in the 6th inning and they've taken the righty out, they're bringing a lefty in, then you bring Wyatt Langford out off the bench to face the lefty who's come in to face Evan Carter. And so you have this Evan Carter-Wyatt Langford share in the outfield for the final 10 games.
Well, look, this is the place to be at Globe Life Field because there's a doings transpiring. Coming up next, we will power rank the NFL Power Rankings and hear from our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, laughing too hard in the office? We are too. This is the...
The KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Window Nation, and it's brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen, and Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-817-333-3333.
All right, Prescott is under center on 1st and 12 at his own 3. Back to throw it out of the end zone. Slant to Lamb. First down, 20. Broke a tackle, 25. Broke another 30. 34, ball came out, and Biotis down the field again to recover the fumble.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We'll talk with Mickey Spagnola in just a little bit, but it's time to power rank the power rankings for the NFL. Now, once again, like it was last week, the one you pick will be key. Would you like ESPN, The Athletic, or NFL.com?
Don't we pick NFL.com because they're the NFL?
They're the NFL.
How did
that's
that
what we
work
do with
out for you
MLB.
last week?
I don't remember, man.
I honestly don't either. I remember that the Cowboys were number 2 in some of the power rankings, but they weren't number 2, I think, on NFL. Is that correct?
That is correct.
We're nobody's number
Well, they
2.
have to have us at number 2 now, right?
So you're going with NFL?
Let's go with NFL because we don't know.
Why do you hate NFL.com so much, dude?
Yeah, you'll
Is
find
it because
out
of
in a
that
minute.
Nick Shook list from a long time ago that Mike hated so much?
Anytime you beat the Jets, you move up in the rankings, right?
Who do you think is the number 1 team in all of the land?
The team that has won 70-10 in the last 2 weeks.
The Cowboys?
Yes.
I agree with you, but I think that they will pick the 49ers.
49ers is correct. So now that you've been spurned, and now that you didn't take my advice, who do you think is the second team on the list?
We usually drop number 2s.
Cowboys.
Incorrect.
Oh, my God.
Jeez.
That would be the Kansas City Chiefs.
Oh, yeah, they've had 2 huge victories.
They had a dominant victory
They had
over
where they
Jacksonville.
lost.
They
yeah.
had one victory.
And T-Law played like doo-doo, so
Yeah.
they took advantage of that, 17-9.
Yeah, that was a domination of the Jaguars there.
So they will not have, I'm assuming, NFL.com, and they'll probably be right on this come playoff time and at the end of the year. They will not drop the Chiefs out of the top 5 no matter what they do.
And probably not the Niners
Unless
either.
Patrick Mahomes
It kind of feels like that
gets
right
hurt.
now, right?
Yeah, if Mahomes gets hurt, that's a completely different
Yeah.
story there.
Who do
All
you
right,
have at
then.
3?
Cowboys are 3.
Yeah.
No. The Philadelphia Eagles.
Let's go to a different list,
are
Mike.
number
Let's
3.
ask
I
for a
tried to
different one.
warn
Let's
you.
go.
We need to be the underdog.
Yeah, okay. I don't like it.
We're the underdog at this point.
Okay.
All right. Okay, and Mike, I'll go with that. You know, I do kind of like that. Like, isn't Colorado a 21-point underdog going into the game against
so
Oregon?
That would be the second time they've been a 3-touchdown underdog and won if they were able to do so.
So, yeah, maybe that is what we need. We need Deion to come talk to the team before the game and then and say, you guys are still underdogs. Act like it.
Do you want to stick with this list or do you want to switch lists?
Let's stick with it because we haven't even got to the Cowboys yet. Are they 4? They have to be 4.
They have to be 4.
It's 70-10.
There's no other team out there.
What if they're not 4?
Then that's fine. That's their rankings.
I'll quit today.
I'll quit here.
The
in
Dallas
15
Cowboys.
minutes.
I bet you will. The Dallas Cowboys are, in fact, number 4 in the power rankings from NFL.com.
The great thing is we do play number 1 and number 3.
That's true.
Can they not move up? I wonder if they can't move up in these power rankings because you're about to play the worst team in football, arguably. Then you're going to play the Patriots, who are at best going to win 8 games, at best.
And I know, like, in the idea, a lot of people, I agree with this a lot of times. Style points aren't necessarily, they don't make much sense to me.
Sure.
And you can't style point Arizona, but you also can't, like, barely beat Arizona. But at the same time,
Right, if you barely beat them, you drop.
Yeah, it's
but
weird.
If you beat them,
God,
which I'm
probably.
predicting, I've been predicting in my head either 34-3, 34-0, or 41-0, or 41-3. So I have can the Cardinals score 3 points? And I'm going to say no. And I'm going to go with the extra touchdown on a turnover. So I'm going to go 41-0 Cowboys.
Yeah, the Cardinals would have done their
Oh,
best.
crazy things happen in Arizona. No, not when they're this crappy, they don't. And not when the Cowboys are this good, they don't.
Okay.
So I get the whole, anything can happen in Arizona. No, nothing can happen in Arizona. They're horrible. We're good. 41-0.
Now, If you would have
And it's
gone,
only Wednesday.
That's, man, I can't wait to see how the rest of the week progresses.
I love how Nick Eaton's like, I don't know, man, you might want to watch this one. Yeah, we're all going to watch it. But nothing crazy is going to happen in Arizona.
Yeah, I'll be watching it at the old 75 off of 75.
The
in
Cowboys
Richardson.
will be taking knees again in Arizona. It's called the fourth quarter when the game is over.
If you probably right before halftime, too, Kevin.
Wow,
They'll
that
be
is
up by
so early
28.
to be taking a knee. If you would have picked ESPN, they have the 49ers at first and the Dallas Cowboys second. And if you would have gone with The Athletic, they have the Dallas Cowboys number 1.
All right, well, let me ask you guys this. Dak Prescott was number 8 in the quarterback rankings after week 1. Don't you look, because you just got a little cheat right there.
Oh, no.
He got a little cheat sheet.
I just looked down
But
and stared.
where would you have Dak ranked if he was number 8 after week 1?
7.
I was going to say 7 also. And
You guys are
I didn't even
correct.
see. I didn't see where he was. So
Now, let's see if you guys
I didn't
can
see where he
pick
wasn't.
1 through 6. Who is better than Dak Prescott? And I'll tell you where they are. You just have to say, who do you think they're going to have ranked higher, and I'll tell you where they're ranked. Mahomes is 1.
Hurts.
Hurts is number 6.
Oh, wow.
Oh, sorry, not Hurts. Sorry. Herbert. I'm sorry. I got that one wrong. Hurts is number 10.
Okay. Oh,
Holy
wow.
moly. And Herbert is 6?
Yeah, that's where it's like Herbert's ranked
Well, they
higher
put
than-
his offense has put a lot of points on the board. They just don't win.
Okay.
Tua?
So Herbert.
Tua?
Tua is number 2.
That makes
So
sense to me.
Mahomes
That's a
one,
good dark horse.
Tua
Didn't you
number
call him
2.
dark horse? Purdy?
Purdy's number 3.
Purdy, man, we're going to examine this as we get closer to the game. I'm kind of curious about his deep ball.
Okay.
Is Burrow still in there? I know they have had struggled, and he might be hurt again.
Joe Burrow. Oh my
that's not
God!
good.
Where do they have Joe Burrow?
That doesn't sound great at all.
Is he off of this list? Why am I missing him?
Is it Will Greer now? Is he on the list?
He's not in the top 10.
Oh dear.
He's
Oh,
not
dear.
in the top 15.
That's not good.
He's not in the top
Oh
20.
my gosh.
Is he like the worst quarterback in the NFL? Oh my God. I have no clue how they did this. They have him at 27.
Wow.
Wow, he's
He is just ahead of Joshua Dobbs.
Okay, so they're like really going off the first
I
2
like
weeks.
Josh
then.
Dobbs. You know why I like him? He doesn't have eyebrows either.
If they're really just going straight up off the first 2 weeks, I feel like Jordan Love's probably somewhere up there.
Jordan Love is number 4. So you are right.
Come on over.
Is
Yeah,
Jared
come on
Goff
over.
in there?
Come
Hold
on over.
Kevin,
All right.
do you see his hat, though?
I know.
Goff
Should we
is
see
number
the
9.
headphones to him?
What are you about to do? Here,
I
I'll,
was just
I'll
gonna
give
wish
him
him
my,
happy
I want
birthday.
you to ask him some
All right,
questions.
all right. You want to be on the air?
Yeah.
Oh, great.
I never seen this.
Is this your birthday?
Yes, it is.
Can you tell everybody your name and what kind of gear you have on?
Well, I guess this is the Boston Red Sox against the Texas Rangers today.
But you're in the Rangers Stadium, but you have Boston Red Sox gear on. I don't know how I feel about that.
Yep, I can always know that I can hit.
And this is your first baseball game ever?
Yes, it is.
How do you think it's going to play out?
This is going to be great in this stadium because I like it before this starts, before 2015.
Oh. You going to tell me some Red Sox stats?
My favorite player is Relio Devers.
Okay. Yeah. And what birthday are you celebrating today?
September 13th.
Oh, okay. You're turning 7, though, right?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure. Do me a really big favor. I know this is going to be tough. Can you say go Rangers?
Go Rangers!
Let's go! Thank you very much. There you go.
Welcome.
Happy birthday. Welcome to your very first baseball game. I feel like we might have helped convert him right there. I like that. I like that very, very much. All right, see? I told you. There's always a movins and a shake-ins at the Rangers game. All right, you said Jordan Love is 4. Who else is ahead of Dak?
Josh Allen is 5. So your top 7 quarterbacks right now, according to CBSSports.com, ranked Mahomes 1, Tua T 2, Brock Purdy 3, Jordan Love 4, Josh Allen 5, Justin Herbert 6, Dak Prescott 7, and Joe Burrow 27.
I got to feel like Burrow's going to turn
That's
it around
amazing
this
when
year.
you said Burrow because I'm like, they don't have him ranked. By the way, Kenny Pickett 32, Zach Wilson 31, Bryce Young 30.
Wow.
So those are your bottom
Young is
3
strong.
quarterbacks in the NFL
yeah.
with Joshua Dobbs, the 5th worst quarterback in the NFL. I don't know where he'll be ranked after he gets shut out on Sunday.
Yep.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Here's the deal, Corey. Who knows what's going to happen
Who
next?
knows?
Could be
It didn't say
Gridiron.
today's my 7th birthday, did it? Because we just outed him as
He said
it's
the
not.
13th.
Yeah, the 13th. But he's celebrating his
Sorry.
birthday.
He
Sometimes you
refused-
get busy.
He's a good kid because you're a stranger and you asked what his name was and he never gave you his name.
Yeah, that was good. I like that.
He was like, sure, I'll be on headphone, and his mom said he wants to be a broadcaster.
Yeah.
I like it. He could be a good athlete, too, not answering the
And we
question.
It says
love
here
Raphael.
for my
Dig it.
7th birthday, not
Yeah.
it is to like today's my 7th. So good job, not lying.
He was good. He was good. All right, coming up next, we're live at Globe Life Field. We might talk with Mickey Spagnola or fire up some gridiron, or who knows who could walk by next. Maybe Evan Carter. Maybe Wyatt Langford. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Hello, I'm Eric Thomason, owner of Blue Nail Roofing.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Just announced, Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine's one-time Equinox offload. There's a limited supply of excess Equinox models that will be sold direct to the public below market value. You can see them all at ClassicChevrolet.com, but don't wait. In less than 10 days, they could all be sold at Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. This might be my favorite text of the day. We just talked to that little kid who was celebrating his 7th birthday. The 817. This is literally how I felt doing Fan Phenom. Like when the mic goes live, sometimes you just don't know. Right now, and he's been patient with us, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. It is Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir. Appreciate you waiting for us.
I was highly entertained.
Okay, good.
I'm glad.
And we converted him to a Rangers fan by the end of that conversation. He was decked out in Red Sox gear all the way.
I think you confused him.
I mean, that's kind of what we do with everybody we have on the show, Mickey. I mean, we try to do that to you every day.
I feel like people will be like, well, they're talking fast, so maybe they're saying good stuff. I don't know if that works or not. For the Cowboys, I don't know if you get amused by these answers the same way we do, but Mike McCarthy's answer when somebody goes, hey, what do you think about these early predictions about you guys making a long run in the playoffs and everything? He goes, it's week 3. I thought his answer was hilarious.
And you know what? He's right, too. God forbid if they were 0-2, right?
Yeah, like
bury
Bengals.
Bury this
done.
team. Yeah.
Done.
Yeah. Yeah, there was a lot of those questions that might have needed a little bit of perspective.
Yeah, that is one of earlier in the season, in the baseball season, Mickey, I asked Bochy because he kept saying there's a lot of baseball left. And I would hear that a lot from all the players, too. And I was like, when is there not a lot of baseball left? Like, when do you get to the point where you start turning your attention a little bit? And he was like, September, mid-September is about that time. So
maybe when there's 11 games left.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Now there's not a lot of baseball. It runs up on you fast. And I do wonder, like, in the NFL, when that time comes.
You know what Bill Parcells' answer was? Check with me after Thanksgiving.
Right.
And then there's not a lot of football left.
I mean, those power rankings you guys were talking about, right?
Yep.
Are they ranking them on how they're playing now or what they think this team is?
See,
sometimes we never know.
And that's what it felt like with that one quarterback power ranking where they're like, I'm going to put Joe Burrow at 27.
Well, you know why?
That's what's happened these first 2 weeks.
No, you know why? They looked at the NFL stats, and they ranked the quarterbacks by their quarterback rating.
Yes.
And guess what he was? Or is?
27?
27th.
Whoa.
But guess who's number 1?
Kirk Cousins?
It's
Love.
either Purdy or Love. Okay, yeah.
He's at 118.8. Guess who's number 2?
Dak.
Purdy or Dak?
Cousins, 114.2, and he's 0-2. So they're not, some of these rankings. I mean, are you ranking the teams or the quarterbacks by how they're playing or what you think they are? And I think they're ranking them by what they think they are. Because these teams have not played better than the Cowboys, right?
I think you're right because, man, the Chiefs could have started 0-10, and I'd have probably still been like, yeah, but Patrick Mahomes is still the number 1 quarterback. So I definitely understand your point there.
Yeah, I mean, Mahomes is the 20th highest quarterback rating right now by statistical
Should have given him that
standpoint.
praise.
Yeah. Well, you knew that was going to happen. Remember,
for sure.
And remember how everybody was like, oh, see, he's such a team quarterback. He's taking less money, right? But he gets it over 10 years. Well, all of a sudden, he looked up and said, I don't think I'm getting enough money right now. Let's move up some of that money. I want it now, right?
Now, you're right about that. Mickey, I know we usually focus on some positive stuff, but unfortunately, I have negative information for you and controversy. Brandon Aubrey made 5 field goals. He is, in fact, not the NFC Special Teams Player of the Week.
Is he Offensive Player of the Week?
He is not Offensive Player of the Week.
Right.
Somebody returned some kicks for a touchdown?
It was a punter.
A punter.
I knew this was going to be controversial. Corey looks disappointed as well. I'm going to give you the pitch for Jake Camarda, even though Brandon Aubrey should have won. But here's his stats for the weekend. He punted 4 times inside he punted 4 times this weekend, downed the ball inside the 20 3 times, averaged 52.8 yards per punt with a long of 72 yards.
Well, here's what happened.
Against the Bears.
They're not going to give the Cowboys 2 of the 3 awards.
Oh, interesting.
Micah is going to be the defensive player of the week.
He is
right?
the defensive player of the week. That is correct.
So they weren't going to give him 2 out of 3.
Yeah,
I mean,
guess
the NFL.
that makes sense.
The NFL does this, right? It comes out of their office.
Yeah.
So they adjust it to make sure they're passing it around.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't get too excited over that.
Okay.
I'm not sure it's a totally, objective decision on their part.
But should we write our senators, Kevin, is what you're asking?
Yes.
Yeah, all right.
Although Mickey said it's an NFL issue. That feels like a national issue. You might have to go to President
you might have
Biden.
to write your NFL communications department.
Okay.
Okay.
Right. I'll
Heads
see.
up, Tad. Here we come.
NFL.
Oh yeah. Right. Sorry.
I got a list.
Now, for Micah, I mean, look, it gets ridiculous at some point. I know I'm not going to tell you a stat, and you're going to be like, wow, he's probably going to be good.
Never heard that
But
one.
I did think it was pretty amazing. In 35 games, he already has 10 games with 2 or more sacks, tying Aldon Smith and Sean Merriman for the most ever to start a career. Have you run out of superlatives already for Micah Parsons?
Well, I don't think so, because I think there's still more to come, believe it or not, right? And if you remember what he said before the start of training camp, he didn't want to just be, the defensive player of the year. He wanted to be the player of the year.
Yep.
And that wasn't even good enough. He said he wanted to be the best defensive player ever in the National Football League. So if that's his motivation, then what he did this first 2 weeks is not even close to what he wants to get done by time the season's over with. And that's a good thing.
That is a great thing, especially, Mickey, not that you would condone such actions, but let's say an individual recommended to other individuals that Micah Parsons was hovering around 150 to 1 to win the MVP, and they thought, I know they give the MVP to quarterback, but 150 to 1 is too good to pass up. I think he's got a shot at staying in that conversation.
Yeah, if he keeps up at this rate, right? Do we remember? I don't. Who the last defensive player it was to win that award?
I remember several years back, I kind of thought J.J. Watt got jobbed out of it, and he finished second.
Right.
But I don't know. Lawrence Taylor, I guess, would be a logical guess.
Yeah, I would think so. Yeah, I don't remember, but there is a stat on how long ago it was that they're a defensive player. And I'm sure if I keep talking, you can get online. And
yes,
find
I
that
am.
out right
I am
now.
actually
because I was
looking
actually
as
gonna,
we speak.
I was actually going to tell you when you guys were talking about throwing baseballs back, the foul balls or home runs.
Yeah.
Well, did you realize back in the? I'm not sure when it happened, but I know for sure because I was at a Chicago Bears Detroit Lions game. There were no nets behind the goalpost.
Oh, goodness.
So when the balls were kicked into the stands, it was a free-for-all to get the ball because you didn't have to give it back.
And it was, in fact, Mickey, 1986, Lawrence Taylor,
All
the
right.
last defensive player to win the Associated Press MVP for the NFL.
So that's the year the Cowboys and the Giants were tied for first place in the East at 6-2 at the halfway point. The Cowboys had the number one offense in the league, and in Game 9, they were
Danny
playing
White?
the Giants, and that's when Danny White got hurt. The Cowboys won one more game, and the Giants didn't lose another game. And I would imagine Lawrence Taylor had a lot to do with that.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. Appreciate it very much, Mickey. Thanks for listening, and thanks for being patient with us today. We'll catch up with you tomorrow.
Yeah, and God knows what time, but we'll check it out.
That is fair. Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. because Mike McCarthy's doing a presser in Baseball Nuggets time tomorrow, so watch out.
Kevin, I need to throw something your way real quick because
what do we
this
got?
is happening at the moment. Today's September 20th, right? All right.
Yes. It's Choppy and Peyton's birthday.
Justin Fields, according to Dave Weiderer, who's the beat reporter for Chicago, acknowledged he's been playing too robotic. And then, according to Dan, bit the pin off the grenade and rolled it into the building with his explanation for why he believes it is that way. Quote, unquote, coaching.
Oh, dear.
Justin Fields, he said, yeah, I've been playing a little too robotic. And everybody said, why? And he goes, coaching. So for everything that we've been discussing with Justin Fields, and I've been one of those that's like, look, man, I think it's coaching. I think there's things around him that still aren't good enough. And Justin Fields said, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and call all that out real quick. So I don't think things are going to get much easier in Chicago for the Bears right now, man.
Man, look at him go. He's like, the hell with it. Let's just talk about it.
If I'm going
right
to go
now.
down in flames, I'm going to let everybody know why. So
But
that's
don't you
interesting.
kind of hope this week he throws for 300 yards and runs for another 100 yards? And
Yes.
he's like, I told you.
See, they just let me be
Coaching.
me. I'm a peacock. I got to fly.
And then in case you missed it, I don't know if you're interested on the fantasy front, Kareem Hunt did, in fact, sign a one-year contract with the Browns worth up to $4 million with incentives, I do believe. Coming up next, how the Cowboys are disproving a 50-year trend in the NFL. Let's talk about it next right here on The Fan.
With Elko next, even they don't know.
Do they?
DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live out at Globe Life Field where, man, it's already been happening today, from celebrating birthdays to trying to change Red Sox fans' mind to maybe we're going to see Wyatt Langford. There has been all kinds of incredible stuff happening.
Your birthday's tomorrow.
What's that?
Your birthday's tomorrow.
That is true.
My mom's birthday's tomorrow.
It's a great day to have a birthday.
I think I know a lot of people with a birthday. Like Adrian's best friend's birthday is tomorrow.
Well, and today is Peyton and RJ's birthday. Yesterday was
Wow.
CA's birthday.
Jeez, man, this is awesome. This is birthday time. What was happening 9 months ago? Let's see.
Was it Christmas?
I don't know, man. I've never looked at the days.
Okay. Well, I also want to talk about the Cowboys. All right. The Cowboys, through 2 games, it might be the argument. It's only been 2 games. But I want to focus on the last 2 seasons. Okay. Because turnovers don't carry over, right?
That's what we are told.
That's what we are told. Turnovers don't carry over. Bullpen doesn't carry over.
I am curious about interceptions carrying over.
Okay.
Because the one thing I hear Choppy talk about, and I do trust Choppy a lot of times when he goes into stat stuffs. Maybe I shouldn't, but I do trust a lot of the things he says when he says this. He says fumble recoveries don't carry over. And he said because a lot of times you'll look at a team might force a lot of fumbles, but they don't get the recoveries. And that's a weird, fickle number to try to say that that's just going to carry over year to year. And so that's something that I would say is, like, I'll take that out of it. But I think whenever you're a team that hunts the football or you have a great pass rush, you're going to get turnovers.
And that's exactly what I was thinking.
You're going to get mistakes.
Yeah, so I think you're really on to something there. So I wanted to take you back to the last 2 seasons and then talk about the incredible pace that this season has started off with. So for the people who say turnovers don't carry over, guess what? You're usually right.
Yeah.
It's been 50 years since the same team led the league in turnovers in back-to-back seasons.
Okay.
That was the Steelers going back to
50 years?
50 years. You have to go back to the early 70s with the Pittsburgh Steelers. And obviously, I don't feel like I have to tell you, but if you didn't follow football back then or you don't know the history, the Steelers were pretty damn awesome in the 70s.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, they were the team of the 70s. We got that last Super Bowl.
Jackie Smith catches that one in the Super Bowl.
You know
what?
what?
A lot.
These are fair conversations.
They gave him Frank O'Harris's touchdown, like whatever.
But the point is, the Steelers were incredible in the 70s. They led the league in turnovers 3 straight times.
Yeah.
But they were the last team to even do it back-to-back years.
Yeah.
And they had lots of success because of it. In the last 2 years, the Cowboys have led the NFL in turnovers, and they have a combined 67.
Okay.
The next closest team over a 2-year span, New England, at 60. Thus far, these are all the games I have to work with.
What years were the New England again?
1971, 72, and 73.
Not even a really great Bill Belichick defense. Okay,
Nope.
all right, interesting.
Yeah, it's not 85, 86 to the Bears.
Wow.
Not Legion of Boom. Not the Ravens carryover. Now, clearly those defenses were amazing, but I'm just from the turnover perspective. Right now, the Cowboys are on pace for 59.5 turnovers this year.
Wow. That's significant.
That would be the third most. 59.5. Because, look, with the 17th game, that kind of throws it off and everything.
It's going to happen.
That would put them on pace for the third most in the history of football.
Yeah.
Now, I don't think that they'll keep up that trend because they've been forcing turnovers at an amazing rate. But they are in a great position to lead the league in turnovers forced again, which would be the 3rd straight year. So first of all, I think that's amazing. But second of all, when we compare it to the Steelers, does any of that mean anything if you don't go to or win the Super Bowl? Because the Steelers did.
I guess ultimately no, because that's the goal at the end of the year. And we discussed this a lot, Kevin, and we discussed this with our own human lives. Like, what is success? What is success for a team? Like, what was their goal at the beginning of the season? Did they achieve their goal? When we look back at the Mavs the year they went to the Western Conference Finals, they overachieved their goal.
Agreed.
Our goal for them was that. How do they define their own successes? Micah defines his success as we need to eat everybody that's alive.
Yes.
You know, like if you're on the football field, you need to be in my tummy by the end of it. That's and so I think there is so much of a coin flip when you get in playoffs as to like what you can do, and like maybe it's a bad matchup for you. All those things can happen. But during the regular season, yeah, Kevin, to add up and compile these numbers is important. But I think what's most important is if you're leading the league in turnovers, but you're also leading the league in points given up, that doesn't matter at all.
Sure.
Like, I think the Cowboys love the idea that they can turn the ball over, but they also want more than anything to be a team that only gave up 10 points a game throughout the year. I think that's more important to them than it is to say, hey, we got 5 interceptions in this game.
We're going to dive into this a little bit more tomorrow as well, but something that you'll love then is the Cowboys also haven't turned the ball over. Because clearly that there's a very easy to understand cause and effect about how that can pile up points against is if your offense is turning the ball over. So not only is the Cowboys defense forcing turnovers, the Cowboys offense is not turning the ball over.
Yeah, and that's frustrating to a defense that's out there going, hey, look, we're doing everything we can. Why'd you give them the ball right back? Now we have to be back out on the field. I mean, it was great, actually, that Micah didn't score the touchdown off the fumble, because then he didn't have to go back out on the field right afterwards. And, he got a few plays off there, maybe like 3 minutes or something like that. But, man, dude, like that's the key for this defense is their pass rush is so frightening that quarterbacks, when they feel, they start to feel early in a game, and then they're like, crap, I got to get this ball out earlier than I was practicing all week. Their mental clock is all off. And then the ball goes up in the air, and you have dudes on this team who are like, give me the football. I'm going after that football. That's where they're hunting for. So it's the perfect combination of everything we've talked to, from Chad Hennings to every pass rusher. We've always asked them what's more important, and they've always said we help each other out. Every single one of them. And now you have a great combination from Dan Quinn's perspective of building guys that can not only grab the football out of the air, but guys that can force the football out of a quarterback's hand.
Now, a couple of things here from the 817. James from Burleson. My birthday is tomorrow as well. What a great birthday you have. From the 817, my birthday is the 23rd. And from the 214, do we need to bring Kevin a birthday gift? Look, My Possibilities is opening its doors because we're going to be there tomorrow from North Texas Giving Day. So an amazing present would be if you wanted to donate money to My Possibilities or just listening, because, that's the reason we get to still have a job. And I appreciate that very, very much. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming
waving
up
at everybody,
next,
huh?
I know. And then I might have just knocked my microphone out of place because I'm an idiot. Coming up next, it's baseball time in Texas. So let's talk with Jared Sandler right here on your home of the Cowboys and the Texas Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and RJ, Babe Laufenberg previews Arizona at 8:40. We'll get you ready for the Cardinals with high-low plus the payload for the 6 a.m. club. It's a Thursday morning on The Fan.
A huge lakefront grand opening is taking place next Saturday, September 30th, just 1 hour southeast of Dallas near Corsicana. 70 new lakefronts will be released to the public for the first time ever by the developer at the highly anticipated grand opening of the Waterfront Club, Texas's newest lakefront resort community. During this one-day-only event, you can purchase a 5-acre dockable lakefront for only $79.9. The Waterfront Club offers large acreage, big lake views, lakefront clubhouse, pool, on-site marina, sandy beaches, miles of walking trails, city water, and so much more. Do not miss this one-day-only event happening next Saturday, September 30th. This is not an auction and appointments are required. The sale starts at 10 a.m., so call now 800-675-1800 to see one of these 70 new dockable lakefronts priced from only $79.9. Call 800-675-1800, 800-675-1800, 800-675-1800.
If it's out of sight, it's out of mind. Even though that's an old adage, it's still very true today. And it's especially true of your old 401k. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, asking you to get that old 401k in sight and out of the company you no longer work for. But don't roll it into your new 401k. That could be one of the worst things you do. Of course that's easy. But when has the easiest way ever been the best way? Instead, call Trajan Wealth and learn about all of your options, including a way to earn an upfront bonus of up to 25% for your future income just for rolling it over. That's right. You could earn up to a 25% bonus for your retirement income just for rolling that 401k over with Trajan Wealth. Don't roll that 401k into your new company plan. Don't do it without calling Trajan Wealth first. Call 469-579-3500 or visit TrajanWealth.com.
Guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company.
Be more cyber zen. Get NordVPN. With a few simple clicks, NordVPN will block online trackers, secure your devices from malware-infected downloads, and block access to malicious websites. With NordVPN, enjoy internet without trackers, without malicious websites, without malware-ridden files. Be more cyber zen. Take advantage of our special offer now at nordvpn.com.
Major phone carriers make you sign contracts with rigid data plans to trap you into a kind of forced phonogamy. Sounds pretty insecure if you ask me. At Consumer Cellular, we believe in a more consensual and healthy form of phonogamy, free of contracts and more flexible to your data needs. This way, you stick around not because we force you to with contracts and fees, but because you love our phone plans. Like ardently love our phone plans. Phonogamously. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
Eric Chiafalo here of the G-Bag Nation, and Tolos, the summer heat has put more stress on your AC unit than the undrafted rookie free agent trying to make the 53-man roster right now, okay? But Keller Services is here to make sure your unit is feeling like snowballs are coming out of that bad boy. When you call Keller Services technicians, you'll get just that at your house. Technicians, not salesmen working on commission. Their goal is to fix and repair, not upcharge and replace your unit. They tuned up my system, and I've had the lowest AC bills this summer during these record temperatures, and they can help you too. Visit Keller-Services.com and ask about their maintenance program. Keller-Services.com.
Klein tools are new at Lowe's. Right now, get the new Klein 3-piece Mod Box mobile workstation exclusively at Lowe's for just $319.94. Because Lowe's knows tools. Lowe's knows pros.
Gillette Intimate gives guys a gentle and easy shave on there. And around there. And even under there. Don't treat your groin like junk. Respect it with Gillette Intimate, the best a man can get. Buy now at a retailer near you.
I have diabetes. I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
I have asthma. I'm at risk too.
If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a vaccine that can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose, even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines.
well of late. I know he had a month stretch after the All-Star break. Now you got Adolis back. You got Evan Carter. If Mitch Garver is going to be your DH, there's not a lot of room. But, I mean, if you look at what the Angels did with their first-round pick, he's doing well. You know, and then this is a guy who's not as highly acclaimed as Wyatt Langford, Nolan Shanuel, or however you pronounce this clown's name. He's been really good. And so why couldn't Wyatt Langford come up and contribute? And
did you say Adley Rutschman last year?
Well, he
came up. He did pretty good last year.
Yeah, but he didn't go from the draft to.
Okay, gotcha.
So, you know, it's there's not a lot of precedent for it, but I don't know. I mean, I guess if you think that Wyatt Langford can incrementally make your team better, those incremental differences mean a lot right now. So you got to consider it. But I don't know. I guess I'm surprised that I'm saying this, but I'm not shooting this down. This has the makings of back when we used to do extra innings. Corey would ask that question, and I would cut him off or give some dismissive answer. I mean, it's a possibility.
I know we talked about this
here
morning as well.
Kevin saying, let's wait up a little bit on this.
I know. I've switched positions now. Is we asked Bochy about it yesterday, and he gave us the similar answer as he did to Evan Carter a couple weeks earlier.
Yeah.
And he goes, look, at this point, we are discussing pretty much everything you can imagine.
I will say, and I know you guys asked about Jack Leiter as well, I would be super shocked if Jack Leiter was up.
Even as a bullpen piece?
Yeah, I mean,
I'm just asking.
Yeah, no. It's a fair question, and I guess not as much because of Jack, more because of the bullpen. You've got to consider. I mean, let's consider you and you, Corey. Heck, I mean, Ruben might throw 40 miles an hour. Let's consider him
for sure.
But
floated.
I know he's been a little better lately. That's tough to put that kid in that spot, considering he's had a pretty rocky road so far, just in terms of end results, a part of the progression.
Especially all the growth you've kind of worked on.
Yeah.
You want to lose the pitcher after all that stuff. So
y'all are definitely right. I think the issue that I run into is when you talk about incremental difference, that incremental difference could be you didn't make the playoffs versus you're the number 2 seed and you get a bye.
Oh, yeah.
You know, it's a shocking disparity.
I was explaining to someone today, they're like, gosh, the Rangers are a half game out of first place. I thought they were. I was like, yeah, they're a half game out of first place. They're also basically a game out of, being out of the playoffs. So it's a pretty fine line right now. I got to believe there's someone that maybe you could turn to before you go to Jack Leiter. Just let the kid finish out the season, have success, and let's think of how he can help your team maybe in 2024.
We'll be in section 133 on Friday. You sent out a tweet that I happen to agree with. If you're not in section 132 or 133, don't be afraid to make some noise yourself and get a little wild. That feels fair to me.
Yeah, I just think they do such a great job of making noise. I don't want it to become a spectator sport for everyone else where it's like, let's just look at them.
Yeah.
Hey, you want to join in? Maybe you don't know what they're chanting. You don't want to be the only one in your section, chanting. I get it, but stand up, make noise. 2 strikes, get up, get loud. It's been a while. It's been 6 years, and never before in this building where we've been playing meaningful games at this time of the year until this year. And so, these sorts of traditions or just that energy, that experience, it's been a while. So just wanted to remind Rangers fans, you don't have to be in a certain section and make noise. This isn't a library, right? You can.
We're in 104.
Yeah.
We are not. And also, I would say this: we don't know how loud this place can actually get yet. Like that environment that Jared's talking about, that World Series type environment is a different place. The fans come in with a different energy.
I guess that has been here.
Yeah, I mean, but even still, but that it can be something you've never experienced in this place if you just take part in it as part of the fan base. John Gray today. What are your feelings on John Gray this season? I just feel like I'm watching a dude that has all the makings, all the stuff.
Yeah.
And I just need him to be hyper focused. Is the
Yeah, I don't know what I'm not qualified to understand why the inconsistency has been a thing because, the stuff is, and the stuff recently has been really good, but the results have been inconsistent, and sometimes it's just one inning, and the pitch count gets up, the runs, and obviously guys are on a shorter leash now, so but they need him. You look at the playoff rotation and what's going to happen. He will start in Seattle, in all likelihood, who's going to miss the Mariners this time around. But they need John Gray to get going. And this game's important, too. I mean, you win this game, you can have dinner in first place.
Yes.
Think about that.
Let's do it. Let's do that today.
I mean, they need that guy to get going, though.
All right, my number one takeaway, Wyatt Langford will be here, and then number 2, Jared
Cheer
said
loud.
we should win today.
Cheer loud, win today,
Okay,
and
good.
also
And have dinner.
Have fun. Have
there
fun
you
with
go.
it. Yeah.
Jared Sandler,
See you
appreciate
guys.
it as always. Good, sir. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Thank you to everyone who has joined us today. If you miss out on seeing us or you're running a little late to get to the Rangers game, don't forget tomorrow we will be at My Possibilities in Plano for North Texas Giving Day, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
RJ Choppy here, my good friends over at Zero Res. How's your carpet look? Clean? No, you know better than that. Those carpets are dirty, nasty, disgusting. You've neglected them. You haven't gotten them professionally cleaned from Zero Res in quite a long time. Take advantage of the